Good evening and welcome to the March 4th regular meeting of the 5th. It's the March. Who? I am. Okay, can you hear me now? Can everybody hear me now? That's because I was talking quietly. Okay, so can you hear me now? All righty, we'll just keep on with this. All right. Welcome to the March 5th, 2024 regular meeting of the Walnut Creek City Council. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance of the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Wilk.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Darling.
Here.
Mayor Haskew.
Here. As some attendees may be participating in their first Walnut Creek City Council meeting, I wanted to welcome everyone and talk briefly about the public comment process. For each agenda item, there will be an opportunity for the public to comment on that item. Thus, if you desire to speak to an item on the agenda this evening, please hold your comments until the City Council considers that item. Additionally, we have a section on the agenda titled Public Communications, which is for public comments for items not on the agenda. Any comments during public communications should not relate to an item that is on the agenda this evening. Consistent with Section 9.5 of the City's Council Handbook, 30 minutes will be initially allocated for public communications on items not on the agenda. Additional time for public communications for items not on the agenda will be provided at the end of the open session of the meeting if necessary. If you desire to provide a public comment, please complete a speaker identification card and line up behind the lectern at the appropriate time. Wait your turn, and then when you approach the lectern, please state your name and city of residence for the record. You will have 2 minutes to address the City Council. Please keep in mind that this is a city business meeting. The city has adopted rules of decorum to ensure that the meetings are conducted effectively, efficiently, and that all members of the public have a full, fair, and equal opportunity to be heard. The City Council Handbook outlines decorum expected in the City Council chamber and can be found on our website. All remarks should be addressed to the City Council. Please do not use threatening, profane, or abusive language which disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of a council meeting. Again, each speaker will have 2 minutes to make your remarks. Written comments submitted and received up to 2 hours before the meeting have been posted on the website for public review and are included in the meeting record, but will not be separately read into the record. There.
Mayor, can I speak to the
Yes.
folks here?
Yes.
If I could, Dan Buckshire, City Manager, welcome everybody. It's nice to see such a great turnout. We actually have so many folks, we are beyond the capacity for the room, which creates a fire code issue. So for those of you that are standing along the back, we can't have folks standing along the back. We have a couple options. There are some seats. You're certainly welcome to grab any of the open seats. The other option is to wait in the lobby area. This is broadcast into the lobby. You can listen and attend and participate that way and come in to speak when you're called at that point in time. We also have up on the third floor, right by the elevator, an overflow room that will be broadcasting this both with audio and visuals. So I ask if you are standing in the chambers in the back to either take a seat or move to the lobby or move to the third floor so we can operate in accordance with the fire code and do so safely. Thank you for your consideration and thanks for being here.
Also, City Manager, I have been reminded that the light switches for this room are by the door. And inevitably somebody leans on it and turns off the lights. So anytime you're around there, please give it a little space before you, and don't lean on them. Okay, next item on the agenda is a proclamation for the American Red Cross Month. And I believe there is somebody here who will be receiving it. I'm going to read the proclamation from here and then present it to you, and then you will be able to speak. So hang in there, please. All right. Whereas March is America Red Cross Month, when we recognize the compassion of people in Walnut Creek and reaffirm our commitment to care for one another in times of crisis. Whereas this generous spirit is woven into the fabric of our community and advances the humanitarian legacy of the American Red Cross founder, Clara Barton, one of the most honored women in our country's history, who nobly dedicated herself to alleviating suffering. Whereas people have counted on the American Red Cross for the information and the skills they need to be safe at home, at work, at school, at play, training people in life-saving skills such as CPR, first aid, fire prevention, and water safety. Whereas with 1,032 volunteers in Contra Costa County, the American Red Cross assisted and responded to 115 disasters, and through our Sound the Alarm program, the American Red Cross installed 583 smoke alarms, making 205 homes safer, and trained 577 individuals and families about fire prevention, and then trained 617 youth through the Pillowcase Project and Prepare with Pedro. There's only two more, hang on. Whereas Contra Costa County residents donated nearly 16,736 units of life-saving blood, hosted 538 blood drives, and trained 6,522 citizens in first aid, CPR, and AED, and 3,803 in water safety, and 756 military members and their families received support and services, and humanitarian aid was provided internationally. And whereas we hereby recognize this month of March in honor of all those who lead with their hearts, serve the people we need, and we ask everyone to join in this commitment to strengthen our community. Here's the part you were waiting for. Now, therefore, I, Luella Haskew, Mayor of the City of Walnut Creek, on behalf of Walnut Creek City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of March American Red Cross Month in the City of Walnut Creek, and encourage all citizens of Walnut Creek to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. New record, is it? Okay, thank you so much for your service, and I'm on my way to deliver the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. You read my speech. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Stan Massey. I'm a Red Cross volunteer, and I'm currently also the chairperson for the Contra Costa Leadership Council, which is made up of many county partners that we work with on a daily basis. I'm honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of the Red Cross. So our mission wouldn't be possible without the community heroes who are our Red Cross volunteers. During our annual Red Cross Month celebration in March, we honor their commitment to support individuals and families in need. And on someone's darkest day, be the beacon of hope. Today, our work is powered by over 90% of our volunteers, along with generous financial and blood donors, community partners, and people trained in vital health and safety skills. Our Red Cross volunteers are on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to respond to large disasters, apartment fires, and home fires. And along those lines, we install smoke alarms on an as-needed basis, but then every year in April, throughout the region, we do a Sound the Alarm event, which you read in the proclamation. And this year, Contra Costa is going to be the host city or the host county for this event. It'll be on April 6th. It won't be in Walnut Creek, but Concord's the host city. But everyone's invited to come out and help install smoke alarms. So if you're willing to do that or would like to do that, it's a great fun event. I would encourage you to do that, April 6th. We are proud to serve our community through several programs and services year-round with the help of generous volunteers. The Red Cross holds blood drives across our county each day where the blood donors roll up a sleeve to help patients in need. And I will say in Walnut Creek, Rossmore is probably one of our biggest donation sites. They have had numerous blood drives there, so we really thank the citizens of Rossmore. So in Contra Costa County, we've worked to expand our education and outreach efforts to increase blood donations from African American and Latino donors. And it's simple to make an appointment at redcrossblood.org, and we encourage you to do that. We're also committed to serving our military families with their emergency situations, including financial assistance and emergency communication services. We also have assisted families in reconnecting with their loved ones around the world through the Restoring Family Links program. This is a little-known program that a lot of people don't know that the Red Cross performs, but it's a really vital service, and we have a lot of vets throughout the county. And this is a program where we're going to be expanding more and more of this year. There is also a great emergency Red Cross mobile app, which is free. Just go to Red Cross, go to the App Store and download it. It's got all kinds of good things on there about saving lives, performing hands-only CPR, et cetera. So on behalf, and this is shorter than the proclamation, on behalf of the American Red Cross, we thank you for this proclamation, but most of all, we would also like to thank you and many of your city staff members who have worked closely with the American Red Cross over the years to be better prepared as a city for all types of emergencies and disasters. So once again, thank you for honoring us with this proclamation.
Thank you. Before you go, let me check with the council and see if there's anybody who has any questions or comments. Mayor Pro Tem?
Just wanted to say thank you for everything you do. I'm a regular blood donor down at Pleasant Hill, and for any of you that are thinking about doing it, the people there will take very good care of you, and you can just get in and get out and feel really good about yourself afterwards.
And you get donuts.
And you get Girl Scout cookies this time of year sometimes. That is big.
Councilmember Silva?
I would like to reiterate thank you to your volunteers and your organization for what you do. One of the most consequential moments I ever had was we were on the East Coast in New York, my husband and I. It was the end of August, and a hurricane was barreling up the eastern seaboard. New York was dead. There was not a person on the street at 9:30 on a Saturday morning. When we got to Newark, hoping to get a rental car because we couldn't get an airplane home, I was in line with dozens and dozens of American Red Cross workers who had been transported in by the airlines to deploy themselves to these communities in anticipation of the hurricanes. And that's little-known work that I think people don't realize that you do, that you come from other parts of the country to help even in advance. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for that comment. During the Maui fires, we actually deployed 40 people from Contra Costa County to go over to Maui for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. We also deployed probably 5 people from the county to go to Guam when those hurricanes hit. So yes, it's a vital part of what we do.
I'll just quickly say again, thanks. I did some fundraising back in the day for American Red Cross, and it's one of the most valuable fundraising efforts I ever put into it. People actually thanked me for calling them, which I don't often get when I help with fundraising. So, thank you very much.
You're just nodding your head.
Wholeheartedly thank you, sir, for what you and your organization do for our community and so many communities around the country and the world. People are in dire need. Red Cross is there, so keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is another one of the things that make us very happy, and it's the taking of the oath of office to our newly appointed commissioners. And I'm turning this over to the city clerk and their assistant.
If we can please have the 11 new commissioners come to the center. You could If you could face me. Can we? Yeah. We can line up, one line. All right. And if you could please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations. So if you can all swing back this way, and we'll have you introduce yourselves.
Introduce yourself. Yep, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Taking my seat. Keep going. All right. And Stephen, you're going to be first to introduce yourself. You'll introduce yourself at the podium.
Hi, everyone. I'm Stephen Kwok. I'm an auditor with the County of Contra Costa Planning Commission.
There you are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Molly P. Klopp, a retired healthcare leader, board chair of Trinity Center of Walnut Creek, a proud Walnut Creek resident, and soon to now to serve on the Planning Commission. So thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Netsina Tesfaye. I'm an illustrator and designer, resident of Walnut Creek, and a mother of two young children, and I'm an arts commissioner.
Good evening, Peter Weingarten. I'm a commissioner now with the Design Review Commission. I'm a proud resident of Walnut Creek and an architect in the state of California. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Chris Wong. I'm a biotech professional, and I'm going to work on the Board of Appeals. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sharon Pinkstaff. I'm the new commissioner for the Parks, Rec, and Open Space Commission. I'm a resident of Walnut Creek for 22 years. My husband and I raised our two children in Walnut Creek, so honored to be the new commissioner.
Hi, I'm Laura Patch. I'm a National Sierra Club staff member, and I will be on the Transportation Commission.
Hello, I'm Peggy Howell, and I'm the Walnut Creek representative to the Board of Trustees for the Contra Costa County Mosquito and Vector Control District.
Good evening, Charles Krelling. I'm just wrapping up 4 years of Design Review Commission, and now I'm starting Transportation Commission. I am the second auditor in the group of folks tonight.
Hi, I'm Harpreet Hanser. I'm a civil structural engineer, and I'm going to be on the Board of Appeals.
Hi, Peter Magnani, resident of Walnut Creek for 27 years, member of the board of the Walnut Creek Library Foundation, and proud to be a new member of the Walnut Creek Arts Commission.
Thank you, everybody, for thanking our people who have volunteered. Thank you personally from me, and I believe I'm speaking for the whole council in welcoming you and appreciate your service. Next on the agenda is the consent calendar. Does anybody in council wish to pull an item?
Yes, I would like to pull item C.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'd like to pull item G.
Item G. Okay. All right. All right, we have public comments for any item that is on the consent calendar. Would you please come forward? I'm not seeing anybody come forward. May I have a motion?
Mayor, we do have a public comment card for item 2G. but we-
I know, I'm waiting for him, but. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Kevin Wilk approached me before the meeting and asked me, why do I like to come to meetings to spread hate? And I told him, truth sounds like hate to those who hate truth. So it's important that we're able to listen. My website is masanonews.com. I wanted to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. 3 seemingly harmless terms with a dark agenda. Let's discuss the history. In 1950, America was 90% white, and today we are 63% and falling fast. You were called anti-Semite and racist if you mentioned the Kalergi Plan designed and funded by Jews for the extermination of whites in America and Europe. And no, this isn't a conspiracy theory, a term created by the CIA after the Kennedy assassination to dismiss anyone who questioned the Warren Commission. In 1965, New York Jewish Senator Emanuel Seller helped pass the Hart-Celler Act. He was also active in pushing gun control, as is Kevin Wilkes, as the Jews want to make sure no one has any guns to resist their tyranny. The Hart-Celler Act opened up America to non-white immigration. We were told it would not affect our demographics. Well, that was a lie. California was 90% white in 1950. Today, 30% of children are white. That is a decrease of 60% in just 74 years. And of course, whites are blamed for nearly all of society's problems because of disproportionate power. Well, Jews control the media, information, and Federal Reserve and money, so they are the ones with disproportionate power. And they have 2 tricks they use to protect themselves from criticism when they are kvetching. Former Israeli politician and Jew Shulamit Aloni admits that using the Holocaust and anti-Semitism are tricks Jews use to defend themselves from legitimate criticism. Whites only make up 10% of the world's population. We are the minority. The promotion of white genocide by Jewish media politicians, their lackeys, and corporations needs to stop. There is a proverb, the Jew will cry out in pain as he strikes you.
I'd like to ask where Mr. Masano is from. Mr. Masano, where are you from?
Mr. Masano is an American citizen under the Constitution and if you
Thank you. All right, does anybody else wish to make a comment on public comments? Yes, please, come forward. Yes. I mean, excuse me, the consent calendar. Yeah. It's consent calendar, yes.
Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Samantha Francois. I've been a resident of Walnut Creek for over 23 years. Thank you for our service to our community. Our community does not stand for hate or intolerance.
Wait, pardon me, we are a business meeting and we need to keep moving forward.
And I had to make my voice heard on this point. According to the U.S. Holocaust Museum, the Holocaust shows that when one group is targeted, all people are vulnerable. The denial or distortion is an assault on truth and understanding. Intentionally denying or distorting the historical record threatens communal understanding of how to safeguard democracy and individual rights. Again, Walnut Creek is a community that welcomes all. Any effort to undermine our community hurts us all. Thank you.
No, please, we are a business meeting.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Meg Honey. I am a 43-year Walnut Creek resident. I am the co-founder of Rise Up Against Racism, a Walnut Creek-based 501c3 nonprofit organization. I am a U.S. History and Ethnic Studies teacher at Northgate High School. And I want to say unequivocally that the comments of the previous speaker do not stand for the values of this community, for the students who I work with, or for anybody who is in any kind of invested leadership in Walnut Creek. I also wanted to take this moment to say that at Northgate and throughout the community, there is active work to ensure that every member of our city and broader community are affirmed and are uplifted. I just wanted to provide a couple of examples of this kind of work. In Walnut Creek, there are currently 6 Little Free anti-racist libraries that contain books uplifting and affirming LGBTQIA+ people, members of the Jewish and Palestinian community, African American people, Indigenous individuals, members of the AAPI community, and members of the disability community. In my ethnic studies classes at Northgate, students engage in meaningful work to actively learn and dismantle systems of oppression and disrupt racism. At Northgate this year, we have installed a plaque honoring Harvey Milk. We also have enjoyed visits from the Mitzvah Project. I am actively involved in our Pride Prom organizing, and students across our community are engaging in rich community service to ensure that racism and systems of marginalization are ended. I am so sorry that that individual continues to come, and Councilmember Wilk, please know that this is not representative of the people in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pete Bennett. I've lived in this area for 45 years. And I didn't expect the conversation to pop up, but I know the racism story very well, Kevin. I had my black employee murdered in 1982 by a Pittsburgh cop. I had a black man burned alive next to my house 500 feet from my door in 1979. And my gay friend was murdered by a Pittsburgh cop in 1988. That's the tip of the iceberg of what I've been through. And I've suffered a lot in this town. You all know that. You've heard me speak here 50 times. The only thing that's improved for me is I live in a homeless shelter. So this is my website because I'm supporting the homeless in the area. And I'm back on my feet financially. It's called bayareahomeless.com. And what I'm building is a 9 Bay Area county website, complete with records for every city, every county, every possible homeless service you could get. And then on top of that, I'm going to put my resume up there because I'm actually a senior application architect. I've written databases for Bank of America, Wells Fargo Bank, all the major firms, and I ended up homeless. And I've lost millions of dollars, millions. And I'm pretty frustrated with all this. And it's pretty sad to see that happen here today. You know, I get arrested in Walnut Creek by officers standing near me. I've gone through quite a bit. I've had my nose broken, my fingers broken, my ribs broken, and I had a guy try to strangle me to death on the library. That's a pretty tough thing to go through. It is. But I'm still alive. And I'm taking my skills and I'm putting them forward in a foundation that's going to help the people that are in trouble. You can visit and find out what you can do. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Jill Heller, and
Tim Callender.
been a Walnut Creek resident for the past 25 plus years, and, well, we have a statement.
We come tonight to stand up against the hate-filled rhetoric from last month's meeting, which we witnessed through the news, and we've just witnessed here tonight. This moved us to attend tonight's meeting. We cannot sit quietly by. Such expressions of hate must be countered with expressions of love. Walnut Creek is our home. Our neighbors and our families deserve to live in peace, tolerance, and acceptance. Thank you, council members, for keeping our democracy strong, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Are there any other speakers? Seeing none, I'm bringing it back to council. May I have a motion on the items we...
Move to approve the consent calendar items A, B, C, D, F, H. You pulled C. Okay, A, B, D, E, F, H through J.
Second.
May I have a roll call vote? Excellent teamwork.
Mayor Pro Tem Darling?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Aye.
Councilmember Silva?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilk?
Aye.
Mayor Haskew?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, we have 2 items that have been pulled. Why don't we start with your item, Cindy?
Item C on our consent calendar is an application, or is us adopting a resolution in support of an application that will be submitted by Resources for Community Development, which is an affordable housing developer. That company will be submitting an application to the state of California for funding that will help the company build a 93-unit affordable housing project for low-income families in Walnut Creek, and we are very delighted to be able to support it and also support the inclusionary and welcoming process, and thank to all of you for being a welcoming community. And I'll move the item.
Thank you. I need a second, please.
Second.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Silva?
Aye.
Councilmember Francois?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilk?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Darling?
Aye.
Mayor Haskew? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, the next item is G. And who wants to?
I pulled it.
Oh, Kevin.
Well, I actually pulled the item because diversity, equity, inclusivity has been something that Walnut Creek has taken a serious approach to, and I wanted to make sure the agenda item was at least mentioned. And I'm going to ask the city manager to talk about what the item is, and it obviously shows from the first speaker tonight of why it's so important in our community. And because I imagine most people here haven't read the consent calendar or probably remember what the 5 priorities are in Walnut Creek, but I'm going to read what the council voted on as one of our top 5 priorities for the next 2 years as it relates to diversity, equity, and inclusivity. And we voted on keep building on the progress made to further establish Walnut Creek as an inclusive community that welcomes diversity, implement top DEI priorities through policies and practices, representation on city committees and commissions, training, events, outreach to underrepresented communities, and partnerships with not-for-profit organizations. Monitor internal and external progress against clear, measurable goals. And this we all were proud to support. We had a task force for 2 years that I chaired along with my fellow council member and colleague Matt Francois for the DEI task force that was wonderful in what we were able to represent, bring to the community, and continue to have a welcoming presence in Walnut Creek. The first speaker, who was identified as Ryan Masano, who has been reported to live in Vallejo, does not represent the values of Walnut Creek, nor would I expect represent the values almost anywhere else. So with that, what I would like to ask the city managers to do is explain what it is that we are approving on the consent calendar for this item.
Sure, Dan Buckshire, City Manager, and we do have our HR team if you'd like additional information. But as you noted, DEI has been a top priority for the City Council for the past 4 years. You mentioned the community-based task force. We have an internal team that's focused on DEI. We've provided training to all of our employees, our council members, all of our commissioners. We've added more inclusive and diverse events to our program offerings. And really, this contract with Ready Set is to help bring all of those pieces together in a holistic way, create a comprehensive program. We'll do an assessment of our organization, where we're at today, what we should focus on going forward, and also provide an ongoing training program with curriculum that will be updated on a regular basis so that all employees, council members, and commissioners receive regular training.
Thank you, City Manager. And with that, I will enthusiastically make the motion to approve this item.
And I'll wholeheartedly second it.
Yeah, Matt.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to echo Councilmember Wilk's comments as a fellow member of the DEI Task Force, which I was proud to serve on. Just want to reiterate that the first speaker tonight obviously doesn't represent this community. The 5 of us who are elected by the people in Walnut Creek represent this community, and we include it. No, I'm talking. That includes a Jewish American and 4 allies who prioritize DEI, who formed a DEI task force and invited local rabbis to celebrate Jewish American Heritage Month, which we'll do again this year, and celebrated Black History Month last month. The 5 of us represent this community. And clearly, these comments reinforce that we have more work to do, and we are committed to doing the work because the hatred and the ignorance obviously still exists. And I wholeheartedly support this item.
Thank you. Just to make it official, may we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Wilk.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Darling.
Aye.
Councilmember Francois.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Mayor Haskew.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
The next item on the agenda is the public communications. I would like to remind the public, if you would like to provide a public comment, speaker identification cards need to be completed and turned into the city clerk. You have 2 minutes to address the city council. Please keep in mind that this is a city business meeting. The city council has adopted rules of decorum to ensure that meetings are conducted efficiently and effectively, and that the members of the public have a full and fair and equal opportunity to be heard. The City Council Handbook outlines decorum expected in the City Council and can be found on our website. All remarks should be addressed to the City Council. Please do not use threatening, profane, or abusive language which disrupts, disturbs, and otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the city council meeting. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody want some time here?
Hi, my name's Amy Moss. I am a resident of Walnut Creek for over 20 years. My children were raised here. They're both off in college now and living in other communities, but we have me and my family, we have deep roots here in Walnut Creek. And when I heard about the ugly comments that were made at the last city council meeting, I just felt compelled to come and tell you 5 council members how much I appreciate you and the work that you do. I just want to say thank you for representing the city of Walnut Creek in the way that you do. I know you all 5 give a tremendous amount of time and energy into making this community the best that it can possibly be. And I just want to say thank you for doing that work. It's not easy. You do not have the choice of tuning out the ugly comments in the way that I had that choice. And so you're putting yourself forward. And again, I just appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? It looks like somebody's coming. Looks like 2 somebodies are coming.
How you doing? Mayor, city council members, I'm here to represent the Blue Liners of Northern California. We're a group of people that support the police, and we're trying to clean up the reputation of cops. However, that being said, Walnut Creek is one of the best law enforcement agencies in the state. They have the least amount of police brutality. And I noticed that you have a Measure O, I think, where you want to take money from public safety. That's all bad because a lot of the crimes are coming out of San Francisco. There's homicides, retail theft. And if you look at the statistics, it's all going up to Sacramento. It's going to West Sacramento. There was an incident last week where some cop got a gun pointed at him, and it was a retail theft. Retail theft is on the rise, and it's not just one individual. It's large groups of people that travel, and they just seize like almost $41 million worth the stolen items from people like this in the audience. They don't care who they target. They'll target you. This is a very, very bad situation, so I support these cops. I travel all over the state to talk to these different city councils. You need to support these guys right here in the blue. And they, like I said, they're one of the best law enforcement agencies in the state. I support Walnut Creek. I drove 2 hours to come here, and I'll drive 5 hours. You need to not take money from them. You need to support them more. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have a good evening.
Yeah, but before you leave the podium, would you? Yes.
I just wanted our chief to, or our city manager to explain how we are allocating Measure O, because I think there's some misperceptions going on. A significant portion of Measure O is actually going towards law enforcement.
Yeah, that's right. It actually came back as one of the top priorities for the community. And recently, the city council added seven additional positions to the police department, including 5 officers, a crime prevention specialist, an additional dispatch supervisor, and is also investing in additional equipment for the reasons that you noted, because we do believe that our police department is one of the best, if not the best, in the state.
They are.
This next speaker, please.
Hello, Audrey G., and hello, council members. And I just wanted to say I've been a resident here for over 50 years. I'm a person of color, and this community has always been welcoming. And it's just been, I mean, from my experience in growing up, and my father came over from China, it was open arms from all members. And I appreciate that the people in the city are continuing to follow that, even though we're getting bigger and bigger, that we still take care of each other, that we still care for each other, and that we still have in our hearts being a small community. It's so important to support and lift everyone up, because then we can be a better community altogether. I support what you're doing. Thank you very much for your efforts and all of the DEI efforts, and thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you. I understand. Is there anybody else that wishes to make a public comment? Seeing none, we're closing the public comment, and maybe we should take a break? Does anybody want to take a break? No. Okay, we're going to move on to the next item.
I did want to say, with our commissioners all taking there's a couple seats down in front. If people are still standing in the back, this would be a good time to find a seat, because it's going to go for a while.
Okay, all right. The next item on the agenda is council members and staff announcements, reports on activities, or request any closed session announcements,
Madam Mayor, there was no closed session, and there are no closed session announcements.
by definition. City manager.
I do not have an update this evening.
Thank you. Anybody on council? Matt, can I start with you, because you're far away?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I serve as the city's liaison to the Chamber of Commerce, and also serve as a representative to the Chamber's Economic Development Working Group, and attended their February 21st meeting along with Assistant City Manager Terry Kilgore. We had an update on the Diablo Valley Tech Initiative, as well as an update on our economic development plan and objective city standards. I was able to proudly tell the Economic Development Working Group the direction that the council provided to streamline the design review process, and I understand we'll be seeing an ordinance to implement that work in the next few months. Along with Councilmember Silva, I serve as the city's representatives to the Recycle Smart board, which is the board that takes care of all your garbage, recycling, and composting needs. We received a mid-year budget report. Good news, we're on budget. And talked about amending the quality service metric for Republic, which is the company that picks up the trash and the recycling. They've not been living up to expectations and missing routes too often. And the metric we have now is dependent on people calling and saying that their route was missed, which is not an ideal form of measuring it, because some people won't call, or they'll get a robocall that says their trash is not being picked up that day. So we're looking at improving that so that we can hold the company accountable and make sure that we're doing our job, which is picking up the trash on time and within budget. I had the pleasure of stepping in for the mayor at the opening of the McLaren Walnut Creek showroom grand opening on February 23rd. That is a new high-end car dealership here in Walnut Creek. They flew people out from the UK to attend that. They're very thrilled to be here. They've already made an introduction to Angela Sway, our economic development manager. She's been in touch, and the city has let them know that we're here to help, and anything we can do to help them be successful, other than buying a $500,000 car, we're prepared to do.
You didn't do that?
No, and I was quite ashamed going back to my Toyota Prius afterwards. And, but they are beautiful vehicles. So even if you want to go in and look at the showroom, I would encourage you to do that. Then I serve on 2 other committees for Recycle Smart, the Franchise Vendor Selection Ad Hoc Committee. We're in the process of going out to bid for new contracts for collection services and post-collection services for our area, and more to come at future updates. And I also serve as the chair of the Personnel Committee for Recycle Smart. We had a meeting yesterday where we talked about the salary schedule and performance evaluation of our executive director. That's my report.
Thank you. Excellently done. Yes.
Thank you very much. I, too, serve on the board of Recycle Smart, and I just wanted to announce to all of you that as part of our process for securing a new contract for the coming 10 or 12 years for the collection and processing of the trash, the recyclables, and the organics, we are seeking community input. And so if you go to the homepage of the city's website, and you will find a link to take a survey. It only takes 2, at most 3 minutes, but it will ask you what your preferences are in certain areas, and you'll submit it, and you'll be part of the process. So please do that. Further, 2 weeks ago, I attended the quarterly meeting of the board of the League of California Cities. Fortunately, we were in the lovely part of the foothills, and fortunately, we were there before all the snow, so we were able to get home. We had a conversation about a number of bills and pieces of legislation that are moving their way through the legislature. Heard a report this morning that the legislature is looking at more than 5,000 bills. They're going to be quite busy this coming year. And among the bills that we're keeping an eye on and that we'll need to keep an eye on here is Buffy Wicks has a bill that basically is not only going to make the builder's remedy work if you don't have a certified housing element, but also if they find your housing element is out of compliance. Now that, there's a debate as to what that really means, and I did ask some questions on that. To build on the comments from the gentleman a few minutes ago, public safety is also very important to cities across the state, and we're advocating actively with the legislature on a number of bills that they're considering related to how to curb organized retail theft. There's about 20 bills that are in front of the legislature at this time. Hopefully they'll winnow themselves down to a fewer number. And then also for the interest of my colleague who is a CPA and tax accountant and our city manager, there are a number of bills related to sales tax rebates and how to curb those, including one that has been put forth by Senator Glazer. And next week, I will be in Washington, D.C. with the League of National Cities and as part of a delegation from California to advocate with the federal government on very important issues related to cities. And finally, I'll mention that the East Bay Radio System, which is the public safety radio system for the 2 counties, Alameda and Contra Costa. 43 agencies are all on the same system, so we can all talk, our police and fire and EMS can talk to each other if there's a very major disaster. And we're recruiting and in the final stages of contracting with and hiring a new executive director. More to follow.
Councilmember Wilk.
Thank you. One thing that happened over the last couple of weeks was I was elected and appointed to the California League of Cities East Bay Division Board of Directors. I look forward to continuing the important work that we're doing in the city, the region, and on a wider scope. And I'll just if you'll allow me for a minute to talk about that wider scope. I've led sessions on standing up against hate and what we can do as elected officials to stand up against hate wherever and whenever it exists. I'm extremely proud of that work. As we've seen from earlier tonight, it's needed. It's continued to be needed. Here we are in 2024, and we're still talking about people that are willing to try to divide and espouse hate in the community. I will say that the person from 2 weeks ago was from Modesto. The person tonight's from Vallejo. These are not Walnut Creek residents. I'm extremely proud of our Walnut Creek residents. I've lived in 4 countries. I've lived in I don't know how many places that I can count. And I came back 27 years ago to move into Walnut Creek and raise my family because of the welcoming community that it is. I've received nothing but support here. And in the last 2 weeks, and I wasn't actually going to mention this until tonight, but it heartens me to hear the people that spoke publicly tonight as well in support of welcoming. DEI is obviously something that's important and welcoming to all of us as well. I received hundreds of emails, texts, and comments in support of me, the Jewish community, and the support of everybody over the last 2 weeks. I received emails from as far away as Washington and Southern California. They are aghast that there would be haters that look to divide and spread hate, when what we're here as a community is to do what we can in positive ways to move the city and community forward. I ran for election in 2016 to help make a positive difference in being not just welcoming, but in working together so that we can be proud of Walnut Creek for the next 10 and 20 and 50 years, well after any of us that are sitting up here, well, maybe not here at the end, but they are going to be here. And that's why I ran, and that's the kind of support that I've had. And to see commissioners step up to be appointed and reappointed and proudly serve their community, as we're all proudly here to do. This is what we're here for. It's nonpartisan, it's purely city work. And for people to come and try to divide through awful, hateful language and stand behind our First Amendment as it being their freedoms to be able to say whatever they want, yes, they can. But we as a community can respond to that, speak out against it, and speak for welcoming. And that's what I'm proud for. And thank God for my Walnut Creek community that stands for it as well. And that's my comment.
Pretty powerful. May we have the city?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll go next. I represent the Council on Walnut Creek downtown. We had an event at Rooted Coffee Shop, and they recognized their Volunteer of the Year, who was Mr. Neil Gershner, who many of us know from the Planning Commission. Neil is one of those guys that does stuff for the city. He works behind the scenes to get Walnut Creek on ice together every year. And his wife is just retired from Walnut Creek PD, and they're ready to just move into retirement, so they wanted to recognize him for that work. I represented Kevin at the Golden Rain Foundation since he couldn't be there. Golden Rain Foundation did, because they are a similar board, they run Rossmore. They wanted me to convey to everybody here their support in the face of the comments that had occurred at the last meeting, and they had a lot of helpful suggestions on what to do because they've had to struggle with some of the stuff themselves. Along with Councilmember Silva, I went to the East Bay Division of Cal Cities to listen to the legislative folks. The deficit in Sacramento is currently a somewhat unknown size, but we are hoping that it does not end up impacting our programs to help homelessness and other state funding that we get here in the city, but we're going to keep a close eye on it. And that is my report.
Thank you. That leaves one from me. I attended the CCTA Commission meeting, and it was largely a celebratory one. Federal Glover has decided not to run, and he was retiring as chair of CCTA. Dave Hudson, who had been an active participant in CCTA, also is no longer on the board, and I guess is not running for another term as city representative. And Teresa Geringer also, we got to see her new home via Zoom. She left us and moved to Seattle. I don't know why. Reminder that in most Sundays, there is a city council member who will represent the city. When it's me, it's between the hours at Farmers Market. If it's me, it's between the hours of 10 and noon, never a minute more. I get hungry. And it's a good way to, if you have an issue that you need to discuss with the city, it's a good way to let us know what's going on. And sometimes somebody asks a question that is easily answered, and sometimes they ask a question that needs help from the staff. And the staff willingly, in most cases, responds to those questions. So please take that as an advantage. I represented the city for a meeting of the Webelos. Those are the Boy Scouts between Cub Scouts and real Boy Scouts, and it was just so much fun. Apparently, their parents had figured out that I was going to be there, so they gave the kids hard questions for me to answer. So try and explain to a 8-year-old what taxes are. Good thing I was an accountant, all I could say. I am also, because Teresa Geringer was the chair and she has moved away, I am now the chair of the Accessible Transportation Workshop, which is a project under the auspices of Contra Costa Transportation Authority. And the workshop was putting together in Contra Costa County, we have 3 official Just Ours and 1 Alameda bus company, and we're trying to find a way to get the elderly and the disabled on a one-ride, one-day kind of thing. And for those of the people that can't afford to get to medical appointments and that thing, we're trying to figure out how to fund those things. So we're putting together a new system to do that. And this workshop was designed so that we all were in the same room and we all realized we were trying to accomplish the same thing. And I think we made really good progress. The last thing I'm going to mention is Joy Bound. Anybody know who Joy Bound is? Joy Bound, oh yeah, one hand. Joy Bound is the former ARF that lives in the Shadelands. And they changed their name, and we went to that celebration a couple of weeks ago, but I got invited to the groundbreaking. They're about to put together, they call it an academy, where they do animal grooming, and part of the stuff is for the animals. Clearly, that is what is at the heart of Joy Bound. But they're also going to train young people or older people who need skills to have a job, and grooming might be just the thing that they have. So they're going to take people under their wings, and when they're up and running, they will adjust the costs of the animal grooming to how much the owner of the animal can pay. So they're trying to be really good citizens in our community. That being said, I think we're finished with this section of the meeting, and unless we want a break, I'm not looking at it, we're going to move on to the next item, and I believe I'm going to turn this over to the city manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And before we kick this item off, I do need to repeat the message that I shared earlier, in that we do have a large crowd here, and due to fire code reasons, we cannot have people standing against the walls here. I apologize. So if you want to grab a seat, there are open seats. There is room in the lobby area right outside here where you can hear the meeting and still participate. And we also have room on the 3rd floor in which this is being broadcast both with video and audio. So for safety reasons, fire code, I please ask that anybody standing along the walls take a seat or move into the lobby or go up to the 3rd floor. And thank you for your consideration on that.
Good, the man from in front of the lights moved.
Good. And then with that, to kick off this item, just the purpose of tonight's agenda item is for the council to provide direction on the schematic design for the Joint Community and Aquatic Center at Heather Farm Park, with a particular focus this evening on the outdoor aquatics portion. You received an update 2 weeks ago and provided direction relative to the community center, and tonight we're focused on the aquatics portion. I do want to highlight this is the schematic design. It is not the final design. There will be much more input sought and decisions made regarding the design. And I also want to highlight for your council and for those that are here is that we're going to hear a lot of details this evening, both from our folks. I suspect we're going to hear a lot of detailed comments from the public that are here in person, just as we have in writing. And I think you're going to hear ultimately some very differing perspectives from folks here this evening. And one of the challenges, I think, the differing perspectives are around different values related to the future of Heather Farm Park. And really, while there are all these details, what I'd like to emphasize for your council is that this is a policy decision and a financial decision that is before you. And the policy decision is related to what is your vision for the future of Heather Farm Park, and how do the different options related to the pool and aquatic center impact that future and that vision for Heather Farm Park. And then secondly, with respect to the finances, your council has set a budget for this project, and you need to decide whether or not you'd like to stay within that budget or alter the budget. And with that introduction, I'd now like to introduce our city engineer and assistant public works director, Steve Waymeyer.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Haskell and members of the council. My name is Steve Waymeyer. I'm the Assistant Public Works Director, and Dan took away a little bit of my beginning of my presentation here. So, and you know, it's fitting. This is my last presentation for City Council. I've been doing this for 22 years, and so this is my last presentation. Yeah, and it's fitting that it's on the aquatics, because one of the first things when I started here 22 years ago, we were talking about Clark Pool and what we're going to do with Clark Pool, because even back 22 years ago, it was deteriorating. We were looking at the Heather Farm Park master plan and deciding what we should do with that whole park and everything else. And so it's really fitting that that we are kind of a full circle coming around to here. So I'm going to reiterate what Dan said about what our meeting purpose is here. Is last meeting we went over the building package. I want to call it the building package, and you guys gave us great direction on that. Our team did a great job presenting it, and we are moving forward on that like gangbusters. We have a tight schedule and a budget. We're going to meet that. That's our goal. And so with that information, we're moving forward. Next week, next council meeting, we're going to bring forward to you to talk more about some other details on sustainability and some other things. But other than that, that part of the project is moving on. And our goal today is to get direction on the pools so that we can start April 1st and start moving forward on the pools. So this is a complicated presentation, like Dan said. This is a lot of information. We're going to take a breath once in a while. You can ask questions. Our goal is I'll do a presentation on the background, and we'll stop a little bit there and talk about, okay, what's the past look like and how do we get where we are? And then Kevin Safine is going to talk about what do we actually do with the pool and what are we doing right now? And then our aquatics designer, Dennis Berkshire, is going to talk about, hey, what is the project that we're going to propose to give you? So that's the fun stuff and everything else. Once we have that, Kevin's going to come back and talk about the Walnut Creek Aquatics Foundation and what they're requesting. And that's kind of what you've been hearing a lot about is their request, and Dan was saying is different than what staff has been saying. And so we want to explain why staff has it and respectfully discuss what the Walnut Creek Aquatics Foundation is requesting and talk about what that means and how we can move forward. So once again, we're really looking for direction. And in order to stay on schedule and on budget, we really do need clear direction here by the end of this meeting to move forward with this. And so it'd be really important. If you do make a policy decision, like Dan said, to change how we've been going forward and do something different than we're presenting that's substantially different, it will cause some delays and some additional costs with the projects. But that's a decision that I totally respect. If that's what you want to do, we can move forward with that. So a little bit of the background, and so this is back what I was saying. When I first started in 2002, the very first project I started working on was the Heather Farm Park Master Plan, and that was my first introduction into planning of public facilities. And one of the things I thought was most unique and interesting about the city of Walnut Creek is that more than half of our housing is multifamily. And most people don't understand that. A lot of people here live in their single-family home. You have your backyard. You want to get away from the kids. You got a place to go. But understand, more than half of this community lives in a single-family home, and there are a silent majority. But I learned during this process is that part of our project is our job as staff is to represent that part. And so that part hardly ever shows up here because those are the people that are nurses. There are workers in our schools. They're the people who are just trying to make it day by day because they want to live in Walnut Creek and they love this place. And they need these parks. If you look at Heather Farm Park, it is surrounded by multifamily homes. If you look at Civic Park, it's surrounded by multifamily homes. And that's why those parks are so important, because that's their backyard. That's the way they can get away. That's the way they can be sane. So one of the key things we came up with when we started the master plan was that we wanted to provide a balance, and this is actually, council adopted this language, I want you to be very clear, is provide a balance between active use in the park for sports and passive use, and then provide a balance between the sports and then passive uses such as picnicking, walking, exercising, and bird walking. And retaining a balance is really a high priority for the future development. So that's something that staff is really, you're going to hear the word balance a lot from us, you're going to get sick of it, but that's the project. The project we're proposing to you is a balanced project in our mind. So I need to spend a little bit of time to go over the history. Back in 2010, we were already seeing problems with the Clark Pool, and so staff came to council and said, look, we need to take a look at what it's going to take to replace this pool, and that's our first introduction to Dennis Berkshire at that point. We were just talking about that. And we did a very in-depth needs assessment, and almost every project I've worked on in my 40-year career, you start off with a needs assessment. Everyone says, what do you want? And you throw everything on the table and you say, okay, what's that look like? And we did this as a needs assessment. And from that assessment, we walked away with 4 pools, 2 50-meter pools, a tank, a playground, lots of stuff. Dennis reminds me, even when we came up with that, a lot of people still weren't satisfied that was enough water. But we came up with this plan and we took a look at what it costs, and there was absolutely no way the city could afford it. One, the capital cost of it, the maintenance of it, and the operating cost of it. So that project got shelved pretty quickly. Step further down, the pool's still not looking very good, so council said, look, maybe there's a way that we can come up with something out there. There's another group that can come up and say, how can we keep moving forward with our aquatics? And so 2 groups stepped forward. The YMCA stepped forward, and the Walnut Creek Aquatic Foundation stepped forward. And both of them proposed plans for ways that we could possibly have a way that we could move forward with replacing those pools and the facility. And the whole goal of that was to reduce the city's costs for that from both, I'm going to talk, it's capital costs and operating costs. Pools are extremely expensive to operate, so the operating costs are a big part of it. And at the end of the day, the programs that they presented really didn't meet the values that the city was looking for. So once again, that was shelved. In 2015, and trust me, this is like Groundhog's Day every time it comes around. In 2015, council said, okay, let's hire a professional and see what is it really going to take to make this thing work. And their goal was to make sure we had a balanced program, bring in some long-term partners, and make sure we had shared capital investments, and we really wanted to reduce the city operating costs. I'll step back a little bit. At this time, maybe even earlier, we had what was called the Blue Ribbon Task Force, which was, we brought in a whole group of private citizens that said, yeah, Luella's first cat, that said, we really need to look at reducing the taxpayers' burden on our programs. And that was really a driving force for a lot of decisions we were making at that time. And so we hired this company to come in, and they did a design and also did the economics of the project. And pretty much what they came up with was that a project that can be economically feasible for the city of Walnut Creek will be a recreational pool and a 25-meter lap pool. Those programs that we could put in there, we could afford to build it, and they could supplement all the costs associated with that. The issue with that was it pretty much ruled out a long-term program with our Walnut Creek Aquatic Foundation of some of the programs they're running. So they raised their hand and said, look, if you will, we want to build a 50-meter pool. The council came back and said, we'll pay for half of the 50-meter pool if you pay for the other half of the 50-meter pool. And that's how we came up with this $3 million number you've been hearing running around. So we took that information, we said, okay, we're going to build a 25 or a recreational pool and either a 25 or 50-meter pool. We want to see if the fund's going to come through. So in 2017, back to the drawing board, we hired a consultant to come in, or did a whole process to hire a consultant to come in. And then at that time, the city hit some real economic issues at that point, and we just shelved the project because we knew we couldn't afford to hire the consultant, let alone build the project. We had no funding source. So here we are back again, Groundhog's Day. So, but the council at that time had agreed and came up with the understanding that really the project that fit what we needed was a recreational pool and a 25-meter or 50-meter pool. The grandiose project that we came up with in 2010 really wasn't going to work. So we really became focused on this whole concept that we're talking about now, recreation and a pool for lap swimming. Step back again, staff presents to council that, look, not only is Heather Farm Clark Pool falling apart, a lot of our other facilities really need some help. We have bridges that are needing issue or have issues, and a lot of our community facilities have issues. So at that point, council initiated the Your Parks, Your Future project. All right, everybody following me here? So the Your Parks, Your Future project started a couple years before COVID, and we analyzed a lot of facilities, multiple facilities and the programs there, and we looked at what it would take to replace those facilities and how our programming should change for the future. And out of all those facilities, we still came back and said, look, Clark Pool is still our #1 priority to get that replaced, and also the community center at Heather Farm Park. That was a decision that council made. So once they said, look, go forward and see what that would take. So we hired a consultant and we started the conceptual planning between April and January, and we came up with a plan that you're going to see a little bit later on that was kind of a plan that said, hey, here's how we think we can accomplish that at Heather Farm Park. Once we had that in place, then City Council said, okay, let's move forward with the design process. And that's kind of where we are right now. So there is the history and a timeline of how we got where we are now. So before you start a project, you really got to know what are we doing and what's our mission and goal. That's what you got to sit back at. So back in 2019, we met with our pros commission and came up with this mission that was to design a multi-generational community aquatic facility. So we know it's important for small kids to have a place to play. We have the more older kids and grown-up adults like to do the competitive lap swimming, and then we also need something for elderly people to get in there and do some exercise and things like that. So they wanted to have a nice broad program that we could provide for them, provide instructional, recreation, and still provide for the competitive programming. And we also wanted to support a family event place, a social event place, a place where people can gather. So really the need for a balanced aquatic programming was always a driving effort for planning efforts. There's that word balanced again. And some of the key assumptions, these are things that council actually adopted in 2023. So we all agreed that we're going to replace the aquatic center and the community center with one combined facility, and that was going to be located where the existing community center is, and to replace the 2 pools with the 3 pools at Heather Farm with 2 pools, and that the existing things that go on at the community center and aquatic activities could still be accommodated there. And that any recommendation we have, and this is the key, this is what took us past the next level because otherwise this wouldn't have worked, was that we had to have realistic, implementable, and budget-conscious decisions that we considered both capital and operating budget. We weren't going to have some pie-in-the-sky project that we really couldn't afford to build or operate. This is where the presentation, there's a lot of information there. I want to talk about Measure O because kind of following along beside this was council saying, look, we need funds for some of these things we've been talking about. We've had some failed measures in the past. How can we put together a measure that the citizens are going to support? So the council went out to Measure O and asked the citizens that they're willing to have a 0.5-cent sales tax, hopefully raise around $11 million a year to go to all of these projects. I'm not going to read this, but you can take a second and read it. I'm going to talk about them a little bit more. So Measure O purposely had a lot of projects in there, and we've talked about it a little bit earlier today with some of the public communication. There was a lot of things that people wanted to see done with Measure O money. And Measure O passed. That's great. I was surprised it passed. You know, we've done this. I've been back and forth so many times with the library and other things that I was really surprised. And it's like, hey, here we go. We really can do something. It was really exciting. And so now, what is our commitment on Measure O? And this is something this is the annual commitment that the city staff has set aside for this project. And so that circle is all the Measure O funding. 3/4 of the funds from Measure O have been committed to this project. And you see, I know we've talked about $7.7 million, but let's all remember when you buy your house, you have a loan payment you have to make. And so in order to get these finances ahead of time and move this project, we have to get a loan. So we're estimating there's $1.3 million in debt service that'll have to be every year from Measure O needs to be assigned to this project. So $9 million of all the money $12.5 million that we think we're going to get from Measure O go to that. So what that leaves is a $3.5 million for the other projects. And as we talked about earlier, public safety is very huge. And public safety has lots of things. It could be getting your kids to school safely. It can also be police officers. There's lots of things that follow that. Economic development. Maintaining our downtown. Our downtown is our economic engine. We know that. We need to keep that running. Homelessness services, keeping the leisure center running. Library hours is a big deal. Sustainability and climate action plan. There's a lot of other things that $3.5 million is set aside for. And one thing I keep hearing is on this project is, hey, this is a once-in-a-lifetime project. We should build what we can build, and what's another $4 to $6 million? I think you can see what another $4 to $6 million is from this. Now, the $4 to $6 million is money that we could be spending on a lot of other things. So the $7.7 million is a significant amount of money. I was surprised when council did pass that amount, and I think we could build a great project within that funding. So let's step back. As we started to get into design, we set up some design principles for this, and one was, once again, a balance of recreation and competitive swim uses, and that the facility will accommodate what was been done at the Clark Swimmer before. We want to maximize our deck space, make sure our showers. We wanted to build a really nice project, and that's what staff is presenting. It's a beautiful project. When I talk to Dennis, who designs these everywhere, he's amazed that a city our size can build a project like this. So this is going to be definitely a jewel of Walnut Creek if we build what we're showing here. Alongside in the background, we had the Walnut Creek Aquatics Foundation, who agreed in concept to raising $3 million. We put that in a memorandum of understanding so that that is on record, that they will raise that money as long as we're building a 50-meter pool and a family recreational pool, and they get to provide input into the design, which we have done. All right, so from the Your Parks, Your Future, this is where we started, and this is what council agreed to with the funding and the basic design. Everything we've been doing, everything up to date, has been based on council giving us very clear direction that this is what they wanted. And so this was the basics that we started with. And then when we were able to hire the consultants, we needed something a little more detailed. This was kind of more of a blob drawing so that we can take it out to the stakeholders. And so what we designed, and you've seen this before, is this is kind of what the project is that we took out to the stakeholders. This is the project we've been running with, and that's the basics of what we'll be doing. Our CEQA documents and everything's been based on this project here. Our key stakeholders that we took it out to, this is a list of them. Some of the key are the gardens at Heather Farm Park, the Chamber, Walnut Creek Aquatic Foundation, the Aqua Bears, the Masters. We've taken this to a lot of different stakeholders. And one of our more important meetings was with the Walnut Creek Aquatic Foundation, and it was consistent with the MOU. We got their input from 13 representatives, and they gave us feedback, and from that feedback, we modified the project to have these changes to it. So essentially what we did is we added more lanes to the project, and we increased the deck space. That's the major things that we did to this. So that's the background. That's leading us up to today. Kevin's going to come here in a minute and talk about the programs and stuff, but I think before we move on, I gave you a lot of information. If there's any questions you want to ask now about the information I provided, specifically about this, and I want to tell you, you're going to hear about the pool design, you're going to hear about some other things. That's just the background, and so let's kind of keep it towards the background of your questions if you have any right now.
Have any questions? I believe Councilmember Silva does.
I don't think you should retire. Well, that's a statement, that's right. Would you like to stay? No. Okay. Thank you for your presentation and the historical walkthrough. I've been here through, not as long as you have, but through a lot of what you've talked about. And I appreciate you starting with what most people don't realize in Walnut Creek or in the surrounding region is how much multifamily housing we have, apartments, condos, and townhomes. And I think it's closer to 60% of our housing stock. And so that's a different type of family unit that we need to be able to serve in Walnut Creek. They're great members of our community. And you're right, much of that housing is near our parks, whether it's Larkey Park or Civic Park or Heather Farm. So thank you for bringing it up. Let's roll back to 2010 and 11, the needs assessment report. My recollection is that the process was begun much before 2010-11. I think it was begun even in 2008 because we were talking about pools early on when I came on council. Am I correct?
Yeah. Pools have always been, we'll go along and we'll have a heater breakdown at the pool. Things have to get shut down. Pools become a hot topic at that point. And really that's what was happening is the pools were breaking down and we knew we needed to do something about it. We were worried that the health department might shut us down. There was lots of things that we were worried about. So we knew how important that swimming is to this community that we needed to do something about it. So we're working on that.
So I still have my copy of the final report. I don't know.
I have one over here too.
You haven't,
Yeah.
we may have the only two final copies in the world. It acts as a doorstop sometimes in my office. But it was a multi-year process. And amongst the basic issues I remember is there are a number of parts that they might come up later, but it was really a I could even read the lines because I found from the report because I found it today, but one of the lines in it was that swimming has changed and public pools have changed since this one was built in the early 1970s. It's less about flat water and more about family recreational pools. And I'm happy to read this statement because Dennis might have written it, I don't know. So we did end up with two pools, a 25-meter competitive or lap pool and a recreational pool. Can you clarify in 2016 what that really meant? Was it flat water? What do we mean by recreational pool?
It was a place that had a slide in it. It had other features that kids could play with. It was a play feature type pool.
So as we've added more lanes into this latest proposal, that is more flat water lanes and less about the family recreational portion of it, because it is a recreational flat water essentially.
With the design that we're showing now, and we can get into that a little more detail,
Okay.
but the design we're showing now, flat water can be recreational, especially the way they manage it now. If it's less than 3.5 feet where some child can stand in there and play, then we can consider that water that we can use recreationally. Once it gets over my head, that becomes something that's
You're
not
really
recreational.
tall.
Exactly.
How
And
about
so
my head?
Karen did make the point, one thing I didn't talk about was the replacement of Larky. That was part of this phased approach, was that we thought we were going to replace it in place, Clark Swinner. So we rebuilt Larky so that we could use that in the interim. One thing we did at Larky was we built a lot of deep water. And if you ask Karen, who runs our programs, the kids all hang out in the more shallow water. Once you get above 3 or 4 feet, it doesn't become that much of a recreational use.
So actually, you raised one of my questions, which is the rebuilding of the Larky Pool. We initially, at the end of 2014, were discussing just rebuilding it with the existing, squaring it off, but not changing the depth. But then we had a request to change the depth so it could be usable for deep water programming. Is that correct?
That's exactly correct.
And so that changed, and so it became one of the, why did we do that? And why were we willing to deepen that water at that point in time? What were we envisioning looking forward for Clark?
Sorry, that was distracting. So Larky Pool was an opportunity for us to have a facility that could be a stand-in facility for Clark. And we needed a place that the Aquanuts could actually do their practicing in, and the Aquanuts actually gave us some extra funding to make it deeper so that they could use that for some of their practicing. When we made that deeper, that's one of the reasons why we did the splash pad, because we knew we were losing some recreational point, so we built the splash pad too as part of that project, because the splash pad we knew would bring in revenue. The splash pad is packed all the time, is an easy revenue generator that you could ever come up with. So the splash pad and the deeper part of it was kind of part of a whole it's all trade-offs that we were trying to do. So we needed to have the recreation part. We also wanted to serve the groups, the swim groups and stuff too at the same time.
Okay. So one of the questions that we've heard is why did we make a decision, I think maybe 2021, the Pros Commission, the Your Parks, Your Future Committee, staff, and the council eventually chose to move the existing, the new facility would be a consolidated facility with a community center at the site, at the community center, rather than rebuild at the existing location. Why did we choose to do that?
That was at the request of the swim teams. They were concerned that if they lost the use of Clark Pool during those 2 years that it would take to build it, that they would lose their teams. These are private swim teams that are funded to have their facilities taken, to run these programs. Our goal was to at least give them some space over at Larky that they could use it while we were building it. But they preferred not to do that, so that kind of pushed us out of that location into the location we're in now.
Okay, thank you. I think those are the questions that I thought at this point.
Okay, does anybody else have any questions? Kevin, please.
As long as we're on this slide, I'll ask a question because this was coming up in my questions anyway. So, just to be clear, there was the design that was drafted, and then you had outreach with the community, and these are the changes that have been made based on the feedback with the Aquatics Foundation as well as other members of the community over the entire course of meetings with them, or did this just come after one or two of them?
So this was after we had the first meeting with them. There's other changes that have come across that we're going to talk about going forward. Kevin's going to talk about that as we get into it. But this was just after our first meeting with them. We added the extra lanes to the recreational area, and then we moved the deck around. We did a lot of different changes to kind of give more deck space and for overflow so we can have the swim meets. And we did it purposely so that we could replicate what they're doing right now with the swim meets.
Okay, so these changes were made based on recommendations by that outreach with those groups?
Right.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a couple of questions, and we'll dive into this more. But one of the other things that's really changed about swimming pool design is the code related to the depth needed to run different events. Is that correct?
I would prefer when we get in, those questions can come up and Dennis can answer those as he starts talking about the pools. He's going to have if you don't mind, he can talk about that.
Okay.
In a different, he'll bring that up, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Because that is a major change.
It
that we
is.
need to talk about. Okay. I mean,
I'd rather, he's the expert, he's the nationwide expert in that, and I'd rather have him talk about that.
okay. I'll save all my questions for Dennis then.
Councilman, oh, shoot.
There's a whole more presentation to go, okay, everybody?
As we're going through history, I
Order
think that's an
breakfast.
important part of
Right.
the history of why we're doing this, because it really affected some of the Cabana Club work that I had did prior to coming on council. It made what was a very functional pool, we realized the danger of it, and we had to change, so.
Okay.
Councilmember Francois.
Thank you, Mayor. On history. So I've been on council since 2018, and I recall most of the conversation has been about whether the competitive pool, let's call it, would be 25 meter or 50 meter. I don't recall a lot of discussion until recently of the depth of that pool. Was depth an issue that surfaced during that 10-year period, or was it more about the size of the competitive pool?
It really was more about the size. And so you got to think about the first iteration for a 25-meter pool was one that could still be used for giving lessons. The key to get revenue is lessons. Lessons. That's the key to revenue. And so the 25-meter pool is a pool you can train kids to swim back and forth in, and so that was the whole key. We didn't really talk about depth at all during those periods. It was a 50 meters what we were focusing on.
Okay, I think that's all I had on history. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you done?
Are we good?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to turn over to Kevin now.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. For the record, Kevin Safine, Director of Arts and Recreation. I do want to take 10 seconds and acknowledge Steve Waymeyer on his last presentation. He has been a good partner to my department, the Arts and Recreation Department, to, I know, the council, to other departments, and to the community. So thank you, Steve, for your leadership and guidance throughout this whole process. So where are we as far as programming? I'm going to talk about that before I turn over to Dennis to talk about the design of the facility. So in the pictures here, you see what another coworker likes to refer to a three-legged stool. These images show the three components of the programming at Larkey and at Clark. So on the left, you see swim lesson. In the middle, you see competition. This is the Aquanuts. And on the right, you see recreation. That's the 50-meter pool at Clark Swim Center. The end of the pool nearest to the instructional pool, which is used in this case for recreation. So I'm going to talk to you about that, and I'll talk to you about some budget information too. So programming. First leg of our programming is Learn to Swim. Of all the things that we do in the Arts and Recreation Department, this may be the most critical. This is teaching people a life skill, which is learning how to swim. And so this is not just about revenue. Yes, that's true. It's also about why we exist as a department and why we exist as an organization and a government to teach people to be safe in the water. And so that's what we do. And so the numbers that you see here, I'm just going to round up, is about 5,000 individuals. By the way, this is, let me say this. This was the report that we made to the Pros Commission last month. So it's our annual report. This is the 2023 data, but still relevant roughly to today. So there are about 5,000 individual members of this community that learn how to swim every year. So that 5,000 does not represent the number of times they come into the pool. If they're in a group swim lesson, it could be 4 times a week. There could be more if there's a private swim lesson. But I just want to show you the number of people's lives that we touch through the Learn to Swim program, which is 5,000, and that's significant. And that's every single year, and which is a testament to the work that the staff at Clark and Larkey do all the time. So thank you to them. Lap and recreation swim. The numbers here are the totals. We keep track of people as they come through Clark and Larkey every day to swim for fitness or to swim for recreation. And so the numbers here are about 66,000 during the entire year of 2023. Also significant. Most of that is at Clark because we're open year-round. Larkey's open in the summer. I don't have the split. It's roughly 90% to 10%, but that might be off a little bit, but roughly that. Second part of the stool, recreation fitness swim, which is not members of a team, which is not people taking swim lessons. Those are people who just come to pay $7 or a swim pass, $7 to swim in the pool. The third leg is the swim teams. As Steve said, aquatics is important to the fabric of this community. The swim teams are essential to that fabric, going back decades of their success, which continues to today. And so the numbers that you see here were provided by the teams. Year-round, Aquabears, Aquanuts, and Masters have about 737 people who are members who participate in their programs. Those are not necessarily those who participate in competitions. Aquabears, Aquanuts, sure, but Masters, some people just want to be part of the team, have an organized workout, may not be swimming in a competition, but those are members of those teams. In the summer, each of those teams has additional participants. The Walnut Creek Swim Club is a seasonal program at Larkey. They just started this week at Larkey. So the seasonal participants is another 300. So if you round that roughly to about 1,000, individual members of the team, important. What I don't have here for you, but the teams will probably represent, are the number of times those folks come into the pool. We don't keep track of that. Those are team members and their workouts and their meets. But those numbers are representative of the people who participate on a regular basis on the swim teams. So just to recap, about 5,000 individuals who take Learn to Swim lessons from us, about 66,000, not apples to apples, who come through our gates, and about 1,000 members of swim teams. Budget. This is our adopted budget for FY24, but it's pretty comparable to what we've had the last couple of years since COVID. I'm going to round this number also. Revenue is about $1 million, combined Larkey and Clark, so about $1 million that we're receiving per year from the community. So that's broken down in the following ways. Registrations, right, that's swim lessons. That's about 20% of the total, about $200,000. The rec and fitness swim is about $400,000, so about 40%. And rentals, which is what we characterize as the swim team, we have contracts with each of the teams annually to rent the facility. That's about 25%. And then other rentals, as you see up there, the swim club, one-off facility rentals, birthday parties, et cetera, is about 10%. So that's how you get to the $1 million. I want to add here, because there's some questions about this, how much does it cost to rent the entire Clark Swim Center facility for an all-day swim meet? It's $2,700. That's our current fee. We bumped it up a little bit from what it was before, but that's the current fee at $2,700 per day. In comparison, a typical summer Saturday at Clark generates about $3,000 per day from recreation, fitness, and rec swimmers. I said rec and lap swimmers. So it's pretty comparable to what you see there between those two activities. The meet rentals at Clark take up the entire day. We're open on Saturday for less hours, so you could look at that in one of two ways. Either the city's getting money from a swim team who's renting the facility for the entire day, but what are we giving up when we're closed to the public? So two different ways to look at that. So that's revenue. On the expense side, if you round this, it's about $2.1 million. Compared to the revenue, our cost recovery is 45%. which is fairly comparable to what we're seeing in other communities. But what does that mean? It means that the other 55% is covered through taxpayers, right? So sales tax, property tax, that's provided to the city to offset the cost of running this program. Aquatics is expensive. It's a 24-hour-a-day living, breathing facility that requires chemicals and filtration and heat to keep it operational, as well as staff. So the 45%. And then for each of those 3 stools that I mentioned, this is not additive. This is for each of those individual programs. So instruction, we recover about 75% of our cost for the Learn to Swim program. Rec and fitness swim, people coming in who just want to enjoy a workout or play in the pool, about half of its cost is covered through fees. And swim team rentals covers about 40% of its cost. So those are 3 different ways to look at cost recovery, which adds up to the 45%. So I'm going to pause there. I'm going to come back and talk a little bit more later about a separate proposal. But before Dennis talks about the specific design, I want to see if there's any questions about programming or budget before I turn over to Dennis.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So looking at this, when we talk about cost recovery, there's a subsidy happening to all 3 stools. Is that correct?
That's right.
And it's a slightly lower subsidy to the instruction than it is to others. But no matter what, swimming pools are a loss leader. We don't make money on the deal.
For public swimming pools, that's correct. There are private swim facilities, Aquatech. They charge a whole lot more. Their overhead is less. They don't pay their staff as much as we would. But you can recover your cost if you're a private entity. But again, the fees are going to be much higher.
Okay, and then this is for both swimming pools?
Correct. Both swim centers, yes.
Both Larky and, okay.
Councilmember Silva.
So in your purview are also Tice Valley Gym, Lesher Center for the Arts. Let's just say Tice Valley Gym. Is this the kind of cost recovery, or is the operation of Tice Valley Gym as taxpayer subsidized as pools?
Tice Valley Gym covers more of its costs than aquatics.
Pardon me?
Tice Valley Gym has higher cost recovery than aquatics, yes.
So this is this unique to our pool versus, say, Cowell Pool in Concord or any other public pools, not school pools?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm asking the wrong person that question.
Right,
Probably Dennis who knows all of this.
If Dennis agrees with me, I'll say it this way. 45% is fairly comparable. It may be within a range of plus or minus 5 to 10%, depending on the pool. Those pools that don't have a 50-meter pool probably cover more of their costs because a 50-meter pool is expensive. And you can't do the same amount of programming that you do in a recreational pool. So a smaller community facility probably has better cost recovery than we do.
So if we isolated Larky from Clark, Larky's got a better cost recovery, and it's seasonal, so it's...
Yeah, it's a different model, but I will also say that when Larky opened, we went from maybe 4,000 or 5,000 people there a season, to 30,000 people after we remodeled the facility. So I fully expect that to happen here. The volume will go up for sure. So, but yeah, Larky would cover more of its cost because it is seasonal. It's a smaller facility and has a significant recreational amenity.
And has anything changed over time with this model? It looks fairly similar to what we've been looking at since 2010 and 11, but I would have to pull this out and thumb through it.
What's changed over time is our expenses. It is more expensive to operate a facility that's this old, which is on one system, one filtration system. Okay. So we spend a fair amount of time with our excellent maintenance worker to keep this facility up and running. So we had some challenges over the weekend where we lost a component to the heater, and we had to get that part in. And so in the meantime, the temperature was dropping. So it does cost us more to maintain it at the level that we need to maintain it at, which is health and safety.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Francois.
I'm going to try not to go too deep on it, but in terms of the programming, can you, I know I can't help myself. I really didn't. Rise to the surface, go deep. On the programming, can you go back to the last slide? Yeah. No, the one before that. No, the one after that, I guess.
There's this one which had the nice pictures.
Oh, no, that was at the very beginning.
So this one,
Yeah.
that's all I got.
The next, that's all you had? Okay, you had, there we go.
Oh,
Instruction, what falls into that category?
yeah, the same. Well, I'm going to go back now. So on the right, or actually on the left, there's the group swim lessons, which is the vast majority of what we do. You know, people taking a lesson with a group of other participants, either an individual child or with a parent. There's private lessons, which is one-on-one. There's adaptive needs lessons, which we're just starting. There's lifeguard certification courses, which we provide lifeguard certs for people who work in the cabana clubs on a regular basis, very popular. So that's the range of different learn to swim or instruction programs that we offer.
And that's our highest cost recovery, this category?
That's right. That's right.
And do all of these happen in the big pool now at Clark?
No, some happen in the 50-meter pool at the end closest to the instructional pool. Most happen in that smaller, shallow instructional pool.
Okay, that's instruction. You had one other category. Was it rec and lap swim?
Yeah,
Is that
that's right.
just as it seems, or is there water aerobics, or are there other components to that?
Where's Karen? Yes, that includes water aerobics as well.
Any other besides just regular?
I'm going to ask Karen Houston-Martin, who's our pool manager, recreation manager, come up and answer that question for you. I'm stalling as much as I can. Oh, there she is. You may repeat the question, too.
Just what Karen, welcome. What falls in this category of lap and rec swim?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Lap swim, fitness swim, water walking, water exercise, recreational swimming, day camps. We do some specialized recreation or special groups. We had groups come in from underserved communities where we provided instruction and then recreational swimming after that. So those are what falls in those categories.
This is without any city employee leading it. There's lifeguards, obviously, but it's not a formal class.
Correct. We have lifeguards on duty. We may assign one, depending on what it is. We may assign one staff member, like our special groups that come in and we provide a service and then they rec swim.
And the same question, kind of where do the bulk of these activities occur currently?
Lap swim, fitness swim, exercise, 50-meter pool, diving well, recreational swimming, all three pools.
Okay.
Yes. If Matt, you
I
relinquish?
had one other for Kevin, I think.
So this is for Karen, if you don't mind. When one of the photos, don't move the slides. One of the photos showed some kind of inflatable or play feature in the water. Is that considered recreational swim even though they're play? So recreational swim, lap swim is back and forth, but not by people who belong to a team.
Correct.
Like my neighbor, Rosemary, who goes 3 or 4 mornings a week.
Right.
And then the rest of it is also, could be coming to play on a hot day.
Correct.
And play with inflatables and
Correct.
all of that.
Recreational swimming is pay to play, not instructional. Lap swim fitness, you're moving back and forth with a purpose. Recreational swim, you're there to play.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so while you're interrupted, can I ask a little question? Sure. Which is, do you have adult swimming lessons? Is there any age limit under which you?
We offer public lessons for 6 months, which is a parent-child class, up to, you name it, your age. We do offer teen adult group lessons. We also partner with the Walnut Creek Masters and offer a free learn to swim through the Walnut Creek Masters. We provide the pool space, they provide the instruction, and we do that at least twice a year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
As you were, Matt.
Thank you, Mayor. So just kind of final question, without diving too deep. On
see your notes.
The splash pad falls in the category of recreational, is that right?
That's right.
So you don't have specific numbers on the splash pad per se, but it's a 50% cost recovery overall?
At Larky, is
Yeah.
that your specific question? We can probably get that for you, but it's going to be above 50%, I would think, right, generally?
Above 50?
Yeah.
And there's a lifeguard on duty at that
Oh, yeah.
feature?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
One last question.
Oh, no, oh, sorry.
That's okay. So you have the number, the type of participant and the total number here. That's not 65,000 individual people. That's
No, it's-
65,000.
Right. My analogy would be like the Giants draw 1 million fans to
Yeah.
the season. Right. It's not 1 million individual discrete baseball fans. It's the number of people who come in that day, plus the next day, plus the next day.
Okay, and then we don't, on the other leg of the stool, the teams, we know the total number of people on the team.
Right.
But we don't know the total number of days that those swimmers
The
swim.
teams would have that, and they can probably share that with you this evening.
So, but these are not equivalent numbers.
Right. It's not apples to apples. You're right.
And I couldn't think of a good water analogy there, so.
Is there a way to make them equivalent, though? Because the one you just showed, the 65,000, is turnstiles, right?
That's right. So I'm guessing that the Aquatic Foundation or the team representatives will have those numbers for us this evening, and they may be able to share that with you, and we can compare that to the, if you keep this number, 66,000.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Okay. With that, I'll turn it over to Dennis Berkshire from the Aquatic Design Group. As Steve said, Dennis is the preeminent aquatic designer probably in the country. He's been working with us for over 15 years on these projects. He designed Larky for us, as well as this facility. So it's our pleasure and honor to have Dennis on the project. So Dennis.
Thank you, Steve. Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable city council members, staff, and the public. It's really a pleasure to be here. And as Kevin mentioned, as Steve mentioned, I've been working with the city for almost 20 years on this pool. And so I'm standing here tonight torn where Kevin said that I could explain everything there is to know about a pool, and I have to keep it under 2.5 hours. No, I'm just kidding. No, trying to get where do we start with what's going on, and we've come so far in this process. So what we want to do in getting into the pool specifically is to go through and present a site plan as to how we're approaching this. And a lot of this will speak to the questions you've been asking so far. Getting into some perspectives, what might this look like as we've perceived through the schematic design. Getting into pool diagrams so we can start talking about how deep are we going to dive into this subject? What is the depth of the pools and all these pieces? And then some of the pool metrics, things to try to help make decisions as to what we're trying to do. One of the questions was a moment ago about, how the aquatics industry has evolved, and it has in numerous ways. First of all, to make water safer, it's gotten deeper. Another is that what we had was, quote, flat water, which is what we've always referred to as rectilineal water, compared to what's going to happen for recreation uses and stuff. That's grown and evolved. Another one is that the old models for public swimming pools for cities used to be neighborhood pools. I know as a kid growing up where we would just walk to the pool, and I guess I date myself here to talk about paying $0.25 to go swim, right? Or the $20 for a yearly pass or something like that. But so what used to be the neighborhood pool now really, because of costs and operations, has really gotten into regional. And it's no longer that drop-off. It used to be part of the daycare. Mom could drop us off at 11 in the morning and pick us up at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. We'd spend all day there at the pool hanging out. Now this is multi-generational, as you've heard that term earlier. Oftentimes sandwich generations, 3 generations that might be attending this facility at one time. Also, we look at this facility and say the evolution again is this destination where people are going to come back again and again, which allows us to generate revenue for these expenses that these things are so expensive to operate in comparison. So if we take a look at the site plan, you can see that following with the MOU, the very first approach to this site plan was to come up so that we could, and are we set up with this? So that we could try to come up with a balanced site. And from the community center that you've already been talking about, the aquatic center support spaces, the pools themselves, and to come up with something that can represent recreational fun water as compared to the flat water, taking a look at the shallow water that supports, the general community use versus that competitive water is all part of this. So we've got a site where we come in to the pool. As is typical for today's standard, we bring people into the shallow water. So we're not trying to bring small children in where the water's 14 feet deep and there might be more rescues and saves and things like that. So bringing them into a shallow water area. We've also taken the opportunity to bifurcate the site, to divide it in two, and to have a way so that if there is a swim meet where the swim team's charging a fee to come in and use that pool, that doesn't mean that we still can't have our senior fitness program, or we couldn't have our swim lessons, or in my case, my granddaughter's not having a birthday party or rental or things like that going. So it would allow us to be able to look at these various programs and say one doesn't now have to just kick out everyone else at that facility. It's, again, trying to get this balanced facility that's going to serve our community. Looking at perspectives, one of the things that I want to commend the City Council, staff, the Aquatics Foundation is we're looking at something that's going to be beautiful for this community. And this is a commitment that's been made that is not equaled very often in the state of California for aquatics. When we take a look at the commitment that we're making to aquatics for this community, this is quite remarkable. I mean, we can talk about what do we have here at Concord adjacent to us, or Pleasant Hill, or go down to the Pleasanton Aquatic Center, or the new one that went in down at Dublin, for example. And what we're doing here is something that's going to be one of the truly leading aquatic centers in not only Northern California, but really represent all of California and what's being developed here. So you're taking a look at what it would be to come into the facility from outside. Again, as we come into the recreation pool as compared to the competition pool that you saw in the plan before. Out onto the recreation pool deck, where we have a pool that's a rim flow deck level gutter, so it's easy for people to get in and out, whether that's children. And again, the idea of modern aquatics is to have something that caters to children that are 2 years old and children that are 102 years old. And everywhere in between. And so coming up with something that can be inviting, comforting, not overbearing is really important. So now taking a look at the pool diagrams, let's start to dive in a little bit deeper here to what we're looking at. To quote somebody. So starting on the left, again, we have the recreation pool. So as we come into this pool, we have a beach type entry. Now that doesn't mean sand. That doesn't mean we're not bringing stuff from Turks and Caicos here, but a zero depth beach entry that might support, mommy and me classes, things like that. So we have this area where you could sit and a child can start to explore the water that might be 2 inches or 6 inches to start to learn from this. And as Kevin mentioned before, the idea that bringing water safety to the community is something we want everyone in Walnut Creek to learn how to swim, whether they can afford lessons or not. So we come into an area with a zero entry. We get into what we call wading pool depths, which is roughly 18 to 24 inches of water. In that area, we have some interactive play. Once again, this is an area that would allow children to start to explore water, to experience water, where all of a sudden you realize that what water is a source of life, but at the same time, you also start to respect it. You get it in your eye, you put your mouth and start to choke over it and learn you have to protect yourself. That's part of learning water safety. Then as we start to move across this pool, we get into the 3-foot water depth. And one of the things that's important to remember is that for people to wade into a pool comfortably and stand and have your head above the water, you generally have to be about 1 foot taller than the water to do so. So as we talk about a 2-foot water depth, you've got to be 3 feet tall to comfortably do that. When we move into the current channel area, this is where we have moving water. So once again, children now can experience water in a different fashion. Again, this is 3-foot water depth. So now we're looking at patrons that are going to be roughly almost 4 feet tall or taller at that point. We also look at this as an area for fitness. So people can go with the current for ease of walking. And for those that want to go against it, a counter to that can use that as resistance. So whether that's recreation, whether that's learning, whether that's fitness, it hosts all kinds of activities. Then as we come down into the pool itself, we come down into the shallow area of a 6-lane by 25-yard pool area where we have 3.5 foot of water depth. These are great areas for learn to swim programs. And then we'll get into deeper water, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 4.5 to 5 feet deep at the deep end of the pool is what we've been discussing so far. Now, as we jump over to the 50-meter Olympic-sized pool, this is a pool that's 50 meters long by 25 yards wide. First, you'll see that we have stairs at the shallow end, and that's to meet California's Building Code and California Environmental Health Code, Title 24, that says all public pools have to have walkout stairs. That same code also tells us that public swimming pools have to have a shallow end no deeper than 3 feet 6 inches. And so with this, we're showing a pool that does have 3.5 feet of water depth at the end. In this pool, we've got this set up so that we have 13 lanes. If I jump down to the deep end, we're 13 feet at the deep end where we have 1 meter and 3 meter diving and a deep bowl that could serve for artistic swimming and other programs. And so then we have a total of 13 lanes that are dedicated to deep water, competitive water in this pool. And so from there, we come out with the remaining lanes that are in the shallow water that can also be used for lap swimming, for warm-up cool-downs of swim meets, a whole variety of events that go on there. And you can also see that as we're looking at this whole thing with these diagrams and sites, we're trying to get that balance that Steve talked about earlier, not only between the water, but the water, all of the deck and area to support the events around that, and then the landscape to even support that as well. So all of those are important to what we're doing at the site. Now, as a perspective, what you see here is the 2 pools that I just showed you, and the red overlays represent the water that's at Clark Swim Center now, at Heather Farm. So the 50-meter by 25-yard pool that's existing, laying over our new proposed pool, same in terms of water surface area with the exception of the stairs. And the other exception in this water is that the current pool is shallow, and this is going to have that 13 lanes that are dedicated to deep water that's in this pool. On the recreation...
The lines that are going this way, are those the lanes, or is it the lines going this way?
Yes. It's confusing. So what we have is long course swimming, which is 50-meter long course swimming, and we'll talk about that in a moment to clarify that. And then side to side is the 25-yard short course swimming.
Got it.
Once you get to my age, you start saying short course swimming is much better.
Yeah.
We get to that wall quicker. So on the rec pool, what we've now shown is an overlay of the 25-meter by 6-lane deep pool that's at Heather Farm currently, along with the teaching pool that's at Heather Farm. So you can see everything outside of the box represents the additional water that's being proposed here from what is existing water today. So when we talk about the 50-meter pool, now we've got a pool that has long course, and again, that's long course, what we call Olympic swimming. And long course swimming is used for people that are wanting to compete internationally. There's also a long course season, and that's usually about 6 weeks or so per year that teams and groups will participate in long course season. Then the rest of the time, the rest of the year, they're competing on the short course, the 25-yard here in the U.S. swimming. So now we've got a 50-meter pool, and again, this pool is set up so that it meets FINA standards for international swim. It meets USA swim standards here in the U.S. It meets NC2A standards, and it meets CIF, our high school standards. So this pool is configured so that it meets all of those standards for competitive use, and that's going to be whether it's swimming, water polo, or what we used to call synchronized swimming, artistic swimming. So now we've got a pool set up that can support long course. We have a pool that supports swim lessons, recreation swim because of the shallow water that we have up here. And there was a question earlier about the floating and obstacle courses. Wibbit is a prominent brand. And by having a pool set up like this, we have the ability to have a lower level inflatable, and that's going to be flat to the water that uses a shallower water. So if someone falls into the water, they have fall attenuation, but they can stand up and breathe. That's important, right? But then we can get into the taller inflatables for older children to try to get rec purposes into this pool. And then the taller, the higher that you are above the water, the deeper the water's got to be so you can safely fall into the water and not fall to the bottom and have an injury or something like that. So here we have a pool that supports rec swim, again, the competitive swim, so we know that this is a pool that can support swim meets, both long course or short course. It's going to support practices. It has the ability to support water polo, special events, swim meets, as we've talked about, exercise. It has the 1 meter, 3 meter diving, along with other programs. You know, we don't have it here to show you tonight, but at one point we did a count of all of the communities across the country that we've worked with in aquatic centers, and we've counted out now somewhere almost 70 different aquatic programs that people have put into the pools. And it's trying to get that maximum utility of building such an asset to the community. How do we get a maximum utility and truly use this? And so the typical programs we talk about here, but getting into things like kayak lessons or scuba diving lessons we've heard about years past. We're doing a pool right now where it's going to have underwater hockey that's being supported. Last fall, I had the city of Bakersfield wanting to know if there was any health problems, if they wanted to have frozen turkey races in their pool come Thanksgiving. And of course, there's pumpkin tosses and all kinds of programs to bring and introduce people to our aquatics. So if we take a look at the competitive swim, lap swim that we've talked about, looking at the 50-meter pool then, we have 6 lanes that are set up where we could have a team coming in to use the pool or a swim meet. We have another lane that's a divider lane and another 6 lanes. And again, all of this water is dedicated to deep water for the pool. So we have those 13 lanes that are all deep water. And so if we were having 1 or 2 meets, whether these are practices, in addition to these 13 lanes, this pool has a total of 20. So in addition to these 13, then we still have another 7 lanes at the end. We really could have 3 teams coming in here to practice at one time. As part of this, we can also... So as part of this, we have a system where we normally look at a public swimming pool and say you can get 4 to 6 swimmers in a lane, depending on how accomplished they are at swimming. So with a pool that we would say has 20 lanes, then we would say this is a pool that could support up to 120 swimmers practicing at any one time. We also have the 6 lanes that are in the rec pool. So if we had an event going on, let's say we had long course swimming going on and we want to allow our athletes to have warm-up cool downs, that could be accomplished over here in these 6 lanes that are in the rec pool as well. And that's going to allow people to warm up before their event, after their event, get back into the water to burn up the lactic acid and cool down as athletes are going to want to do. In terms of water polo, we take a look at, artistic swimming. We've now got a pool, again, with 13-foot water depths here, so we're set up for the deep water of artistic swimming. We're also set up for the figures with artistic swimming. So once again, we've got all of this dedicated deep water to this pool that could support artistic swimming programs, both practices and competitions or events. Water polo. Water polo swims at 25 yards, where we're set up, or 25 meters, or 30 meters if we're trying to do an Olympic event. And so now we've got a pool that's set up so that we could run water polo. If we're having practices, we can go side to side so that we could have 2 water polo practices occurring at one time. We could have 2 games at a lower level, and then when they want to come into the final games, turn it back to the floating goals on the long axis. So once again, it can support water polo from both practice and to the game day as well. Looking at the rec pool, again, we've talked about the beach entry to the interactive play, the exploration of water, the current channel, 3-foot areas, the splash features that are going on, and then the ability to have lap lanes. This is a pool that's probably going to operate at a slightly warmer temperature. So for some people coming in, they might want to swim laps that is warmer water than we're running the competitive water. Typically, it's, say, 78 to 80, maybe 81 degrees, something like that. So once again, this is trying to come up with a facility that can serve our entire community and trying to look at everyone that wants to come in and use aquatics, and can we try to put them into the water for these various amenities. So in taking a look at the comparisons of what we had from programs in terms of what was running with Clark to what's being proposed in the new, being able to support shallow water rec swim, deep water rec swim, swim lessons, lap swim, springboards, the inflatables. Now we start taking a look at some of these things other than just flat water activities that we're able to support in this new facility. We can take a look at competitive. I mean, once again, the current swimming pool, 50-meter pool at Heather Farm is not deep enough by California State Code to dive off of a starting block into the pool. And once again, we're looking at a 50-meter pool that on the short course would have 13 lanes to be able to do that. So we start looking at our ability to support some of these competitive programs much better than the existing facilities can today. Long course swimming, as we've talked about. You know, one of the things that we look at it from this, you know, Steve was talking to us about a month or so ago in a meeting about how we design facilities and how we try to make it serve the entire community. And this is whether this is bridges or streets or roads or what have you, or aquatic centers. But how do we come up with something that can meet everybody? But at the same time, we can't design this so that we never have any traffic on, you know, one of our roads. During peak demand, there's always going to be that trade-off of what we're going to build. So as part of this, we're taking a look at how can we try to get a maximum utility to support the community. Again, from rentals, camps, all of those other almost 70 programs, you know, do we have facilities, whether that's water, decks, storage areas, buildings to support these programs? So again, the proposed amenities that we've talked about, from the beach type entry, the spray water, the current channel, that shallow water, moving water for water exploration. There's a little small water slide in it for children. One of the things, there was a question earlier about, this looks a lot like what we were doing 10, 12 years ago. What's not shown in this one that we were showing back then were big water slides. And what's happened is we know that in the community, whether we're going to go to the water park here in town or those things, water slides have evolved as well, and they're now regulated by California, what's called DOSH, Department of Occupational Safety and Health, as an amusement ride. And so the expense and the staffing becomes something that's much greater than what it used to be. And that's why that's not being shown or proposed here as part of the recreation models. So taking a look at the program size, and then now let's start looking at the numbers. So at the existing Clark Center, we take a look at the swim center itself, where we had 5,680 square feet of swim center to support aquatics. The new proposal has 8,500 square feet. When we take a look at the changing rooms, existing facility has 1,500 square feet, 1,523. The proposed is 2,000 square feet. The community center, we take a look at that with a 9,000 square foot community center. This is going to have a roughly 15,000 square foot community center. Dropping down to the pools, surface area of water. So the existing water at Heather Farm is 17,890 square feet, and the proposed is 20,065 in this configuration. Pool deck, 35,846 is existing. What's being proposed is 42,000 square feet of deck. And the landscape supporting this, 35,961, and the proposed is 38,800 square feet. So in every case, you can see where we've expanded these programs to try to better serve needs. So with that, we'll leave it there. Are there any questions that you have for me?
Isn't that ironic? We just had the question about could we ask questions. Councilmember Silva.
I have a number of questions, and if it maybe requires staff to participate as well, but can you explain, no, this one definitely works for you. I looked up FINA depths, and there are more than one standard of FINA. So can you explain that, please? And what this, and maybe you have to have the picture of the flat diagram of the pool so that we understand it. Because I decided not to read 80 pages.
How about that one? Okay?
That's great, okay.
So first of all, FINA. FINA is the Federation International, so that's the international standards for swimming. USA Swimming follows that, as does NC2A. So in terms of standards for FINA, FINA comes up with what they call the local chapters, and there's a standard for water there. So for example, by FINA standards for local swim pools, local swim groups, it tells us that the deep end where you dive off of for a FINA swim meet event has to be 1.35 meters, which is about 4.5 feet of water.
So but by dive off, you mean a racing start on a
blocks.
block?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. And on the opposite end, it says the pool has to be no deep or not less than 1 meter deep. That's 3.28 feet. So just under 3.5 feet is the minimum by FINA standards.
Do they consider that swimmable?
Yes.
Whether it's 1 meter or 1.35 meters? Did I get those numbers?
That is
right?
correct. So doing flip turns, doing swimming and all of that. By FINA standards, if you have a local swim pool you're operating, you have to be at least 4.5 feet where you're coming off of the block, and you have to be at 3.28, so just under 3.5 feet at the shallow end of the pool.
And I can do a racing turn
You can do a racing turn in that. Yes.
in 3.5 feet?
Correct.
Okay, what's this pool?
So this pool is showing us that we have 13 feet at the deep end on long course and 3.5 feet at the shallow end.
Okay, so
And
that's,
if we're
that
running
exceeds the 1 meter.
It exceeds the 1 meter. Yeah, 1 meter's 3.28 feet, and we're going to be 3.6 here, 3.5. If we're running at short course, then the intention for running competitive water, again, we have the 13 lanes that are dedicated to where the water is 7 feet deep or deeper. And then we have the remaining lanes that are going to be 4.5 to 3.5 water depth in the pool.
So can we run competitive programs in some of the white lanes?
Yes.
I see white, pink, and
So what happens is if we're running long course, you can absolutely run long course to swim down, do a flip turn, and come back.
Okay.
So there's a number of standards here, and as we've talked about, these standards evolved. USA Swimming says, for example, you can dive off of a starting block where the water's 4.5 feet deep or deeper, but you cannot teach starts in less than 6 feet of water depth.
Okay.
So we know that, the idea of injuries, spinal injuries into pools, things like that. The U.S. Swimming Pool Foundation, in their safety compendium, reports that spinal injuries are non-existent in pools when they're 7 feet deep or deeper. California Building Code and California Health Code says that we have to post universal no diving symbols everywhere the water is 6 feet deep or less. So it has to be deeper than 6 feet to put a starting block to have somebody diving into the pool. So we round that up to 6.5 feet. And with what we do, we take it up to 7 in what we're doing here with the safety compendium.
so we don't have the ability to put starting blocks in the white lane,
That is correct. In anywhere that is white here, that would be less than by California regulations, less than 6.5 feet deep. So you would not have starting blocks in any of those.
Okay.
So for example, when we talk about having a long course meet, for example, this meets FINA standards for a long course meet. What you'll hear, though, is some people coming in saying, look, does it support a meet, yes or no? The answer is unequivocally yes. However, you've got some meets that might be very large where people say, look, to make the meet faster, rather than having somebody queue up here, have their event, get back out, go over and to do their cool down, we now get the next group organized to get in to do their heat. Can we line them up on both ends so that we can go faster? And if you wanted to use this pool to make it go at both ends at the same time, for that, then the answer is no. This does not support if you were trying to run a meet that way. And so it does meet a long course meet, and the majority of the pools built in California are going to be built this way with the deep end and the shallow end to meet California code's requirement that a shallow end be no deeper than 3 feet 6 inches. Our exception,
Does this California Building Code have a requirement as to the amount of that minimum shallow depth has to be in the pool?
Yes, it does. So it says that a public swimming pool has a shallow end no deeper than 3 feet 6 inches. The maximum slope from 3 feet 6 inches to the 4 foot 6 inch is a 1 in 10 slope.
Okay.
So it's going to take 10 feet to get down to the 4.6 mark.
Okay.
And then from that 4.6 mark, dropping down then to competitive water, once it's 4.6 or deeper, we're allowed a 1 in 3 slope, 45-degree angle.
So this reflects that, or is it
Well, we have that.
more gradual?
Well, we have a larger area of shallow water in the 50-meter pool here so that it's going to support learns to swim, it's going to support other recreation programs, and not be a dedicated competition pool. I have spoken with the county environmental health to get their ruling, because there is an exception to that 3 foot 6 inches in code. And that is California Administrative Code Title 24 says, Chapter 31B says that you have to be not deeper than 3.5 feet. The only exception is a special purpose pool. And it defines a special purpose pool as a pool designed for a single specific purpose. Now, the most common example of that I can give is we're going to do a 10-meter dive tower. And in a 10-meter dive tower, we surely don't want 3.5 feet of water depth. So saying it's going to be all deep to support that dive tower makes it a special purpose dive pool. So what happens is, and we've discussed this with the county environmental health, if we wanted to make this just an all deep 50-meter pool, we could do so, and we would classify it as a special purpose competition pool. In doing so, the health department says it then must be fenced off independent from the public swimming pool area. And secondly, they're going to limit programs to only those competitive programs. So we couldn't have rec swim, for example, in that pool.
So my neighbor couldn't go in on Friday mornings and swim her laps. She'd have to be swimming laps.
The health department said, unless she's swimming laps in deep water and saying I'm part of the competitive groups to do so.
So let me check with this.
Yeah.
So there at Pros there was a lot of discussion about the special purpose pool.
Correct.
And then we saw subsequent correspondence that talked about an L shape as being a way to get a pool that had more deep water to still meet California code.
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, so there's several ways. That's a great question. There's several ways we can get around that, if you will. Your first question was right on point. How much or how little do I have to have of that 3.6 to 4.6? So what we can do is to take a pool and put an L or a toe appendage to it. And if I make the end of it at least 6 feet 6 inches, so I can put starting blocks there by California code, we'll say let's make it safer, make it even 7 feet. Then we know it's going to take us to get from 7 feet to that 4.6 line by those floor slopes that I described. That's going to take 7.5 feet. I'm going to round that up to 8 feet. Then from the 4.6 to the 3.6 is another 10 feet. So now that's 18 feet that we have in that transition. And then if we use that for stairs, that determines that minimum toe that we've got there. The other thing in California code is it says a public swimming pool is no narrower than 15 feet. So that toe or that L is going to have to be a minimum of 15 feet wide by that length that we've just spooled out to make that. So if I made that little return or foot off of the pool, I've technically got a code compliant 3.6 shallow end in that pool, even though the entire body of the 50-meter area, the 50 meters by 25 yards, could be all deep. The second way we can achieve this is we start to stretch pools, and we'll say let's make it a stretch 50-meter pool where we would have a movable bulkhead, so we would be deep water to the bulkhead, and then we can transition the pool to shallow water beyond that so that we could get all of our competitive programs into that deep water and still meet that code 3.6 shallow end. Now that becomes a pool that might be 60 meters long to 65 meters. You know, when we did that at UC Davis, it's 65 meters long, for example. We did it for the city of Carlsbad, and it's 62 meters, 62 and a half meters there in length. Another way you can stretch to still get to the 3.6, but trying to keep that competitive water in deep if that's what we decide we want to do.
So, for example, here, and sorry, Cindy, I know I jumped in on this.
Go ahead.
If we took the area that, and I'm pointing at my thing, assuming you could look, if we took those 25 yards and popped them onto the other end of the pool, kept them shallow, then, yeah. I mean, there is a challenge.
Yes,
It is-
somewhere
it is a-
here, we could come in, again, 15 feet wide and come out and create that area. Yes, we have the ability to be able to make that, again, a non-special purpose pool. And the reason we normally go to that, if we've decided that we're going to make this a competitive, dominant, or predominant pool, is that we're trying to avoid any pigeonholing or limitations to the programs. So now, because if we make it special purpose, the county and health department's going to require a city representative to sign a letter stating they've acknowledged it's a special purpose pool and its programs are going to be limited to those appropriate special programs in accordance with that definition.
But if you
we can
use
get
the
to the
workarounds,
3.6, then it goes away.
you avoid that. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you. Is there anybody down at that end of the?
Or am I taking care of everybody by my deep analysis? Sorry.
Just a request, Mayor, if we could get an estimate for how much longer the staff report is. We've got a lot of people who want to make public comment. Just want to make sure we can accommodate everyone.
Right. Do we have an estimate for the time?
Well, the time for our presentation, we probably have maybe 8 or so more slides. It'll be incumbent on you to determine how many questions you want to ask us to see how much longer we'll be up here. But we could go through the slides quickly, and you can decide how you want to proceed from there.
I have one final question that, and this is in response to the special purpose. They said you'd have to put a fence up.
Yes.
So you can avoid the fence, maybe, by putting an L shape.
We can avoid all of the limitations with an L shape. If we get to 3.6 somewhere in that pool legally, in the configurations and slopes and stuff, it's no longer a special purpose pool.
But that 3.6, that L shape, is that programmable?
No.
So it's not.
We did one, for example, for the city of Sacramento at North Natomas Aquatic Center. And there, it's that very definition. It's that very minimal space. You're not going to have any programs in there. And so it's basically going to be.
They also have an internal fence.
We oftentimes will do fences to be able to bifurcate or separate the spaces, but it's not an official pool fence that has to be 5 feet tall and meet those kinds of things. If we made it a special purpose, then they would tell us it has to be that 5-foot minimum height pool fence to meet code to separate that to prevent a small child from getting into this all deep competitive pool. Does that make sense? to
Okay,
you?
yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there another question before we move
I do
on?
have a few.
For right now?
I don't know. What are we doing? Are we going to?
Since he's up already, if we're going to ask a question that he needs to answer, we should do that while he's standing.
Okay.
The person who is leaning on the light, please move away. Told you it would happen.
So Dennis, I want to go back to the one where you overlaid the pool, because I think this gets to the crux of what we're struggling with, where we overlaid the pools from. So as I understand it, deep water is the golden calf here that people are all looking for, and that the getting rid of the diving well and overlaying that there on that part, the difference is that that's not deep, that it's.
Correct. What we're showing here is being shown as shallow water.
Yeah.
And the difference from deep water to shallow water is really recreation and competition.
Yeah.
And so we know that the deeper the water, the safer it is to dive into. The deeper the water, the faster times are going to be in swimming. So deep water is all about competition. But what you will find when you go to competitive venues, so for example, if I take the 50-meter pool, that's 12,300 square feet, not counting the stairs, or an L or something like that. By code, the maximum occupancy of that pool is one person for every 20 square feet. So if I take 12,300, that's over 600 people by code that could be in that pool.
I wouldn't want to be in that pool.
No. We would
Especially not regular
We would normally
kids.
tell you
They
from a
pee in the pool.
recreation standpoint, if it's shallow water, that it would be common to be about half of that. So that 600 and some people really is about 300 people that you could put into a 50-meter pool comfortably for recreation programs. As a swimming pool for the swim teams, we just came in and said the maximum's 120 people. So it's going to serve about a third of what it would if you were trying to do recreation. So the whole real crux comes down to, you know, what commitments do we make on the water to commit to competitive programs as compared to what are we having available for recreation use?
Yeah, clearly balance is going to be one of those issues.
That balance
we have
is
to
the
deal with here
huge
tonight.
issue.
that's-
And
we're
that was
gonna-
one of the evolutions for aquatics here in California and the Southwest, is that when we take a look at pools, when we poll our, Kevin was presenting some of the economics, what we know is when we make a pool a competitive venue, 45% is about as good as you're going to get, anywhere from 30 to 45, maybe close to 50 in an annual operating cost recovery. The more we can bring in recreation and birthday party rentals and other things that are more personalized market value programs, now you can get a facility that can get you to 65 or 70%. And then if you make it fully privatized, as Kevin had mentioned, water parks and stuff, they can actually make a profit.
Yeah. So a couple more quick questions. The current pool, you've designed those at a couple other places. Have they, is there a difference in operating expense for a current pool versus flat water? Do we know what that?
No.
I mean,
when we look at operating expenses in a public swimming pool, first of all, the single largest expense is going to be staffing. So staffing, wages, benefits, all of those. Utilities is the second largest single line item when we look at these. And the majority of all of the expenses are surface area of water, not depth or that moving water. So when we look at it, water evaporation, surface area. Heating of the pool is based on surface area where we lose the heat to evaporation, conduction, convection. It's not the mass of water.
I'm just wondering, what is the cost associated with the circulation of the water? Water's heavy and it's hard.
The only thing you would have, you could say you've got a booster pump there that's driving the water for that.
Okay.
Now, again, we call it a current channel, and we're using that term versus a lazy river specifically, because this is not a lazy
ride.
river
Yeah.
that's got the current where you lay on an inner tube and it's going to move you around. Once again, California OSHA, DOSH, if it was moving you around, would say that's an amusement ride, and we're going to get into all
I
of
get
those
the
things.
difference.
So you would have on a pool this size and this channel right here, probably somewhere around a 3 to 5 horsepower pump driving that water.
Okay.
And if we look at it and say at today's electric rates, it's about $1,000 per horsepower per year to run. And that was running 24/7, so it's about a $5,000. In this one, you wouldn't be running it 24 hours a day, so $2,000-3,000 a year in operating expense of that.
What's the usage been on the ones where you've installed them? I mean, is it, I know the splash pads get instant use. What is the usage numbers you're seeing?
You know, it's
on these?
amazing. When I can't claim to come up with this concept. There were people back east that started using these, and the current channels actually came out of indoor aquatic centers where they
water
didn't
parks.
have room, and
Yeah.
so everything was getting shrunk to do that. But the kids, the people just flock to them. It's, you know, I look at it and say, it's amazing. What is that recreation value here? But then again, I can remember playing for hours, jumping over a sprinkler in the backyard, you know, in the grass or something, and that's quite entertaining for kids. And so whether you look at it, we did it for the city of Oakland in the East Oakland Sports Center. We did it for the city of Fairfield at the Alum Witt Aquatic Center. We've done it for the city of West Sacramento. And everybody talks about the recreation and the fitness use of it. It's surprisingly
They do get
popular.
use. I always, it's, you remember when the parkour courses were like, everybody was putting one in?
Yes.
And I'm like, how many of those have you seen that are not getting used? So whenever I see something novel, I always want to know,
Yes.
what's the track record on it? Let's see. So if we did the bigger pool with the L and it was all deep, there is still some of the rentable spaces, things like scuba diving can go in there. The larger inflatable can go in there for the kids. The older swim classes can still go in there. If by using the L, you're not creating, I mean, it's not truly a special purpose pool at that point.
It's not a special purpose pool because we got our 3.6 in there by code. There are recreation programs we can get in that are going to use, say, log rolling, where they get up and you're trying to stay afloat.
Or if you're trying to get your boys their canoe thing, you could take canoes down to the pool. Don't ever tell the president of the pool that I did that.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, the patrons, the children, whatever, are going to have to pass a water safety test, just like they would at the deep end of any pool, right? If you're going to go off the diving board, you got to demonstrate you can swim back and forth, or you got to be able to demonstrate you can tread water for 60 seconds or something like that. And then you know that they're qualified to be there. But it's only those patrons that are going to use, and if we make the 50-meter pool all deep, if we decide that's the level of service we want to provide to the community, then just realize that's going to limit it to those people.
No,
The others don't get it.
And I'm just trying to we're looking at balance.
Of course,
And there's
absolutely.
different elements coming into balance.
Yes.
Okay.
One more question from Councilmember Silva.
So one of the issues that was very important to us when we moved forward 3 years ago was to ensure that the facility could support the all-city meet. And I'm not sure if you can answer the question, but as designed or as proposed, can it support the all-city meet? Or if I need to ask Kevin that question.
Well, what I can tell you, I can't answer it directly to the all-city meet on how whoever's running that meet chooses to run it. What I can tell you is the pool can support short course or long course swim meets to FINA, USA Swim, NC2A, and to CIF standards. So can it support a meet that way? Sure. So for example, when we hear the thing about if we have a meet that's going to have 1,000, we want to start from both sides. If we aren't starting from both sides, it's going to take longer to run that meet. The real issue then becomes if we're competing against other facilities to try to draw them in to agree to have the meet at our facility, are we going to be successful? But also know when we make that, when we jump off into that piece, now we're going to be competing against all kinds of facilities. Right now I'm working in Clovis for the school district there, where we're working on our 4th facility that has 2 50-meter pools side by side. Down in Southern California, we have a facility down there, the William Willett Aquatic Center, where we have 2 50-meter pools. We have a 6,000 square foot. It's a joint use with the school district, and now they're talking about adding perhaps even another 50-meter pools that are going to be facilities that we're trying to compete with to bring in when we say we want to have large ones. So I didn't answer your question completely specific to that meet to say how do they want to run it, but it does meet the requirements for any swim meet.
So maybe I can ask Kevin the question because this was an important issue. So the all-city meet involves how many participants and how many lanes are currently used for the all-city meet?
Right. So we, between 1,200 and 1,400 swimmer participants. Okay. There are any number of spectators that come. If you've been there, you've seen it.
Right.
We close off the diving well. We close off the instructional pool, so people can't be in there. And so the lanes in the 20 short course lanes are available. Some are warm up. Some are used for the meet.
How many lanes do they run for races?
10. So there's 10 lanes that they run. So your question about can the new facility
Can this support 10 lanes? And the answer would be yes. And it could be warm up and cool down either in the white colored
right, the water that, yes, the shallow water, or you could keep the recreation pool open and use that for
Okay.
warm-up or cool
And
day.
there seemed to be some confusion in some
Right.
of the public comment that we were receiving by email, that it won't support the city meeting. So I thought, I'm just going to ask the question.
So the other perspective would be pool deck. Dennis
Right.
talked about that. The pool deck that we show as designed is larger than the pool deck at existing Clark Swim Center. The landscaped area as designed is also larger than the landscaped area at Clark. So we believe it can accommodate that. We will work closely with the Walnut Creek Swim Club on this as we identify what changes may need to be made to this facility to make it successful. We're committed to working with them to make it successful. So that's our goal, but it's our belief that yes, it can be supported.
Okay.
Let me take it to the next logical step then. Could it support the county meet?
The
Conference.
The
No. So it could support conference meet, because
The conference that we support today can be supported in the new facility, yes.
And county is currently being conducted in
Acalanes.
Acalanes. I was going to turn to Karen and say, is that your dad? And that pool is not any bigger than this, the Acalanes High School pool.
Well, yeah, Acalanes High School pool is smaller than this. But there's also, if it's Acalanes Unified, but Acalanes High School is a 33 or 35 meter long pool. It's not a 50-meter pool at Acalanes.
So that's where they're running county meet, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, we could run up to a state championship in this 50-meter pool.
It would just be longer
configuration.
shaped based on the number of lanes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you could have starts on both ends in the deep end for the 25.
Short course.
On the short course, on both sides, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. One other evaluation we did look at as the existing bleacher area at the Heather Swim Farm today is about 450 spectators. And the configuration that we've shown here, we can, excuse me, not 450, 480. And we can easily accommodate 480. Our estimate with what we're shown here is we could probably get upwards of 750 spectators for bleachers in the space that we're looking at.
And where would that be? Where would that be on the diagram?
So if we take a look at this, say we were running short course, for example, if we were running competitors on this side, by competitive regulations, all of our spectators would have to be on the other three sides, the pool. And by bringing in movable bleachers, you often do for large meets, we looked at the space here and said we could get upwards of about 750 patrons in there with movable bleachers. Were those five-tier bleachers, which then do not require special ADA accessibility as part of those.
Okay, I'm going to call this and ask Kevin to come forward.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So as I indicated, we're wrapping up. I know I appreciate your indulgence with our presentation. This is an important last piece before Steve talks about the next steps, which is our partnership with the Aquatic Foundation. We wouldn't be here tonight as we are without the support and partnership with the Aquatic Foundation. So I want to talk a bit about their requests and what the impacts may be, and you'll likely certainly hear from the Aquatic Foundation tonight with their perspective. So I'm going to start with their January proposal. I'm not going to go through this in detail because it's changed, but I want to use this as foundation. So before the Pros Commission met in January, the foundation provided some feedback and input beyond what they'd provided in late fall of last year. So increasing the 50-meter pool by 2 meters, making it all deep, and adding a bulkhead, essentially making it a 52-meter stretch pool with a bulkhead was their first proposal. That would, I don't need to go into the detail here, you heard it, that would make it a special use pool. Adding 4 lanes to the rec pool, making that water deeper, adding essentially a multi-use recreational pool, 10 lanes total, 6 of which would be deep. Asked us to consider flipping the rec pool, extending the footprint out west into the green space, changing the location of the offices and locker rooms, increasing spectator and in-venue team areas, and adding a permanent scoreboard. That was a January request. It's modified since then, after the pros meeting, to what it is today. This is in your packet. I'm going to do my best to try to explain their proposal, and they're going to add to this, I'm sure. Proposal 1 increase the 50-meter pool by 2 meters, making it all deep, right? So 7 feet at the shortest end, stretching that by 2 meters to include the bulkhead. The key difference between this and January is that L shape. So the L shape, as you heard, changes it from a special use pool to a community pool. So it wouldn't need to be fenced and wouldn't need to be a specific purpose. The alternative to number 1 is number 2, which is take out the bulkhead, keep it all deep, again, 7 feet at the shallowest end with an L shape. So that's the difference between 1 and 2. Those were their top 2 priorities. Priority 3 was adding 4 lanes to the rec pool, making them shallow. So there'd be 10 shallow lanes in the rec pool. Number 4, increasing the space around the 50-meter pool. This is primarily for meets, for spectators, and for teams related to their events. Number 5 is an option related to number 3, which is add those, I'm just going to call it 4 lanes. Add 4 lanes to the rec pool, make those deep, and provide that, maybe that's 7 feet for the synchronized swim team, the artistic swim team for their practices and meets and activities. Number 6, identify location for the scoreboard. That's the same as you saw before. Number 7, flip the orientation of the rec pool and push that into the park. So that's their current proposal, and you'll hear about that tonight. We estimate that to be about $4 to $6 million for the project costs. This is just a picture, we should have had this up earlier, of what the North Natomas facility looks like. That's that L shape, Mayor Pro Tem, that you were asking about, which extends into the stairs, allowing this facility to function as a non-special use pool. Doesn't have to be fenced. So it works well for their purposes. We can come back to that if you'd like. I won't go through this in detail. There's a lot of numbers here. I'm going to drop down to the bottom, comparing the short course lane allocation. Today we have 20, I'm going to call them shallow lanes in the 50-meter pool. They're all 3, 7 to 5 feet. 3, 6 to 5 feet, if you will. Those are shallow water. I'm going to say shallow is less than 7 feet. There's 6 deep lanes in the diving well. So we'll call those deep lanes. And then the instructional pool is all shallow. Flipping over to the design that's proposed by the city, I'm going to modify the numbers here. Dennis always reminds me there's a transition lane. So the current proposal combining both pools has 13 deep lanes and 13 shallow lanes. So the 50-meter pool would have 13 and 7, plus the 6 lanes in the recreational pool. The Aquatic Foundation Proposal A, which is the one that keeps the recreational pool all shallow, has 28 lanes total, 10 of which would be shallow, 18 would be deep. And then the last proposal, which has those additional 4 lanes on the rec pool being deep, has 6 shallow lanes and 22 deep lanes. So those are the differences there. We can come back and talk about pool depths and other things later, but I'm just trying to move through this quickly. In sum, I just said this about the number of lanes that are deep, number of lanes that are shallow. We can come back to this later. L shape means it's likely not a special use pool. It would reduce the size of the pool deck because, as you saw in this image, pushing out this L shape goes into the pool deck. So as a result, there would be less pool deck size based on this proposal. And it would, as Dennis said, essentially move all of the deep water, all of the programming that would take place in the shallow water of the 50-meter pool, being that would now be all deep, would move that into the recreational pool. And so there would not be any shallow water programming in the 50-meter pool. So that's learn to swim, that's children and family recreation, that's adaptive needs, that's youth camps, senior water exercise, et cetera. So what are the impacts of that? This would change the focus of at least the 50-meter pool, if not the facility, to be more focused on team competition and training. The facility could host large-scale meets and events, adding to community prestige and pride, potential economic opportunity for businesses, and would be a financial benefit to the host teams. Those are all things that would benefit teams, competition, without a doubt. On the flip side, it would impact the park. It would limit other activities that we could do at the community center. We talked about this at our last meeting. Weddings, family reunions, birthday parties that we might otherwise do at the community center. If we're doing a large swim meet, we probably couldn't do at the community center side, meaning less revenue opportunities for the city. And also, we added this, we heard from a stakeholder, which is the Gardens. They are concerned today about the noise coming from our aquatics programming. Their activities could be affected, weddings and otherwise. Other impacts, Steve talked about this before. It would add time to redesign the facility and therefore cost on the design side. So Engineering estimates this is about $200,000 a month, any delay that we have in the project. We can talk about the project cost increase, $4 to $6 million. Our consultants will be here to explain that if you'd like. And it would increase our operating costs, reducing revenue, and therefore our cost recovery would be going down. And that's a value judgment, right? Does the city, does the community want to have more competitive activities, more meets, more all deep water in the 50-meter pool at the cost that you see here? In sum, this would positively benefit the swim teams, without a doubt. It would limit our shallow water programming in the 50-meter pool, pushing that to the recreational pool. It may, if we want to, if the community wants to, the council wants to, keep the shallow water programming that we propose in the existing design. We'd have to add potentially more shallow lanes to the rec pool, pushing it farther out into the park. There would be some impact on the budget. We don't know what that is yet, but there would be additional cost. So essentially, the Aquatic Foundation proposal, which makes sense from the team perspective, would reduce flexibility and balance that we see in the 50-meter pool as currently designed. So I will stop there. I expect if you have questions about the Aquatic Foundation proposal, that they'll be up here later if you want to ask them questions.
Can you
One, because we're almost time for a break.
And then I got about half of the deep versus shallow grid. Can you go back to that? You said we could talk about it later. So we're at the total short course at the bottom, 26 lanes under the proposal from the consultant, 12 shallow, 14 deep. The
and it's 13
request
deep, sorry.
from the Aquatics Foundation is 28 lanes. In one version, it's 10 shallow, 18 deep. In another version, it's 6 shallow and 22 deep. Did I get it all?
That's right. So by having the L shape, it changes the number of lanes in the 50 from 20 to 18, because that L shape now no longer has the 2 short course lanes at that end of the pool, because it goes to those stairs.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, one, and then we're gone.
Okay. Whoa. We got a lot of public comment from Aquanuts and Aquanut supporters about the ability of the pool to support their fall show and programming. Just for now, can you talk about how it would accommodate the fall show?
The fall show is something that we are working hard to find a way to support. It's important, and we believe that the way, and I'm going to go back, the way that we're showing the artistic swim layout, which is here, we believe that we can support a stage. And is that on the right, Dennis? I can't see with my glasses.
Yes.
This would be the stage here that they presently have. We used to have the mechanical room up here. We moved that south so we could have more room for both the stage and the backstage area. You'd have bleachers here, deep water here for the events, so that you could support the event. It would be different than it is today. You'd have to bring in, as we do today, the lighting and the sound, but we think that's supported here. So yes, we believe that. There may be times, I'm going to flip the question, away from the discussion about the show, which is important. For the synchronized swim team to be able to use the 50-meter pool at the time that we have long course here is a challenge, which we acknowledge. There's certain things that we know that we can't do, but we're working with the teams to try to figure out how we can accommodate that. We've developed a schedule, which we can show you later, to try to lay out in all the different seasons, all the different lanes, how we could make the programs we do today work in the future. So we can show you that. I will just close, and I'll let you come back to Steve. We believe this pool can accommodate almost everything we do today in a very successful way, because what we're doing is making those shallow lanes that are in the 50-meter pool today, which go to 5 feet, much deeper, 13 lanes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, it is break time now. You have 10 minutes, and then we're starting promptly, or we're going to be here past midnight.
Okay, how do Matt and Kevin not have coats on?
They got
Ski jacket on.
neither do I. I have a sleeping bag.
We are reconvening the meeting, and I have a little, sorry, oh, you, are
Yeah,
you
we're going to wrap
finished?
up our presentation.
Okay, I'm
And
sorry.
then
I
we'll open
didn't
up to
cut-
public
mean to
comment.
cut you off.
So this was going to be Steve's part, but hello, it's me. So I do want to clarify, I was informed of one item in the presentation earlier, which is the item WCF request B. I was reminded that this is actually not the Walnut Creek Aquatic Foundation proposal specific to making those 4 lanes deep. This is the Walnut Creek Aquanuts proposal. So I want to clarify that. But from that, I will talk about what, based on the input that we've received, based on analysis that staff has done, what opportunities exist to make further changes to the design that would be within budget. This is in your staff report. There's 3 items. I'm going to start from the bottom. The one that's probably the most straightforward is installing infrastructure that would support the installation of a scoreboard. So that's conduit, which is similar to what we did at Larkey. You can install everything necessary to install a scoreboard permanently up to the point of installing a scoreboard. So you could do that within the budget. If you recall, an earlier request from the Aquatic Foundation was relocating the changing rooms and the offices. We believe we can do that within the budget, such that we're moving, if I can find it, the changing rooms closer to the entrance. Sorry. So I don't have the mouse. Elena, thank you. Thank you. So we believe we can move the changing rooms over to, is it right here? To this side, so that rather than over here, which is where they are today, making it a little bit more convenient and closer to the entry. So that's one thing that we believe we can do, and we can talk about that more in detail if you'd like. And then lastly, we believe that the budget would allow us to add a bulkhead to the design as you see it now. So stretching the pool 2 meters, keeping the pool depths essentially the same, but stretching it 2 meters, adding that 2-meter bulkhead, which would allow us to have more flexibility as we program and do more activities within that 50-meter space. And so those 3 items, we believe that the budget would support if that's something you wish to do. And we can talk about that as we move forward. So is Steve back? Okay, no, it's fine. So Steve will talk about next steps, and then we'll wrap up. And yes.
Question on the last slide.
Sure.
If you stretch from 50 to 52 meters, what depth of water do we have options?
Well, once again, we could play with how much shallow water to how much deep
All
water.
right, so we don't have to automatically make it shallow. We could,
No, not at
Okay,
all.
great.
In fact, we would take the 7-foot water depth that we've been talking
Thank you.
about for competition and make it 8 feet
okay,
by code.
great, thank you.
Go, please.
Sorry, Luella runs a really tight ship here. So the next steps, so like I said at the very beginning, our goal is to get really clear direction from you to move forward with this project. That will keep it on budget and schedule. If you decide that you want some modifications of what we're showing you, it requires staff to go back and look at the design. I'm not sure how long it'll take. It depends on what you ask us to do, and it would have an impact to the budget, scope, and schedule, and possibly to our CEQA document that we're moving on. So any major changes beyond what we have right now will definitely add cost, make the project go longer, and probably impact our CEQA document.
I'm hoping there are no more questions for a while. Thank you. All right. It is now time for public comment. And public comment is limited to 2 minutes a person. We already have somebody lined up. If you are representing a group, you are allowed to have 10 minutes, but anybody else who is in that group may not speak. There are 3 groups that have qualifications, have declared that they have 3 or 2 people, and they get to, I got another card. It's, I think, single. If there is if the three groups are the Aquanauts, the Masters, and the Aqua Bears, I have 2 cards for the Masters, and I have 2 cards for the Aqua Bears. You can discuss in amongst yourselves who's going to be the representative if you decide to go for 10 minutes. Diane, you're first. I was going to do it in a little different order, but we'll go this way.
Good evening, Mayor Haskew, City Council, and City staff. I'm Diane Crowley-Young, and I live in Walnut Creek near the Larky Park Pool. Today, I am representing the Friends of the Ignacio Valley Library, of which I'm the current president. So as I'm speaking on behalf of the group, I'm requesting the group's allowed 10 minutes, but I promise I won't take nearly that long. Just to refresh everyone's memory, here's the text of Measure O. To provide funding to maintain and enhance the City of Walnut Creek services and facilities, including crime prevention, public safety, disaster preparedness, parks, open space, youth, senior, and arts programs, sustainability initiatives, local business support, downtown improvements, replacing aging recreation, aquatics, and community facilities at Heather Farm Park, and other important services and facilities. We all know that, but it's been a little while since the election. So the Friends of the Ignacio Valley Library and the Walnut Creek Library Foundation, of which I'm also a director, knew the passing of Measure O was crucial to the city's ability to continue to support our libraries. To help guarantee its success, we walked, donated, wrangled signs in support of Measure O, and of course, voted. Happily, Measure O passed, receiving over 65% of the vote. I am here tonight to ask you not to forget what our community voted for. I respectfully ask you to continue to focus on the mission you, previous councils, and so many members of our staff and community have worked so long and hard for. Please don't allow a small but very vocal group sway you from Measure O's stated goals. On a personal note, I swam competitively in high school. After team practice, I'd hop on my trusty Schwinn varsity and ride to a local college's pool for a second workout. Boy, I wish I had that energy now. In college, I became a non-competitive long-distance swimmer. I believe in the value of organized swimming, and I love a sparkling pool as much as anything, and I would have killed to have a pool like that all those years ago. Swimming was a joy for me, but it was only a season in my life. As it will be for so many of our current swimmers, please don't allow a small group to distract you from the ongoing needs of our entire community. Thank you.
Tom, I'm going to ask you to come forward, and then from after you, I'm going to call by name by their cards. So thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Haskew and council members. My name is Tom Worthy, and I'm a former PROS commissioner and chair of the Your Parks, Your Future Citizens Advisory Committee. I have been involved in the pool project since the needs assessment in 2010. I watched the February PROS meeting with concern, where the Aquatics Foundation recommended rejecting the current design and replace it with a new design. It is clear that the pool project has failed to follow the guiding principles of the project laid out in a November 15th, 2016 agenda report. They are balanced aquatics programs, including instruction, fitness, recreation, teams, and wellness, long-term commitments from partner or partners, shared capital investment, reduced or eliminated city operating support. If the new design from the Aquatics Foundation is accepted, the city faces unbalanced aquatics programs so slanted towards competitive swimming that the remaining aquatics programs will be marginalized. The shared capital investment MOU would be cheaper for the city to walk away from, since the MOU is based on the current design and not a new design. Operating support that will significantly exceed the $500,000 a year for the first 5 years of operation that HED consultants projected in 2016. The City Council needs to refocus the project on these guiding principles to ensure that the pool project planning is consistent with these 4 principles. This project will be the most expensive project the city has ever done. We owe it to all residents of Walnut Creek to make sure that it is accomplished efficiently, and cost-effectively. These 4 principles will guide the city to those goals. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now, after that, the rules are different. I am going to start with Mike Heaney. You are representing the Aquatic Foundation, and that just means that everybody else who's from the aquatic thing doesn't get a chance to do anything. So I'm going to ask you to actually seriously help me monitor this.
Okay with that? Yes.
You got it?
Got it.
Okay,
Thank you.
Please start.
All right. Well, before I get to the task at hand, I want to first thank Mayor Haskew, Mayor Pro Tem Darling, Councilmember Silva, Councilmember Wilk, and Councilmember Francois. The stand you took against hate tonight was inspiring and honorable. I appreciate you doing that for your community. Now, let's argue about a pool. Obviously, there are differences of opinion in what this pool means and what it means to each person in the room. I took about 1,000 notes while the presentation was going on, and I don't have time to present them all to you, but I think it's important to make a couple of important statements about what happened during the presentation. One of the things I noted as an overall theme was how we're introducing a lot of last-minute changes to design here. And that's not the intent of our organization. We understand this is a very expensive and very intensive process. However, the first time we met and received design information on the swim center, the proposed swim center, was in November of 2023. Immediately following that, we entered into the stakeholder meeting with staff, where we proposed several changes that might help improve the facility. Those changes were noted that the pool was extended to 20 lanes. Keep in mind that the pool wasn't extended, the lanes were shrunk and narrowed to accommodate more lanes. So there's no more water space that was put forward. We felt that actually hurt the design more than helped it. So in December, we received the new design showing the 20 lanes in the 50-meter pool with the narrowed lanes. And in fact, it was on December 23rd that we received that, 2 days before Christmas and a week before New Year's, where not much could happen. We immediately got to work on new concepts and ideas, where in a cooperative effort with the city, we could make some proposals that would be able to serve more of the needs of the current users of the facility as well as future users. So those are some important notes I had. I had a couple other quick notes. In terms of pool depth and competition, USA Swimming, Rule 103.2, Section 2, Championship USA Swimming meets must be competed in 6.7 feet of water across the length of the pool. So that's for a championship level meet. So real quick, you can host some meets, but you can't host large revenue generating meets in a shallow pool. FINA, the rule regarding depth at the end wall, the rule states that a pool must be 1.3 meters at the end wall of the pool. It doesn't say the starting end of the pool, it says the end wall of the pool. The middle of the pool can be 1 meter, but I believe as the rule reads and as I interpret it, 1.3 is required for the turn end as well. So those are a couple of my notes. And onward to my presentation. It's with great respect and appreciation that I thank staff, the project team, and all those who worked to put this project together. Again, many hours have gone into this. Many years have gone into the dedicated work that have brought us this far. We as a community should have a lot of respect for everything that has happened to create the design that exists today. It is such an improvement from the 25-meter potential facility we were looking at several years ago. And we're proud to have been a part of that, making that difference to consider keeping a 50-meter pool in Walnut Creek. The city of Walnut Creek has a unique and vibrant aquatic community that's thrived inside the fences of the Clark Swim Center for more than half a century. When our parents' generation planned and built the Clark Swim Center, it was not just for the 35,000 people who called Walnut Creek their home at that time. It was to build a better future. And those folks did exactly that. When the Clark Swim Center opened, and for its first 20 years or so, it was the place to go for recreational swim. The swim center featured diving boards, water slides, a snack shack, and it quickly became a community hub. It was also a place where grand swimming events were hosted that attracted thousands of swimmers every year until changing safety standards reduced its ability to do so. The competitive users of the team did not decide to stop hosting competitions in Walnut Creek. The rules mandated it. There was some discussion tonight about meets and could the all-city meet and conference meet be held at Heather Farms? And I believe they can, with some adjustments to the usual protocol, of course. But those meets are different than a USA Swimming Championship meet. The events swum are all short distance, 100 yards or less, compared to USA Swimming meets that will range from 50 yards or meters up to 1,500 meters or 1,650 yards. And the difference in that is the amount of time it takes to host a meet and the amount of people you can accommodate in a meet of that type. So the parameters are a little different. So yeah, the people we can accommodate, but you can't run the meet. We hope that we can build something now that our future generations can enjoy, that has the flexibility to evolve and grow with our growing population, and that honors the traditions of our unique aquatic community. With a current population of 70,000, the needs of today must be considered along with an eye to what aquatics in Walnut Creek might look like in 2075. The WCF does represent the three primary anchor tenant teams that use Heather Farm and Clark Swim Center. But it also represents the recreational swim teams and the broader swimming community. And we know this, and it's not just because of the many letters submitted supporting us this week and over the past many years. And it's not only because of the incredible people who came out tonight to represent the community, but also because of the over 11,000 people who signed our 2019 Change.org petition to save our pools. For over 50 years, the three anchor tenant teams that are represented here tonight have served the community as pillars and represented the community favorably. All three anchor tenant teams started as city programs that carry traditions forward for the city as private service providers, and they continue to thrive because of the demand for such teams in Walnut Creek. Our three anchor tenant teams not only represent the 1,000 or so swimmers currently on their teams, but are many thousands of alumni and their families. These three teams stand to be most negatively impacted by the current design plan, while being expected to contribute financially to the project. We've read the staff's future programming analysis and determined that the proposed design would harm our three anchor tenant teams. By limiting accessibility, the teams will be hurt by decreasing availability for training and events, taking away membership, and eliminating fundraising revenue for a combined total of roughly $225,000 a year. Additional facility user groups not mentioned in the program analysis are adult water polo, sea serpent swim team, scuba classes, and water aerobics. All of them are left out of the programming models, which most likely will impact even further access for others. Those teams currently aren't shown as having access to the facility, although they should be. The Walnut Creek Aquatic Foundation proposal is looking to do two major things. One is increase the size of the recreational pool. We understand that if there's more deep water in one pool, there should be more shallow water in the other. We don't want to reduce recreational opportunity. We love the recreational features. We love that it'll bring young people to the swim center. We're very much in favor of it. And by adding 4 more lanes of shallow water to the recreational pool, it ensures that there's enough space for those who are too old for play structures, for adults who prefer shallow water for swimming and fitness, and for expanded swim lesson programming. This addition will serve the entire community. And we're also asking that the 50-meter pool be designed to meet competition standards. That's my time, so I'm going to cut off and see if there are any questions.
Councilmember Francois.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Heaney. You know, we have a good understanding, I think, of the what is. Can you explain a little bit more of the why? Because it's what we've seen in a lot of correspondence is the staff recommended plan doesn't meet the needs of the 3 user groups. I think you've alluded to it as well. Mr. Safin talked about conflicts primarily between the Aquanuts and long course swimmers, which are Aqua Bears and Masters, I guess. So what are the other pinch points that you see, and how would those be rectified by an all-deep pool?
So unfortunately, deep water doesn't give you more programming space than shallow water. So in terms of spatial utilization of the teams and how much water there will be for each of them to use, the deep water doesn't change that at all. What it does change is it will allow for revenue generating events for the teams, for the city, and for the community. But those revenue generating opportunities would help to offset to a degree the loss in revenue from having smaller program opportunities.
Okay. Any other kind of operational issues that are addressed by the deep water that you can elaborate on?
Well, the operational issues that are addressed?
I mean, conflicts with the current design for the 3 teams.
Right. So, honestly, the deep water provides for primarily more competitive opportunities, more revenue generating opportunities. It would allow for more integration of perhaps water polo into the facility. There are diving boards built in that could be used. Keep in mind, though, that any time that new programming is added, that current programming will be further shrunk or eliminated. Okay. So the deep water gives more flexibility of where you would put all the programs who need the deep water, but again, it doesn't create more space per se. The more space that we're asking council for is in the recreational pool, potentially as spillover space as more programs are added into the deeper competitive water.
And then one of the asks in the Aquatics Foundation request is for additional spectator space. You've seen the sites, it has constraints. What are we missing from the city standpoint in terms of where you could add additional spectator positions?
So one of the things that was asked, and I think Dennis did a good job of showing, if you're competing at one end of the pool, the bleachers seating could be on the other ends of the pool, the 3 other ends. And that's true until you've been to a swim meet. When you attend a swim meet, you have the starting edge of the pool where no spectators are allowed behind for privacy purposes. The side edge of the pool, which is dominated by officials, computer operators, and some coaches. The far end of the pool, which is typically dominated by other athletes cheering for their teammates, officials, things of that nature. The other end of the pool would be wide open for visible bleacher seating. So as you have a 5-level riser seat, what you can see from that 5th level is pretty limited. Mm-hmm. So in terms of spectator seating, anything you can elevate higher than that is very beneficial.
Okay. And then finally, can you respond to the bulkhead and what that does or doesn't do for the teams if the pool isn't all deep?
Good question. So the bulkhead by design is there to separate different areas of the pool, and to give you the opportunity to program different lengths of the pool. Now, one of the side notes about the bulkhead that's important to understand is it has to be in 8 feet of water or deeper. You can't have a bulkhead that somebody can't swim under and get out of. So they're not allowed in shallow water. So in a shallow water end of the pool design, the bulkhead is pretty limiting because it can only sit down at the far end of the pool where the deep water is. The one benefit would be to be able to run a 25-meter course, which the diving well currently at Heather Farms is 25 meters, and the Masters team runs an annual 25-meter championship meet out of that space every year, and that benefits them to $20,000 a year in revenue. So it would keep intact that long-standing tradition, and it would perhaps be helpful in separating multi-uses within a facility, but that can also be done with an open or buffer lane.
But you're saying just within the deep end, it could provide that, or the deeper end, it can provide that separation?
Correct.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to keep questions kind of under maybe 1 or 2 max per person, and hold them as long as you can because we've got lots and lots of cards.
I just had a quick question about, it sounds like there is more than one FINA standard, or is it, there's a USAA championship standard and a local standard? I'm lost in standards.
Right. So FINA is an international organization,
And they're
so
in
therefore
meters.
everything is done metrically. When we move to a yard dynamic, that's governed by USA Swimming or the NC2A or CIF section. So there are different rule books you'll be reading for the different types of course. There are also different FINA standards depending upon the level of meet that you're planning to host. FINA, being an international organization, makes many accommodations with pool design and pool space and pool depth issues, primarily for countries that, for lack of a better term, can't afford better facilities or are stuck with aging facilities that can't be renovated. If you're in the middle of Paraguay and you're hosting a swim meet and your pool is only 3.5 feet deep at the turn end, they will allow that as a competitive meet, but they will not allow it as a championship level competition.
Okay, so it's really the level of competition, local versus championship.
Correct.
They look for a higher standard than
Yes.
championship. Okay. All right, thank you.
I do have a question, and correct me if I... Well, it was going to be. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did I hear you say that the length of the pool makes a significant difference to the organizations that are running for example, Aqua Bears and other people? What do they intend to do with the additional funds that they get?
Help to pay off the $3 million MOU.
Okay.
We are private nonprofit organizations that live on a shoestring budget, and the fundraising will be an important component of being able to reimburse you for what we've promised.
Okay.
And with a loss of revenue coming in through programming due to less access, there is no other way for those teams to generate the revenue to do what you're asking.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much for
You bet.
your, I'm assuming you're going to stay around in case new. I would like for Juliet Moore to tell me what organization she is referring to by ACH. I mean WCH. Is Juliet Moore even here?
Yes, she's coming. Walnut Creek Aquanut, WCA.
Okay, so I will put her in the WCA. Oh, I will put her in the WCA set. You need to tell me when you start, how you want it handled. 2 minutes. Oh, hi, how aren't you? I don't need you there right now. Thank you. You're going to have to tell me how you're dividing your time. Do you either get 10 minutes for one speaker or 2 minutes for each individual speaker? Do you understand what I'm asking? Thank you. All right, now we're going to do individuals as far as I know, and I'm going to read some names, and would you please stand up over there in the order I read your names. Brett Kawatami, Nick Aronson, Roger Smith, and Jessica Friels. And if I catch you breaking the 10-minute rule, I'm not going to be happy. Okay, then you have to, oh, thank you for being honest. Would you get together and decide what you're going to do, whether the 10 minutes or the 2 minutes each? Okay, thank you. I'll move you to a different pile. Thank you very much. That's honorable. Yes, sir, go ahead. Give me your name, please.
I'm Nick Aronson. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Community input. I think the program still needs work. I think from what we're hearing here, I've been to the other 2 meetings on this where we had talked about the pool and the main facility. And the main thing I'm hearing, and I'm not part of any swim group. I don't really swim. I don't really care that much about swimming, to be honest. But it sounds like everybody, wants more rec swimming. They want more comp swimming. And I think by having these meetings where we separate out the community facility and the pool, it kind of, makes it obscures the fact that we're spending 60% of all the money, of our money, on the community center. And there's, at the community center meeting, there wasn't a big clamoring for, we need more wedding space and more auction space for schools and all that stuff. But here, there's a whole bunch of people saying, hey, we need more swimming. I was shocked to hear that Clovis is putting in 4 50-meter, Olympic-sized pools. Surface area is not the same as program, so talking about surface area is kind of strange. Stakeholders, we have 2/3 the pool program we had before and 1.5 times the community center. It's kind of like everybody wants more pool, but no one's saying, hey, I need more spaces for weddings and more spaces for, corporate Christmas parties. So it just seems strange in the balance of what we're spending our money on versus what there's demand for. So I just want, the multifamily community members, they want rec swimming. I like rec swimming. It's great. I just think be courageous, do what is demanded, and put enough pool space in there. I don't think we really need more wedding spaces. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Roger Smith, and I'm a Walnut Creek resident. I've also been a competitive swimmer since I was 8 years old. I'm a master swimmer, and I'm a master water polo player, and competing in international water polo tournaments with the masters groups. I have 3 generations of swimmers in my family here in Walnut Creek now, myself, my daughter, my grandson, and my granddaughter. As you know, and you've heard tonight, Walnut Creek is a huge aquatic community. I've been kind of surprised by that because I came from another part of California a few years ago. Besides the Aqua Bears, the Walnut Creek Masters, the Aquanuts, there's the 680 Driver Water Polo Club, which is a youth water polo club primarily here in town. And I know from their perspective, they are doing everything they can to find water space. They have to borrow, beg, and steal from, fortunately, some of the local high schools, but some of them don't support that. And then you have all the recreation swim teams in the community. We talk about the competitive stuff at Heather Farms, and you talk about multi-generational, multi-housing. Most of those apartments will have some type of pool, and they can do things there. But you also have all these communities that have the rec swim clubs that people can join, and they also have their own swim teams. As we've heard tonight, several years ago, not particularly this body, but the council prior to this, or councils prior to this, commissioned several studies, and those studies told you that it wasn't adequate what you had then, and it's the same thing you have now. So obviously, whatever you design now, if it's the same or less, it's not going to be adequate for the population as it grows. I hate to do Google things, but if you do a search and you say, what are the best competitive pools in Contra Costa County? It's not us. Thank you.
Jessica?
Good evening. I'm Jessica Friels. I live on the other side of Walnut Creek at the Rudgare Estates area. First of all, y'all need a martini bar because these meetings go a lot faster. Anyway, my father built a lot of the apartment complexes on Oak Road and Treat Boulevard, and so I started in one of those at Oak Road Station. I am one of those silent majorities that Steve was talking about earlier. The swimming programs in this community saved my son. I was a single mom, and I needed a place for him to go and learn how to be a teammate, learn how to be an adult. He is a proud Aqua Bear, he is a proud Los Lomas Knight, and he is a proud Red Gear Rat. And 2 of his coaches are sitting in this room right now, and those people had a profound effect on him. I beg of you to look at an alternative and stop trying to shove this through, because at the end of the day, it's going to serve the community better. And we don't need a giant community center. It will never pay off the way that pool will, because building students and young people in this community is what it's about. I guarantee you there is more than 5 people in this room who are raising their children in the town they grew up in. I grew up less than 10 minutes away from here. So did a lot of the people in this room. We want to stay here. This is a great place to be. Please, I beg of you, take the time to talk and look at this again, because it's not the right thing. And I did not put a lawn sign for Measure O on my lawn for that building. Thank you.
Emmeline Moore, Christine Lee, Stephen Moore, and Kimberly Talvolda. Correct me when you get here, please.
Hello, I'm Emma Moore, and I'm a resident of Walnut Creek. And for the past 10 years, I have spent countless of hours swimming and training at Heather Farms with the Walnut Creek Aquanets.
Emma, can you pull the mic down just a little bit more? There you go. No problem. Thank you. We want to hear what you're saying.
Tomorrow, actually, my team and I will be going to our qualifying meet for U.S. Nationals and have been working towards bringing home our 19th national title. We would not be able to do this without a dive well in Heather Farms. I support the Walnut Creek Aquatic Foundation's proposal design, which will meet the needs of the Walnut Creek Aquanuts, Aqua Bears, and other swim teams currently using the Aquatic Center at Heather Farms. The city's current proposed design does not meet the current needs of the swim teams, as you have seen, and the Aquanuts need our own pool, one that is not shared with the swim teams. Yes, as you saw in the examples, how would we swim when the swim teams are doing their long course, as our practice times overlap? So please support the WCAF proposal to not just continue the success that our clubs bring home, but to continue changing the athletes' lives. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephen Moore. I'm a homeowner and resident of Walnut Creek, also a business owner. And I've really involved in the Aquanuts in the helping and volunteering, but I also am part of the USA Artistic Swimming Foundation that helps raise money for the Olympic team to get them there. So I know much about the sport and everything there. Over 50 years ago, Walnut Creek did a bold move in building that aquatic center. They didn't have any balance in their thought process to go to that. They just built really exceptional pools, an exceptional facility, which drew in exceptional teams. Walnut Creek has some of the best teams in the country at world class. When we did Measure O, we were told that we're going to get at least what we have now, and this is far from it. The splash pad, whatever you want to call the lazy river, the canal, whatever new name they come up with it, was never before here. The facility over at Larkey is open 3 months a year for 2 to 3 hours a day. So if they're saying it's overwhelmed with people, they should be opening up longer hours. Doesn't seem to be that way. So to continue the program that we have here seems to be to adding in all these extra bonus recreational facilities, which we don't really need because most apartment buildings and condos in this area have their own pool structures in there. It's not like we lacked it. We used them during COVID to actually swim. So all the things that go there don't add up. And also the counting of swimmers, when they count swimmers for laps versus the Aquanet swimmers that are there every day, they should be counted the same. Every day that they're counted as a swimmer. That would raise the numbers up for usage at the pool. And the amount of money that the meets bring in more than offsets any of the costs and the difference between rec pool versus sports pool. Because during the fall show, families come in, they spend money in the city, helps the businesses here, you get the taxes for them. It's a huge amount of money. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
No, that was his mistake. I'm not. I'm here as a private citizen. Hi, I'm Christine Lee. I'm a physician and a longtime business owner and resident in Walnut Creek for over 25 years. And I have several concerns about this project. One of my major concerns is also about the parking, because right now, there's already not enough parking at Heather Farms. And I know the city is growing, but at least there's enough parking for the handicapped where you drop off so they can actually have easy access into the pool area. And the kids actually, because they swim really late at night, they are able to get their drop-offs there. But what I'm very concerned about this new center is that there's not enough handicap parking at the front to drop off and for people to park who are handicapped. And also, the parking is so remote. They have tons of little kids who are going to be coming out of practice late at night, who are going to be having to cross the street far away, and I think that's a real safety hazard. One of my other major concerns is, it is really important that people know that with the Aquanuts, they do lots of acrobatics. They throw people high up in the air and far out, and there definitely cannot be two teams in the pool at the same time. They definitely need to have two deep pools, because they have to be able to practice without worrying that, they're throwing these kids up in the air, and if you had another swimmer or other team there, there would be a catastrophe if you had someone fall on top of an unsuspecting swimmer, and you can't see that. And so that is a major concern, and why they really need to have two deep pools. And I think that the proposal to have more deep in the rec pool would definitely help with that. Also, there's not enough deck space, because right now at Heather Farms, they have lots and lots of grass where people can spread out, because there's just not enough room on the deck. So you need to have a lot more space for them to have their performances, the fall show, and the competitions. Thank you very much.
I pushed that button. Stephen? Oh, you're not Stephen.
I'm sorry?
Are you Kimberly?
Yes, I am.
Oh, all right. Well, that's okay. All right.
Okay, hello. My name is Kimberly Talvola. I'm a resident of Walnut Creek. I own 2 properties here, a condo and a house, and my daughter swims for the Walnut Creek Aquanuts. And I am here because I want to voice my support for the WCAF proposal. I want to make sure that all the competitive swim teams, especially the Aquanuts, gets the space that they need for their program. For my daughter and for her teammates and her coaches, the swim team is their life. She spends hours of her life after school every day going to practice. It keeps her out of trouble. It gives her a focus. She's already talking about college applications and looking for scholarships. And so I don't want that value to the swimmers and to the people that devote their lives to this sport to be underestimated with or compared to recreational swimmers that might use a facility a couple days in the summer for a few hours. For the competitive swimmers and the Aquanuts, this is their life, and this is extremely meaningful to them. And the numbers, too, might not reflect the true use of the facilities for competitive swimming. My daughter's the only one in my family that swims at the pool, but I go to all her events. Our family goes to all their events. Our relatives, our friends, they go to the swim show, they go to the meets, I take her to practice. And we all see her grow, we all see her thrive at the sport. So it affects all of us, even if we're not like a number. Not to mention just the cost, looking at the revenue numbers and the cost of operating, the cost of building it. I think a lot of value of the competitive swim team is with the prestige that it brings to the city. I didn't grow up in this area. I had first heard of Walnut Creek when I was in college, and I heard about the Walnut Creek synchronized swimming team. I didn't know it was called Aquanet. I just knew it was called Walnut Creek. And so I ended up getting a job in the Bay Area, and the first city that came to mind to move to was Walnut Creek because I had heard about it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Stephen Moore, Nathan Weeby, Audrey G., and Tom Banis. Steve, oh, he did. Okay, sorry, I apologize. So I'll call another name, and that would be Richard Galton. Go.
I'm not Richard, I'm Nathan.
Say what? You're Nathan?
Yeah, I'm Nathan. Can I go?
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, I'm Nathan Weeby. I'm a Walnut Creek resident, and I'm also Chief Information Security Officer of Contra Costa County. I'm not here in my official role as a government official. I'm here in my private capacity. I want to talk about the reason that I am here today, though. I'm here because of swimming. See, I have cystic fibrosis. I'm considered by the state of California to be genetically handicapped. I apologize. The reason I'm here is because of swimming. And I'm not here for me necessarily, I'm here for all these teams. I have the privilege of, being older, I have decent income, but a lot of kids here who are on these teams are here to help protect their health and to help survive. There are many mental health crises taking place now due to lack of connectivity between individuals, and these teams are a lifeline for folks. So I ask, please, don't cut down the amount of availability for these teams because they're lifelines for folks. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, council members. Thank you very much, as well as to all the city staff. My name is Audrey G. I am a longtime city resident, lived here for over 50 years, a business owner, current chair of the chamber, as well as past president of the Contra Costa Bar Association. I am here in my personal capacity. I'm speaking to you that way. I have three things that I'd like you to think about. One is of course, deep water that we're looking for 50 meters and 7 feet deep. Two, if you're not quite sure about that, if we can look further in terms of the $4 to $6 million projected cost and get further detail and ask staff for more of those details so we understand. Because honestly, if we're building it 3 feet deeper, I'm questioning how you get to the $4 to $6 million. And then also the possible revenue recapture that the potential water polo practice and USA water polo tournaments, such as Junior Olympics, can bring. The other alternative that Councilmember Darling had talked about, and then also Mr. Dennis had talked about today, was if you take the pool that's attached to the splash zone, and then you attach it to the big pool, then all of a sudden that becomes 65 meters, right? And then that accomplishes both shallow water as well as deep water, enough and sufficient for the competitive teams. So that's a possible alternative that other people haven't talked about, but as Mr. Dennis has pointed out, that would solve everyone's problems. So I'd like you to think about that. The other thing is really in terms of the economic benefit that would actually accrue to the city. I put together the economic indicator impact analysis that was from Destinations International for you to take a look at. There's about 5 to 10 from just one event, $1 million, and then it doubles for that from there on if you actually include all of the other different meets that we're talking about and tournaments. So there's a huge economic impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Is Tom gone? Okay, Tom's gone, so he doesn't get to talk. Richard Galton, Barry B. Thank you. Carlos de Rubera, and Susan oh, they're related. So Susan and Carlos. Okay, Richard, show up. Is there a Richard? Going, gone. Barry.
Good evening. My name's Barry Bear. I'm a Jew, and I'm very comfortable here this evening. I do live in Moraga, and I feel comfortable there as well. I am a master swimmer, and I'm over at Heather 3 to 4 times a week. I thoroughly enjoy it. One of the things that's missing in this proposal, and you folks are responsible for the cost and income, is a very important number before you can make any decision, I feel. That's the revenue a major swim meet brings to Walnut Creek. If you have a major event of Aquanuts, Aqua Bears, and Masters, 3 a year, you probably have closer to 4 or 5, every hotel in this town would be full from Friday through possibly Sunday night. And I'm sure you receive some hotel revenue from taxes for visiting Walnut Creek. I would really garner that number before you make a decision as to what type of facility you want. The town manager talked about values earlier, and I want to talk about youth values and the importance to the community here. Very simply, these programs cater to all use, male, female, low income, high income, live in apartments, live in a home. I come down there early, about an hour early on Saturday workouts, for one reason, to watch these coaches work with the youth. It's amazing. They're coaching them, they're learning how to be on a team, they're learning how to take on responsibilities, and then they turn into college students, in many cases under swimming scholarships. They come back during the holidays to swim with us. It caters to the entire community. And we as adults have a great responsibility to the development of our youth. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Okay. I'm all confused now. I'm going to call the Aquanuts. Oh, Carlos, Carlos? Oh, Carlos, you're waiting. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Good evening. Carlos de Rivera. I'm just a resident of Walnut Creek.
Oh, not just a resident.
Just a resident of Walnut Creek. I voted for Metro O. I shop downtown, so I pay for the taxes that Metro O passed, and I swim. I'm not a competitive swimmer. I just swim recreationally, and my concern was always access. Making sure that the new plans will have the same access or better access, because right now the pool is well used, and finding space is difficult sometimes. So that's my concern. The other polarity I think we need to consider is that not only is any major redesign costs money and time, but also it extends the life that we need to support the old pool. And that means more breakdowns in the next 2 years before the new pool is available. So we should be considering those polarities. What I think one solution, I think has been brought up before, is it is a logistical issue, right? How can we make all these different stakeholders whole? How can we rearrange schedules? How can we make the right size pool or portion of the pool available for the right organization? But again, without extending the timeline to get the new pool is my only concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan?
Hi, I'm Susan De Rivera, and I live in Walnut Creek. And I'm not affiliated with a team, but I do year-round swim. And I did vote for Measure O specifically because of the pool. And I think it's great everybody's here supporting the whole pool situation and updating it. One thing, I hope that we have enough shallow water, because not everybody is comfortable swimming in deep water. And also, as a registered nurse, We often ask our patients or tell our patients it's a great activity, you know, for people with joint issues and rehabilitation issues to go to the pool, and it's just a great place to be, and it's affordable for most people. So I just hope you keep that in mind. There's a lot of seniors I see out there too. They do a lot of water running in the shallower ends, and so anyway, just something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, did the Aqua Nuts come up with their decision about 10 minutes, or are they doing 2 apiece?
I was prepared to keep it to under 2. However, what I can do is just ask maybe, so that my president can speak as well, but maybe just the people that are here from the Aquanuts could just wave and then not everybody needs to speak. Maybe some of them will be willing to pass on their public comment, and if that would be helpful. But I was only prepared to speak for 2.
I honestly didn't catch all the people who are waving, so I'm going to trust your team is honorable as everybody, as the standard is now.
Yeah, I'm just going to speak for 2 minutes.
Oh, well,
and
then
hopefully they will.
They can come and use their 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Kim Probst, and I'm the head coach of the Walnut Creek Aquanuts, and I've been a member of the Aquanuts and the Masters for the last 25 years. And I just did a really quick, we have about 100 year-round swimmers, about 150 annually, 30 Olympic alumni. But anyways, of our 100 swimmers, I try to do a quick rough estimate, and I try to be conservative, but I think just the Aquanuts alone, we're the smallest team. I think that's about 30,000 swims a year. So we're half of the 65, just the smallest team. So that's how big the swim teams are here. However, we do totally understand the need for the balance because that's where our recruiting comes from. So we're all on board with wanting a balanced facility, and that's why we're here, because what we believe the Walnut Creek Aquatic Foundation has brought forth does represent balance. The piece of that puzzle that I was going to speak uniquely to was the rotating of that pool just to give us some extra deck space. I think when we say things like the Aqua Bears can host their meets, there are physically enough lanes, or, so specifically what I'm talking about, we could host our show. You could fit the stage right here. We could maybe fit 500 people in the facility, but not watching the actual show. So, and it's our livelihood. It's our biggest recruiting, and so for recruitment and retention, and for the livelihood of our club. And I'm not speaking. I'm here representing the Aquanuts. So of course, the show is our baby, but also for the other events, I'm sure they would want spectators too. So, that's it.
Can I, Ms. Probst, can I ask you a few questions?
Yes. There, come back.
Yeah. You mentioned a number of Olympians, is that right?
Over 30.
Of which you are one?
Yes.
Yeah. Which games did you compete in?
The Beijing 2008 Olympics.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can you speak specifically about kind of your concerns with the pool and how it affects the Aquanuts?
Yeah. So I think we totally understand that things are going to change, and we need to be very flexible. And we're trying to be team players, and we're trying to be flexible. Although it's hard not to be passionate, it's hard not to be sad, knowing that we're the best teams in the whole country. And what we do for a living is we go around to other pools, we see what they have. It's hard not to be jealous, and that's just the reality. And we're not hoping for anything even close to that. But what we're hoping for is to be able to swim year round like we can now. So the biggest concerns I can say are, I'm sure we could find a way to make it work when, for example, it's long course season. However, we can't really do our sport. Can the kids exercise? Can they get wet? Yes, but can we do our sport competitively? No. Will we maybe have to live with that? Yes, but is it fair to, these athletes who are trying to become national champions? Maybe not. I'm having a really hard time picturing where any spectators will go. I see on the thing where the stage is, but I just see a skinny sliver, and we're creative. We'll find a way. I just don't know if it will be anything as big and as grand as what we're used to. And then again, that's just that's how we bring kids in, and that's how we keep the club running, and it's also our biggest form of retention. So I just don't see where more than a handful of people can sit on the side with the current
I
proposal.
don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah.
Is the concern more with the show than the actual day-to-day practices?
Actually, my bigger concern, honestly, is day to day, because that's what we do. That's our life. However, a pretty close second is our show, because that's how we bring kids in. So I just don't see spectator
I mean,
availability here.
it's more deep water, but it's shared. Is that part of the concern? That now essentially the diving well is for the Aquanuts when it's not used for rec swim, and you have access to Larky too. So is it sharing the deep water that is of concern, and if you can elaborate on why?
No, we're fine with sharing the space. It's just that when you put us into the 50-meter pool, well, right now the Aquabirds take the whole entire 50-meter pool. So now we're about to take up the whole deep end. So where does the rest of their team go? So at some point, one of us has to shrink, and usually that's us. But maybe it'll be them. But I don't want it to be them either. But we don't all fit.
I understand. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Was there another question for the council? Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I've lost track. Are we? Oh, yeah, come on. You were so honest. You get 2 minutes no matter what.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Haskew, Walnut Creek City Council members, city staff. First of all, I just want to say, as a Walnut Creek resident, my name is Brett Kawakami. I'm the president of the Walnut Creek Aquanuts. I do stand in support of you and the council, and I think in the end, we're all working towards making the best community we can. So just want to say that. I think I want to take a little bit different attack in my time here. So I think others have expressed what we need, and if you can just take my word for it, that we did work together. We tried to come up with a compromise that worked for us, but also addressing the needs of the city and the community. And so what I really want to focus on is why others have focused on what we need. I want to focus on why we need this, and I think we have the right vision, for this aquatic center. It's really to serve the community, to inspire, youth to learn swimming and to love swimming. And so, what I want to say is that what the Walnut Creek Aquanuts, it's we are able to provide that sort of beyond. You first learn how to swim, but then it's a bigger, what can you do with that when you achieve that? And I think that's one thing that is aspirational. The fact that we, any youth swimmer can, look up and join a WCA and aspire to be, an Olympian someday. I mean, that's realistic. That's not an exaggeration. And the way our program is designed, we can provide the opportunity at, very within reach for all the community. So thank you for that time. I just want to provide that. I think that's what we, hopefully provide in the other swim groups as well, is that aspirational.
Okay, stop.
So,
Thank you.
So thank you very much, and I hope we can all be synchronized in our efforts to with the fun. Thank you.
All right, Marlo and Chloe, who also get 2 minutes each.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Marla Goldhoff. I'm 16 and I'm a swimmer at Heather Farms for the Walnut Creek Aquanuts. I've swam for the Aquanuts for 5 years now. Just recently, I've switched to homeschooling so that I can train even more. Because, like stated before, artistic swimming is my life. To me, Heather Farms is my second home. I go to the pool more than I see my friends and family. When I do see my friends and family, I ask them to come watch me at Heather Farms. I've had so many friends and family come to WCA events at Heather Farms, including the Fall Show, Celebration of Champions, Valentine's Showcase, Week in the Creek Summer Camp, competitions, exhibitions, and more. A far dream of mine is to go to the 2028 Olympics. Who knows what will happen in the future, but Heather Farms has previously supported many Aquanuts in becoming Olympians and Olympic champions. Walnut Creek is known across the nation for being the home of champions. When I go to competitions and others see my skill, they ask me where I'm from. With a proud smile, I always say, Walnut Creek. When people hear that, they gasp in awe that I am from the prestigious club of the Aquanuts. Heather Farms is known nationwide. When other swimmers from across the country come to Heather Farms, they often say that it has been their dream to come and train at the home of the Walnut Creek Aquanuts. I get to live that dream every day, and I couldn't imagine striving for my goals and dreams anywhere else than at my home, Heather Farms. I support the Walnut Creek Aquatic Foundation's proposed design, which will meet the needs of the Walnut Creek Aquanuts, Aqua Bears, and other swim teams currently using the aquatic center at Heather Farms. The city's current proposed design does not meet the current needs of these swim teams or the Walnut Creek community. Please support the WCAF proposal. We really need a new aquatic center at Heather Farms that will continue to support all our youth, athletes, community, and our big, big dreams. Thank you.
I just want to say for these young ladies, they all have to leave early in the morning for a huge meet, but this meant so much to them that they came late.
Mentally, I'll ask my council members to just take what was heard and multiply it by 2. Does that work? Okay, thank you. Don Hanna and Veronica Cheruppi?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Don Hanna. I am a former diving coach at Heather Farms when there was a diving team there. And I want to stress that while I'm here in Walnut Creek, having grown up here, after spending 26 years overseas with a wife who was an Olympic swimmer, qualified for Olympics, I should say, did not qualified for the Olympic trials, and with children who swam through colleges, and for whom swimming was an incredible part of framing their life. But not just in Walnut Creek, but rather around the world, which gives a comparison to understand how extraordinary the environment is here relative to what you can find in almost anywhere else in the world. And I've lived in 6 different countries and swam and been involved in swimming programs in all of those. And part of that involves the kind of broad base that we have in the cabana clubs, but it also involves creating that competitive level that leads to excellence. And it's something that, as others have said, creates a reputation for Walnut Creek that is extraordinary. That is one of the main attributes that separates this place from anywhere else in the world. And it would be, I think, incumbent on us as a public good, as well as an economic benefit, as a macroeconomist, economics is close to my heart, that we create the environment that continues to make that element not just the pinnacle of Mount Diablo, but the pinnacle for Walnut Creek that aquatics has provided in the last 50 years. So please support doing that. Thank you.
Next.
Good evening.
You're going to need to move the mic down.
Yep. My name is Veronica Cerruti, and I am a proud parent of an artistic swimmer with the WCA Aquanuts. My family has spent the majority of our time and money in Walnut Creek for the past 8 years because my daughter is here 6 to 7 days a week, training 3 to 4 hours a day. Heather Farms Pool is her second home. We support the foundation's proposal for the new aquatic center. In order for the WCA to continue its incredible and world-renowned training programs, fundraisers, community performances, and annual fall show, we need more space, deep water, and lots of it. For example, as you've heard earlier, when the long course season runs, WCA would be unable to practice in the larger pool. And while the numbers presented are important, they don't tell the entire story. Walnut Creek Aquanuts bring positive attention and publicity to the city of Walnut Creek itself when they travel locally, regionally, nationally, and even internationally for competitions. Walnut Creek is in our name. When our swimmers arrive at a pool, others take notice. They know they are about to see the best of the best. Swimmers travel from all over the world and sometimes even relocate here to train with our Olympic coaches. Thousands of people attend our performances each year and spend money locally while doing so. Our swimmers with Olympic dreams need additional pool space, more pool time, and deep water to train. Please support the Foundation's proposal, which would give the WCA the best option to continue and grow its award-winning programs for the foreseeable future. Those programs bring people, money, and favorable attention to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The Aqua Bear team, did they decide whether they're taking 10 minutes for one or 2 minutes per person? And your result is 10 minutes for one?
Well, who else is here for Walnut Creek Aqua Bears? Anyone want to speak?
I have
Okay,
a
I'll-
Rocco.
Okay, I will take as much time as I guess it takes me to get through it. I don't have 10 minutes, I don't think. I'm the president of Walnut Creek Aqua Bears. I am a business owner. My family owns a business in Walnut Creek and Rossmore. I also run Woodlands swim team, so I'm very familiar with rec swimming. I grew up on Scottsdale swim team, as well as Walnut Creek Aqua Bears. I was a coach for Walnut Creek Aqua Bears, so I am very familiar. I also swam in college. We've been in existence, our team, for over 40 years, and actually 50, 60 before Walnut Creek Aqua Bears. And have been a staple, and I feel more than a staple of the city of Walnut Creek, but also part of the culture of Walnut Creek. Whenever I go anywhere, everyone always says, hi, Heidi, and friends are like, how do people know you? You can say that we have 200 swimmers, but in reality, we have thousands of swimmers. We have thousands of swimmers that are now my age, that are older than me, that are little kids, that are 5 years old, that go from non-competitive all the way up to the Olympic level swimmer. One thing that I want to talk about is the proposed design will force us to cut 40 swimmers from a program that currently has a wait list. Mayor Silva, I listened in 2014 to you talking about this day, that you were hoping that we could someday have a pool and how it was needed in your address to the city. And you talked about the importance of programming to you, and I'm so grateful for that. I really, that's why we moved out into Brentwood and we came back to Walnut Creek, because the programming in Walnut Creek is exceptional. And kids have always come first and programming has always come first. So I really appreciate that and that perspective. This design would ask us to cut 40 swimmers from a program and ask them to travel to neighboring cities such as Orinda, San Ramon, Danville, Concord, and other teams who have facilities that can currently accommodate them. That would also be a huge financial loss for us of $144,000 a year. And so how do we afford, one of my things as a president is being fiscally responsible and not just thinking about how can I afford to run and pay salaries for coaches this year, but also in 10 and 15 years. There's a huge shortage of coaches in our area. If you talk amongst rec coaches, we can't find coaches. And I think a lot of it is that the cost of living has become so unaffordable for coaches that we can't afford to live here anymore. Whereas before, when Mike maybe started, he could buy a home for $200,000 or $300,000. Now we're asked to buy a home for $1 million. How can a coach afford that? So I foresee salaries increasing, and one way that teams are able to afford those salaries is by hosting meets. At Woodlands Cabana Club, where I am, we generate a large part of our income with the revenue we make on what their dues are, but also the ability to host a meet. We've talked a lot about FINA and Dennis has talked a lot about hosting meets and the ability to host meets. What we haven't talked about is how we're able to host meets, and I want to talk about that a little bit. Pacific Swimming puts out a list of meets. USA Swimming puts out a list of meets. As a representative of our team, we then put in a bid, and in that bid, we say, we can do 2 6-lane pools, or 2, what is it that we're able to do with the new proposed? 2 6-lane courses. So I'd put that in the bid. I'd say we could do 2 6-lane courses to host this meet. I wouldn't even write the bid because it would be a waste of my time because they wouldn't even look at that. We can't host a meet. We wouldn't be able to get through the number of swimmers. So we've talked about so much of FINA and World Aquatics. It's pointless in our area because for Pacific Swimming, which is just regional, it has to be a minimum of 2 10-lane courses to even win a bid. And so I wouldn't even be able to host like a small regional meet. Our team wouldn't be able to host a small regional meet, which leaves us exactly where we are now. We can run the city meet, we can run conference, both of which I'm a coach at, as well as a parent of 6 kids at. We don't have kids there that are outside of Walnut Creek. I have a couple kids from Concord, a couple kids from Lafayette. We go to the meet, we eat at the snack shack, and then we go back to our houses. And we're sleeping there. We're not going to hotels. We're not going out shopping that night. Maybe I'm getting a pizza at Rocco's so that I can go home because I'm tired. We've all been in the sun all day. So that's generating zero money for the city of Walnut Creek. What a shame for Measure O that's expecting. I think they were under the assumption that that would generate income for their city. All those people that were so concerned about the city, and I am too. That's where my conference is. That's where my city meet is for my team. That's not generating any money. So it doesn't make any sense when we're talking about this. You have to win a bid for a meet, and you cannot win any bid for a meet under that. Anything else? Yeah, I guess those are my 2 greatest concerns. I just want to talk about one experience I had. We went to Chicago this past year at a pool that was an indoor facility. I went with just my son, who was an elite level swimmer. At that meet, there was probably 1,500 swimmers. I was there for 5 days. I had a hotel. My son had a hotel. Mike had a hotel room. Other swimmers, the hotels, we couldn't even find one in the city. We had to go 25 minutes out of the city to find a hotel room because parents were there. We were all there. We were done at noon, except for one day when my son made finals, and we went into the city every night. We ate dinner. I went shopping. It was before Christmas time. I went to these cute little boutiques. We went to these cute little restaurants. That is what the city of Walnut Creek is. People would come here, and I went home. It was Chicago, and I said, Danny, to my husband, we have to go back to Chicago. Everyone has told me how great it is, but we have to go back. It is the cutest city. I know for certain that that's what the city of Walnut Creek would be with water polo, would be with synchro, would be with competitions. This isn't just any old city. This is an amazing city that people would come back to, that people is desirable to go to. A deep pool, Dennis said, is primarily just for competition, but I disagree with that. I think it's for programming, and I think that that's why we're all here. I think we're fighting for programming. Someone is going to get pinched out. We are already pinched out. We're already at capacity. This would cut our programming. This would cut Aquanut's programming. We also talked about, let's talk about the lesson program a little bit. I had evaluations for my little rec team. I had 53 kids show up on Friday. I spent the last 2 days calling parents, telling them that I had no room for them. And on that form that I had, it asked where they did previous lessons, and the city of Walnut Creek was a huge feeder of who's coming to me for lessons, of who's going to Rasmussen for lessons, who are both at capacity, of who's going to American Swimming Academy. Doing lessons in a 50-meter pool doesn't work because it's too cold. Kids are not learning, in my opinion, and Karen is running a great lesson program. I'm helping with the sea serpents on Sunday. I had kids get out at 15, 20 minutes because they were sitting on the wall shivering, kids with disabilities that were sitting on the wall and shivering. If you want to run a successful lesson program, you put it in a smaller pool. That's a little bit warmer. It's almost a disservice for families that thinking, and they are, it's a little bit more affordable, but eventually they go elsewhere because they want their kids for the safety and the benefit of their kids to learn how to swim. So that is also a huge concern for me. Where do I send these kids? I don't know right now. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm not going to send them to a 50-meter pool to do lessons. So I would love to see a bulkhead so that it can accommodate everyone. I would love to see a smaller lesson program that can be kept a little warmer. If you put in someone who really knew programming and really knew how to run a lesson program, I can guarantee that that lesson program can make millions. That's how pools generate money. I'm making, small little swim schools are making about what the city is making in lesson programs right now, and that's just seasonal. Another thing that Dennis mentioned is these pool facilities, and the surface water doesn't retain water. You said that's the greatest way that we lose heat. That's a huge concern for me, that here we have this small pool with this surface area water. How are we going to keep that warm? How is that going to work? That's going to be shut down during the winter. I've been to so many pools. I've never seen those be able to stay open in the winter. So that's also another huge concern if we consider that as our spillover. I don't know how we're going to spill over into that during the winter. So that's the conclusion of everything, my concerns.
One question from Councilmember Silva.
I think I misheard you.
Okay.
You said there would be a loss of 40 swimmers?
Yes.
Which is roughly 25% of your organization.
About 20 to 25%.
And you said that would be a revenue loss of $144,000 per year?
For our team. Yeah,
For the
just
40.
in dues. Just in dues. Yeah. So if you figure that's probably about $3,000 a kid.
So about $3,000 to $3,600 a swimmer?
Yeah, about.
Okay.
Yeah, our dues are different depending on ages, but that's what it about comes down to.
And thank you.
So
Councilmember Francois.
just elaborating on that, then can you explain what it is about the design that causes your team to lose the 40 players?
Sure, yeah. So we've actually been giving programming by the city of Walnut Creek, and it shows that we have less pool space. We have narrower pools that we've been given. So, when we came back and we were concerned about pool space, what they did was they took the same exact pool and they just made those lanes a little bit narrower. Anyone who is a competitive swimmer or who is a coach knows that you can't safely put as many kids in a narrower lane. It just doesn't work. Even my older kids doing butterfly, they can't do laps going in opposite directions because they're going to hit against each other. And so narrower pools for us, it makes it seem like it's the same, but it really isn't. Right now, we're also at capacity on Saturdays, as well as during our peak hours. We have a wait list, right? So we are at capacity. How are you going to fit Aquanuts into that at the same time that you're going to fit us in?
Okay, so it's the narrower lanes, and then I thought I saw a conceptual schedule that there was a potential that Aqua Bears would lose a couple of lanes during the summer, I think it was. But I know it's a conceptual schedule.
I believe we lose every day because Aquanuts will then be coming into our pool. That work. It's not our pool, everyone's pool, but if you envision that we are running our program from 4 to 7 every day using all those lanes of that 50-meter pool. Every once in a while, I believe Karen runs, you have 1 or 2 lanes for the lessons. We're at capacity in that pool. And then that's when Aquanuts, you can't, Governor Newsom has said that we need to start school later for the health of kids.
The mayor's going to tell us to keep moving on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But in
Yeah.
just one final question on the meets.
Yeah.
I'm aware that the Aquanuts have their show. The Masters have a yearly meet, it seems like. Do the Aqua Bears currently have any meets?
We used to host, before the pool was deemed unsafe, we used to host Far Westerns, which now Cowell hosts. That generates about $60,000 in revenue. That also brings in about 1,500 people into their city. We would love to host meets. We have probably the strongest manpower to host meets. We would be able to host meets if we had the facility to host meets, but because of the depth of it, we unfortunately lost that and lost huge revenue when they changed those rules.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No, we didn't ask she answered the questions. Thank you. Ryan, Canare and Robert Arroyo, Steve Starr, and Stephanie Scott. I'm cheating the masters. I can't hear what you're saying.
Okay. I put in as a representative for Pacific Swimming in the speakers thing.
I know what he's wanting. Okay. All right. Who are you?
Leo Lin. I'll wait for these speakers, but I do want an opportunity to represent.
I got your want. Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you.
Ryan Kinane. I live in Pleasant Hill. I work at USA Water Polo, but that's not what I'm here for today. I'm here. It was good to follow up. She talked about the pool in Chicago. That pool is incredible. Just to give you the economics of that, when we bring an event to that city, to that pool, they pay the pool rent for us. They pay the pool rent in other facilities because it is so lucrative for us to bring all of our programming to their city to fill up their hotels, fill up their restaurants, and fill up their pools. The one thing you probably heard all evening is dig deep water. 7-foot pool, 50 meters. If you want to stretch that out, go ahead. But if you dig a 7-foot deep pool and you have a 50-meter pool, we can come in and rent. I know nobody wants us in that pool with all the swimming and everything else that's in there. But the one thing we can do is we can rent that thing at any time. We can run multiple water polo meets. We run Junior Olympics, which is just about 13,000 athletes. The gentleman behind me is going to talk about his club, his involvement with the sport. But we rent about 42 pools. I would be in line, and I'd like to put my name down right now, to rent 8 days at the end of July, whenever it's ready, to be able to get in there. The one thing I do want the council to look at, though, is the design of hopefully a 10-lane all-shallow pool and having it connected to the splash pad. The redundancy of the splash pad, heating that water, I think Mr. Safin said it himself, that it's a 24-hour process. So if that splash pad, the intended use is 4 hours a day, 3 to 5 months a year, and it's connected to a 10-lane lap pool, you're going to be heating a significant amount of water throughout the year that you don't actually have to do. I would actually section that thing off because it's rentable for parties. It's not connected to the lap pool, and if you did all those things, I think you're 100% of all your user groups would be represented.
Hi, my name is Robert Arroyo. I help run the Diablo Alliance Water Polo Club that rents multiple pools in the Walnut Creek area, including the Carondelet Athletic Complex, Las Lomas High School, and Northgate High School. So we have a large base that is from Walnut Creek. And one of the items that I just wanted to bring to your attention is that we do run a major water polo tournament in the area. And it's called the Frozen Cup. It's an annual event that's been going on for multiple years now. This past year, and keep in mind this is centered in Walnut Creek. This past year we had participants, teams from over 9 different states. We had over 3,000 athletes that were at the event. And because we could not find pool space in the Walnut Creek or Walnut Creek general area, we used Ohlone College and we used Newark High School, which are obviously nowhere near Walnut Creek or where our base is from as well. And so half of our tournament was really split between this area and that area, which obviously causes a lot of revenue loss for the city, either from hotel rentals or from restaurants, or even division between teams in the sense of just being able to manage multiple age groups, families being split, and kind of things of that nature as well. And one of the other important aspects of just water polo tournaments in general to kind of put on your radar is that we're constantly traveling to Southern California as a water polo group. And I would say that we're probably traveling probably once every month and a half with our groups to Southern California because there's just more opportunities down there. for being able to go to these larger tournaments where we can play multiple different teams. And when you look at, if we have this sort of a facility that's open with deep water to be able to run multiple courses, we'll be able to have the ability to offer that sort of tournament offering on a more often, where we can, one, keep our families in the area that aren't spending a lot of money out of the area, but then are also bringing in people that'll bring money and generate a lot of revenue for the city of Walnut Creek. I just want to thank you guys so much for your time, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
So tell me, you described the number of athletes, but not the number of teams and venues that you actually run in the Frozen Cup. Is that 2 days event?
It was over 2 weekends, and the age groups went from 12 and
No,
under.
I asked you how many teams.
About 190 teams.
So how many athletes on a team?
On a team, there's roughly somewhere between 12 and 18 athletes.
And 190 teams. So how many venues does it take to do that over 2 weekends? Is one team might be on the first weekend and another team might be on the second weekend?
Correct.
Okay.
And so we rented. So for example, at Northgate High School, we had 3 courses for younger age group on one of the weekends, and then on the other weekend we had 2 courses that were at that course. We rented the Soda Center.
How many teams are flighted, if you use the same term that they would in soccer? But how many teams in a flight on a weekend?
How many teams in a flight? Somewhere between 9 and 24.
So at Northgate High School, you had 3 courses?
Yes, for a younger age group. So with 12 and under age group, we had a total of, let's see, so we had the 12 and under girls and the 12 and under boys, which was roughly about 30-odd teams, I want to say.
30-odd teams, maybe an average of 15.
Right.
Size team. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I've been requested a break of 5 minutes, so everybody relax for 5 minutes and don't go too far. We still have more people to come. I got it by the time we get it going. Thank you, everybody, for getting back to your seats so timely.
She's talking about me.
No, actually, I'm missing another one, too. I'm going to go to Steve Stahl. Is Steve? Hi.
Here I am.
How did I announce you before, or did you just get a moment?
I have moments frequently at 10:40, like I'm sure you do as well.
Okay. Come on.
Okay,
get
so
going.
thank you. Steve Stahl. So I am a Walnut Creek resident. Over 30 years now I've lived in the city, and it's because of Heather Farms and the Masters team that we bought our house, my wife and I, in 1996, where we raised our kids. I can't imagine going anywhere else. I've trained 35 years at Heather Farms. 30 of those I've had the honor of coaching the Walnut Creek Masters. The last 2, I am currently one of the 2 co-head coaches. We have 500 members, which would accommodate, probably close to 60,000 swims a year, I would say our group. And that's 60, and I'm guessing the Aqua Bears and the Aquanuts, we're close to 100 if we're all going to compare numbers. I was going to have all our members stand, but I think the 5:30 workout tomorrow morning. What you want? Oh, there we go. Fabulous. Thank you. On behalf of those standing, we'd like to thank all of you to getting us to this point. It's been a long time getting here, and our point is to be grateful. Try not to act petulant. Try not to have us look as crazy swim people, but trying to explain our position, which I know you've heard to no end at this evening. The bottom line really is that the current proposal that we've seen does not meet our current needs as a team. I'll speak specifically to the Masters team. We will be losing our primary fundraiser, which is this 25-meter championship meet, which we've held for over 20 years in October. Without a bulkhead, it's not going to happen. It's about a $20,000 that Mike had mentioned earlier, net profit to us. Specific to our organization, again, given the current design proposal, our largest, I already told you about that. Since I'm the head, may I go a little longer? Since I'm the head of Walnut Creek Masters, I won't take 10 minutes.
No, what I'm going to offer you is you could have the whole 10 minutes if everybody else agrees they're limiting.
Oh, good plan.
Yeah.
Fabulous, thank you. And I don't have much more, honestly.
I've been here since 5:30. I'd like my 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, he's taking 10. Sorry, and I promised Mr. Lynn. He said he was going to be short.
I'll be short.
Yeah. Okay.
Really summarizing the program impact chart, which hopefully you've read, submitted by Andrea Kelly Smethurst from the Walnut Creek Aquatic Foundation. We will lose lane space. We will lose summer long course training. We will lose safe lane width for our adult swimmers. And not surprisingly, we will lose members. Conservatively, it's probably about a $25,000 to $30,000 loss, I would guess, in team revenues, given this current design. So, given this negative economic impact, I cannot, in all good conscience, suggest to our board, this is the Walnut Creek Master Board, that we contribute and go along with a $3 million fundraise. We would love to have the community engagement that goes with that money. If the Aquatic Foundation proposals are accepted, specifically the deep water, allowing us the events, and at the very least where we currently are, I would happily change that, and we would fundraise to no end to try and get a really great facility that we're all trying to get to. And last but not least, Councilwoman Silva, Rosemary's welcome to join us at any point if she wants to come and swim with us. Okay, well, she's more than welcome, as are you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, what is your name, Miss?
Stephanie Scott.
All right, Stephanie, why don't you come forward? And then it will be Leo Lynn.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you.
I'm a Walnut Creek resident. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
One of the reasons I moved here was to be on the Masters swim team. I had never been on a big team. My hometown of Milledgeville, Georgia, had a city pool, which they closed in 1959 because they didn't want to integrate it. Swimming, I joined in 1997 at the age of 50. I didn't know competitive swimming or all the strokes. I have swum consistently since then. It is one of the joys of my life. I joined when Carrie was the coach. I have since won numerous regional championships, 4 national championships. I do open water, I do pool. It was shocking to me, coming from a non-swim community, to see world famous Walnut Creek not swimming not really appreciated by the city. Talk of removing the 50-meter pool. I saw Carrie get fired. Life moves on. 50-meter pool is back. Carrie's retired. We have great coaches. I want to speak to one design. I'm totally for what Mike is doing. I want to speak to one design aspect from an active swimmer point of view. Lane line width is very important. We need the 8 foot, right? 8 foot. When we work out occasionally at Larkey, it is so nice to get back to Clark with all its problems because that foot makes a lot of difference. You've got 3 lanes of traffic in a workout lane. You've got the swimmer going off. You've got the swimmer coming back. We swim counterclockwise. Where are all the 4 to 6 other ones or the 10 in the long course? If it's running right, they're lined up down the middle. So you got 3 lanes of traffic. You've also got swimmers coming this way. It's more easy to injure your 76-year-old or 30-year-old hands. Please don't cut us short on the lane size. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lynn. And then it'd be Jeff Budke. Is there? And Melissa Leung and Bogdan Popis. Yeah, okay. Mr. Lynn, please start.
Okay, my name is Leo Lin, and I've been a Walnut Creek resident for 40 plus years. I represent the organization called Pacific Swimming. And talking to Mayor, it doesn't recognize as a organization. Pacific Swimming is one of the 59 LSCs that make up USA Swimming. Pacific Swimming is in the Northern California region, and we support 13,000 competitive swimmers. Within the Contra Costa and Alameda County border, we have 5,000 plus competitive swimmers. Okay, now my qualification, other than being a Walnut Creek resident, I've been a swim official for 20 plus years. And I've been on the Pacific Swimming Board for the last 10, running from all different jobs, from operations, scheduling, meet organization, and I last retired as the acting general chair of Pacific Swimming. So I represent a fairly good-sized organization. So I like to, as I told Luella, sorry, first name basis, we're very casual. And I like to talk about competitive swimming because competitive swimming and lap swimming has been lumped into one, and it's not. But before I even get into that, a couple of things I wanted to point out. The long course season for USA Swimming runs from February to March. Okay, it's run from after May to September because our high school season doesn't end until May, and there is no reason for clubs to convert to long course. All the swimmers that are swimming high schools are swimming short course. So that's one point. The other point that I like to point out is when we build a pool, we talked about depth already. I'm not going to cover that. Okay, let's cover length. The length has to be built so that it can accommodate competitive swimming. Let's take a look at what that means. Larkey Pool has 8 lanes, but only 7 are certifiable because 1 lane is too short. Okay, When we swim these meets, they are measured not just from pool to pool. We have touch pads in there. You measure from touch pad to touch pad. So you have to build to excess. Now, I'm glad that Miwok Center is built to excess because if you do long course pool, you got pads on both ends. You have to be longer than 50 meters. When they measure, they allowed you a minimum, which is 50 meters. You can go over, but you cannot go under. There's no plus or minus in that engineering. The reason is you can set the time at least 50 meters, but if you swim 49.9, don't count. Okay, so that's the technical specs. Okay, now, that's all I have to say about the technical part. Let's talk about competitive swimming. Okay, I've been a meet official, as I said, for 25 years. I've officiated recreational swimming in Walnut Creek. City meet, I've been there. And it's always hot in city meets. We know that, okay? Next level up on the progression of swimming, people go to high school. High school swimming. I'm still a current meet referee for NCS, the premier swimming league conference here. I do a lot of the high school league championship. Okay, so I understand what is needed in there. And then NCAA, we talk about NCAA. I do Cal meets. All of the Cal home meets, I am the meet referee for. What are those things in common? They're all 25-yard pools. All the USA competition are 25 yards. The 50 meters are all international, and if we want to compete in the national scale, it is the 50 meter. So we have people who graduated from rec swimming all the way through to Olympian from this area. One that's very famous, Natalie Coughlin, all the way to national, international, okay? But this is the stepping stone that we provide the raw material to go to our Olympic teams. Just like the Aquanauts. People go from us up. And I've seen swimmers that I officiated from the high school, from the rec team to high school, to NCAA, to Olympic trial. So you see the progression. And one of the things that everybody said about competitive swimmers, they are the best time management kids in school. Because, as you heard, they spend 3 hours or 6 hours in the pool. They have to program in the time to go and do their homework. So swimmers come to college application has a very high benefit. You don't have to pay to be on the crew team. Okay? So the other operation, you mentioned 2 6-lane course. That's going to be laughed out of the room. A 6-lane course is a pool that is mostly around here on recreational teams. Not the recreation sounds like a bad name, but it's not. It's the grassroots for people that goes from the city, the multi-family units to the pool. Now, where I live in Walnut Creek, around me within walking distance, there's 3 recreational clubs with 6-lane pools. Okay, for when I set up the meet schedule for teams to bid to run the Pacific meets, minimum requirement is 8-lane. There's no 6-lane. 6-lane doesn't work. It's a waste of time. We don't have the same amount of personnel to officiate and support a 6-lane meet is the same as an 8-lane, as the same as a 10. 10-lane, why the city meet runs 10-lane? 10-lane is the maximum you can run a competition. There's no timing equipment make to time for more than 10 lanes. 8 lanes is the preferred distance because for officiating, your focus on 10 lanes is a lot more than 8, and that 2 extra lane is just get beyond your sight. So 8 lanes is a premium. So when we set up meets to be bid in Pacific swimming, 2 8-lane, 16-lane pools, how do you get that? Take a 50 meters, slice it in half. Okay, so putting a bulkhead in between 2 6-lane doesn't make any sense. Because 6 lane, basically you double the number of people you have to officiate and support that meet, workers, runners, everything, and you don't get that much pushback. No, that much swimmers through. I used to run a meet in Heather Farm before the days of being not allowed to swim because of the depth. I ran 8 and 7 lane, 2 courses at the same time. And what's the number of swimmers I pushed through a day? 800 plus swimmers in that course within a 4-hour time limit. Because for us, swimmers under the age of 12 has to finish a meet in 4 hours. Okay, city meet, if you run 2 courses, city meet, you can be done in at least, you cut the meet down by about at least 30%. 2 8-lane course will beat a 10-lane, well, simple. And the simple thing also is, you got 2 courses going. If 1 course go down, you continue. So swim, things always happen in swim meet. 1 course going down, with the other course going, you have a lot more flexibility. So a 2-course design actually can throughput a lot more swimmer at a lot shorter time. Now the pool rent is still the same. You rent the pool for 1 day, but the number of swimmers that you can accommodate, as I said, I pushed through 800 plus swimmers in Heather Farm before. Now in Heather Farm, city meet can run 10 lanes. Hopefully, we got all the blocks that can run it. Because the blocks, it used to be, remember I said I ran 7 and 8. That's 15. Now we can barely run 10. We cannot replace the blocks because the vendors will not sell us the blocks because our water is too shallow. So you limit it. And you know, every time we go into those meets, during the warm-up, kids hit the head. And you heard that. Safety, we have to be safe. It's just a few dollars more. We make all kinds of decisions for being safe. So that's my thing. Go with the deep water and think about competition. And just a final thing, the amount of money bring in is tens of $20,000, $30,000 a meet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Oh, yeah, one.
Okay.
So what you were talking about was basically by increasing the number of lanes, you can effectively run 2 swims at the same time.
1 swim with 2 courses.
With 2 courses, okay. So it shortens the length of the meet.
Correct. We have a limit, for us, we have a limit of 4 hours.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? And city meet will be shorter.
I can speak to that. I'm Jeff Budke. I am a Lafayette resident, born and raised in Walnut Creek. I'm a board member on Walnut Creek Swim Club, the recreational swim team. I am the director of the Walnut Creek All-City Meet. So I've heard a lot of questions about All-City Meet. I can answer all of those, I hope.
Is it going to be cooler
Than it was before? I'll tell you what. Oh, temperature-wise, I can't guarantee it. But Clark, as it is right now, is a great operation for our meet and for our large format meet. I see considerations with the new pool that the layout of the design, while there's more square footage, the square footage is not as useful of deck space. What you can't tell in the floor plan and the plan view there is that there's a step down to the lower pool that's 5 feet about, making that half of the pool deck not capable for spectating. Watching races. That's a consideration. But what I wanted to get into was just the benefit that the meet brings for our team, and this is real data. $45,000 to $50,000 is what we make on All-City Meet each year. That we have 175 swimmers on our team. We run it through all volunteer basis with our parents and families. So that makes a huge impact on what we can afford to do, how we can keep our fees low and make it open to the community. And it's not a private club like many of the rec swim teams are. It's open to anybody who can join. So I wanted to highlight that. Also, I mean, yes, a larger pool, running 2 10-lane pools would be great for all city meet. Right now, we run 1 10-lane course. It functions as needed for our needs, but having room for the spectators, I think, is a big issue, big important issue, and reorganizing the pool deck would accommodate that. I'll let you, if you have any questions about city meet, I can answer them now, or that's all I have. Thank you.
Matt?
City meet spectators. So can you explain a little bit more why you don't think the proposal works? And
Sure.
yeah.
Okay, so we run 1,700 to 1,800 swimmers at All City Meet over 2 days. Those people are there both days. Of that, we expect around 5,000 spectators as well. So the pool deck is covered with swimmers.
I've had 2 rec swimmers, so I've been to
Wonderful.
at least 10 city meets, and I just to you go for like 2 minutes, watch your kids swim, and go back to the tent, right?
Right.
It's so maybe max now there's capacity for, I don't know, 80 spectators or something on the actual bleacher stands, right? And then you got the concrete steps.
Right, and the concrete steps at Clark is where all the parents stand and watch the races. It's tiered, and you can see the entire pool from there. We don't have that option in the new layout where the pool steps down. If it were the other way around, it'd be wonderful because you could stand on the upper level and look down. So it's kind of useless for watching races. We're confined to the tight spaces around. Boy, there's so much going on in my head about this, but to address your points, the landscape area as designed, it looks like it's more cut up. There's mounds and it's less consolidated. Right now at Clark, there's one continuous lawn where all the teams stay and set up their tents and stay for the weekend. So I think that would be a little bit harder to run. I do think, I mean, the pool does check the boxes for what we need to accommodate, but it does it in a much less efficient way, and I think it will be a less beneficial meet. Our meet is a community event, and we try to involve the community in different ways and bring in vendors, local vendors, and make it a festival. And so having a space that accommodates that's our goal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Melissa Leung. I own investment property in Walnut Creek, so I have a vested interest in having the city do well. I'm actually a resident of Lafayette, but my daughter swims with the Walnut Creek Aquanauts. The running joke is I live in Walnut Creek and I sleep in Lafayette. That causes me to come here all the time. I do all my shopping, gas, groceries, dental. Anything that I can get done in Walnut Creek, I will do because she's here 5 to 6 days a week for 3 to 4 hours at a time. So it's just a lot more efficient for me to do whatever I need to do here. So I do believe I contribute to Walnut Creek. My friends and family, most of them, they live outside of Walnut Creek. They'll drive anywhere from San Francisco to watch my daughter swim in the fall show, various fundraisers for Walnut Creek. They make an entire event. They caravan out here, 10 to 20 people in cars. They don't just come out just to see her while she's here. They enjoy Walnut Creek downtown. There's upscale shopping, really great restaurants. They tell me the parking spaces are bigger. So, they're also contributing when they come out here. From a kind of non-monetary perspective, my daughter, she lives for synchro. She feels so much pride. She won 3 Junior Olympic gold medals last summer. Parents came up to me because they saw that I was wearing my WCA gear from different states and was like, oh my gosh, you guys are the Walnut Creek Aquanauts. How do you get so much swim time? And I tell them that the city of Walnut Creek supports us and supports our young ladies. So I just want to let you know that it means a lot. You're not just building a swim club or a swim team or artistic swimmers. You're building young women and their character. Thank you.
Esteemed Council, thank you. Very
May we have your name, please?
My name is Bogdan Popescu.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, so thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I am the owner of a small business located in the city of Walnut Creek, and I wholeheartedly support the WCAF proposal. My 10-year-old daughter is a member of the WC Aquanauts, and because of this, I had the privilege to know this club, its coaches and athletes, with their exceptional achievements, work ethic, and passion that are a source of inspiration not only for our families, but for the community as a whole. Artistic swimming is a sport that does not have the money that other sports like professional baseball, football, or basketball have. It doesn't mean that swimmers and their coaches have to work less. In fact, I think they are working harder. Artistic swimming is considered among the hardest Olympic sport, if not the hardest. It's a hard work spanning hundreds and thousands of hours of training, work which is fueled purely by passion. But this passion, no matter how big it is not enough if they don't have the appropriate pools where they can work these endless hours. It is on us, on the community, to help because only the financial power of a community can provide the absolute necessary support for an organization that so proudly represents this community at the national and international levels. At the previous PROS commission that I attended, meeting in February, the Aquanaut head coach stated that they are trying to build an aquatic empire. And I know that she's not playing with words. So I learned at this PROS meeting and over the last few months that the WCAF proposal is not a nice to have, but an absolute must have for WC Aquanauts with a major generational impact. We are right now at a crucial crossroad, and I'm hoping that your decision will be remembered not as something that cut the wings of a high-flying, unique club with a glorious 50 years history, but one that will fuel another 50 years of exceptionalism and proud for our community. Thank you.
Well timed. Good. Can I speak? Yes, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Lei. My daughter, Karen, has been with WCA for 8 years. We used to live in Pleasanton, and now Walnut Creek downtown is my favorite place to go shopping and also dining. When my daughter joined WCA, she was a little cute girl, second grade in the elementary school. Now she is a junior student in high school. So when I'm looking back the last 8 years, we were so blessed and grateful that she joined WCA. She's now a very she's a self-disciplined, hardworking, and determined young lady. WCA helped shape her personality. She's being selected into the USA national team for 3 times, competing in the international competition, representing USA. So when we were traveling, we are always very proud to say we came from WCA. To me, WCA, Walnut Creek Aquanauts, is like a legend. Walnut Creek builds the home, the nest for the Aquanauts, and Aquanauts bring the reputation to Walnut Creek. And so by the time this project completes, my daughter will be in college already. But I'm sure there are many girls, young girls, little girls out there. They have the same dream as my little girl. They have the same passion to this beautiful sport. So I just hope this legend could continue. And I also wanted to acknowledge the other parents. They said, my daughter is a flyer. So they throw her into the air. And as a flyer, it's very dangerous if you have a swimmer swimming around her. It's not only dangerous for the flyer, it's also very dangerous for the swimmer as well. So I just wanted to bring, I support the WCAF proposal. I just wanted to share my thoughts with you from a different perspective for your consideration for the next 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Haskew and City Council members. My name is Doris Kawakami, a Walnut Creek resident for 16 years and a proud parent of an Aquanaut. I just want to make a couple of points. It's not going to be long. The city staff mentioned that if we don't move forward as soon as possible, it will be costly. As I understand it, we are in the pre-design phase. We are doing exactly what we are supposed to be doing, providing our input. This should be part of the process and included in the budget. Let's not rush this process, please. Also, another point about the meets that are hosted, we could generate money with the city by selling merchandise. It's amazing how much people spend on t-shirts and sweatshirts. Please don't think that the swim teams only want to generate revenue for themselves. Let's be creative and work together. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid to ask this question. Is there anybody else who wants to come and speak that didn't get a chance? Phew. Okay, I'm closing the public comment, and I have to bang, and bringing it back to the council. So we have a bunch of choices. Do we have some more questions for staff? Oh, I'm sure we do. Okay.
Mayor, if I may, and I defer to your judgment on this, at some point I would like to speak to the MOU with the Aquatics Foundation in the city, and at some point speak to economic impact. So I defer to whenever you think that's appropriate to do.
I always want to talk about money, so would you please? Would you please?
Would you like me to cover both those topics now?
Absolutely, yeah.
So I want to talk for a few moments about the agreement with the Aquatics Foundation that I was very actively engaged in negotiating with Mike and with Andrea in particular and others. It was brought to your council for adoption 2 years ago. It was April 5th, 2022, when that was brought forward, and Mike and I are the signatories to the agreement. You know, as that time and well prior to that it was discussed and agreed that we'd be going from 3 pools, actually from 4 pools to 3 pools, because we seem to leave out Larky. There are 4 pools in Walnut Creek right now that are used, and we would be going from 4 to 3, but obviously at Heather Farm from 3 to 2. That was recognized a while back. That was agreed to as part of the MOU. And I point that out because some of what we're hearing tonight and some of what we're wrestling with collectively are some of the challenges associated with going from 3 pools to 2 pools and how to make that work. But that was known back when the agreement was signed 2 years ago. I also want to point out that the agreement, there's a lot of aspects to the agreement, but as it relates to the design, it was very clear in the MOU that there would be a recreation pool and that there would be a 50-meter pool that meets FENA standards. The design that's proposed before you tonight for staff does both. I also want to point out what the agreement does not include. The agreement does not have any mention of an all-deep pool, nor does it have any mention of a 52-meter pool with a bulkhead. And these are new requests, and I mention that because we discussed this MOU at length 2 years ago, and those were not inserted to the MOU. And I can assure you those were long discussions, they were tense at times, but there was not a discussion of an all-deep pool or a 52-meter with a bulkhead, and those are not in here. So those are new requests that frankly could have surfaced 2 years ago as part of the MOU. So I want to point that out. A couple other things shifting to economic impact here. I think there's a lot of information floating about, and I think it's important to run through some math here. And I think it's important to differentiate between economic impact and revenues that are generated through taxes that come back to the city. And what we've heard is that a lot of these additional meets that could be held, whether it's water polo, whether whomever it is, will generate enough money that it would pay for the additional $4 to $6 million of costs. So I want to speak to what that actually looks like. So bear with me for a few moments. There's a few numbers here to run through, but the sales tax in Walnut Creek is 9.25%. The city of Walnut Creek receives 1.5% of that. The rest goes primarily to the state, and it goes to a few other governmental agencies more regionally. On hotels, the city receives 8.5% of whatever the room rate is. So those are the numbers. So let's talk about the implications for that. So if these enhancements, it's 4 to 6 million, let's call it 5 million in the middle, just for a round figure, so it's easier. So some basic math to give you a sense of how much economic activity would need to occur to pay back that $5 million. So at 1.5% to generate of a sale, there would have to be $3 million of sales in order to generate $5 million of sales tax, just to put that into perspective. So say that, let's talk about meals. People often go out to eat, that sort of thing. So let's say on average it's $100 that people spend when they go out to eat. It's probably the cost somewhere between a lunch and somewhere between a dinner. To generate $5 million through sales tax through $100 meals, it means that there would be 3.25 million meals that would need to be eaten in order to pursue that, in order to generate that $5 million. So that is the amount of volume that would be needed. So if there are...
And that would have to be directly related to this swimming activity.
Exactly. So you can imagine how many meals that is, how many people that would take, and how many years that would take to generate 3.25 million meals to be consumed. On the hotel side, as I mentioned, 8.5% is the amount that the city receives back. So if we were to assume, for argument's sake, that the average room cost, which is actually the average daily rate, is about $200 in Walnut Creek. It varies at different times, but that's the average daily rate. So there are, for reference, there are 763 hotel rooms in the city of Walnut Creek between the various hotels. If we were to assume that to recoup the $5 million with an average daily rate of $200, let's say we assume there's 5,000 room stays per year associated with aquatics. It could be more, it could be 10,000, whatever the case may be, but let's assume 5,000, that's what I did the math on. It would take 59 years in order to recoup the $5 million. So I just highlight that because there's been a lot of discussion about the economic impact. There's no doubt there would be some economic impact, but not nearly to the extent to pay for this differential between the $4 to $6 million. And obviously there are other economic benefits to other businesses in the region. There's the spend that occurs. And I think there's been a lot of confusion between the spend that would occur in a city that might benefit the region generally, as folks might spend some money in Concord, they might spend money in Pleasant Hill, they might spend it in Walnut Creek, but what trickles back directly would have to be spent in Walnut Creek, and then that's the amount of the sales tax or the hotel tax that would be captured and come back to the city to offset these costs.
There are more hotel rooms in our tourist and visitors bureau, but a couple.
Two are not in the city limits.
Two are not. It's the Renaissance and the Embassy Suites.
That's correct.
They have Walnut Creek addresses, but they're in unincorporated Walnut Creek, so we're not we don't get the TOT from those. That goes to the county.
Contra Costa County, that's correct.
Okay. We have.
So I have another question. So there's been a lot of comments to us about Measure O. There were a lot of things it was a bundle of things that we needed to accomplish because we had a number of needs. We didn't just have the need to improve infrastructure at the pools. What did the community tell us before we put it on the ballot? How did we know, we had more needs than those. What did we know of the community's attitude?
Yeah, we pulled on a number of things, including building a new and modern aquatic center was one of the things. We pulled on public safety, we pulled on homelessness, we pulled on all types of things. So here are a few data points. This was a statistically valid survey that occurred in January of 2022, that there was 76% support for public safety generally. There was 75% specific for crime prevention, so a little more narrower in terms of public safety. So those were the two that resonated the most. The next highest was homelessness at 58% support, that there was interest. Beyond that, it was 56% for water conservation and sustainability. And then there were a number of others. The support per this poll in the community for building a new and modern aquatic center was 17% approval rating. Is what that came through.
70 or 17?
17.
What was the level of support for the community center?
that was bundled as part of it.
So that was aquatics and community center.
That's right.
But people were thinking they were voting on the pool.
Right.
Waiting to see if anybody has any further questions.
I have some technical questions.
That's fine. It's-
And
That's it.
it is 11:30 at night, and we do need to keep in mind that we are working at a high enough level so that we're not diving down.
Well, we don't want to do this again.
I've got a few questions.
Why don't we go with Kevin's questions?
And I think a lot have been answered during this, and so Kevin will probably need to come down at some point. Just be prepared. We heard about a separate splash area from the rec pool and a couple of reasons for that. One thing I didn't hear that I heard from the community previously was what happens if there are dirty diapers, because splash area accommodates and caters to toddlers that are still in diapers. Is that a problem? Do we foresee a problem if it is connected to the rec pool if there is an accident? Sorry, Kevin.
Oh, that's great. Why not? Those happen today. To the extent that they have occurred at the Larky splash pad, it's maybe happened 0 in the past year. The only accidental fecal release, sorry for the term, in the past year was at our summer camp at Larky. We don't recall any at Clark. So it happens, and when it happens, we deal with it per code. But I'm not concerned any more than I otherwise would be about this facility compared to Larky or compared to Clark today.
Does the pool have to be closed if it happens?
It does, yes.
So the entire rec pool would be closed?
Yeah.
And when we look at Larky, and we heard this very early, 5 hours ago probably, how do we look at Larky when we compared with, when we're talking about the shallower lanes versus the deeper lanes that are at Larky? I mean, the usage that we're seeing there, I think it was Karen that actually talked about how they were, we have many more swimmers that are in the rec pool versus.
Right, and Karen will speak to this. We have more activity in the shallow water at Larky than we do in the deep water, and that just makes sense. You know, you shouldn't be, if you're a kid or a family with little kids, in deep water that's above your head, but Karen can talk about that.
I think that was a good overall view. We have about 19 feet, which is about 2 lanes of shallow water at Larky that runs 25 meters. In the summertime, for every 10 people that are in that shallow water space, we see maybe 1 person in our deep water space. So in the summertime, those families, those kids, those participants are packed in like sardines, where we have deep water that is relatively unused. I'm not going to say it's not used, it is used, but if you compare the shallow water participants to the deep water participants, way more shallow water participants.
The splash pad is separate from the Larky pool, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if there was an accident there, the rec pool's still there.
They're on separate systems.
Right. So if we had an all-deep pool, I'm just taking this logical conclusion, if we had an all-deep pool at the new center and we had an all-rec pool that's connected to the splash pad, if there's an accident in the splash pad, the whole rec pool's closed, no rec swimmers for, I don't know how long it takes, but no rec swimmers are swimming.
Correct. And there would be no shallow water to put them in.
Okay, thank you. Give me a minute here. I have a question about synchronized swimming, and I saw Kim pop her head up. But the question is, does synchronized swimming does the temperature in the water have to be higher for synchronized swimming than for other types of swimming? And therefore, if it does, how would that be accommodated in a large pool that had a bulkhead that is separating teams?
Are you asking this question of staff, or are you asking
whoever can answer?
Extending the conversation to include the synchronized swim team head coach?
Whoever can answer the question.
I'll have Karen. All right. Well, Kim, go ahead.
No, we don't. We just like it warmer because we practice such long hours. But we're fine in the.
Okay, perfect. I would love those short answers. Great. Thank you. Back to Kevin. how many meets require 50-meter long course lanes? Ballpark.
How many meets that we host now?
How many meets, yeah, that we would typically look to accommodate?
We're not doing any. Right, yeah. Yeah, we're not doing any today.
Okay. Which are the meets that can't be supported by the current design, cannot be supported by the current design? Which are the meets cannot be?
Which are the meets that we could potentially be bidding
That we
on?
could potentially, but cannot be with this current design?
So the only meet that we host currently is our 25-meter short course meet, which in the new design without a bulkhead, we would not be able to support.
Okay.
Why is that? Without the,
Because a 50-meter pool, we would need the bulkhead to basically cut it in half. So you do 25 meters, and then we would be able to support that. Right now, the diving well is 25 meters. That's where we run that one meet. And the current design is 50
meters versus yards. That's the
long versus short.
okay.
So we're going to
thank
take the
you.
long and
Yeah.
cut it in half with the bulkhead.
I'm an American, I'm sorry.
Okay, but there are certain meets that are run somewhere in the state that we would not be able to handle in this current design.
In the current design?
You mean the proposed?
The proposed design, yeah.
Again, technically not. I mean, any meet that we would want to run, as you heard from USA Swim, for example, the largest meet that USA Swim tries to run here in the state is a 10-lane meet. And we have 13 lanes that are deep water, so we could host any of those meets. Also, from the long course, again, we've got stuff that all meets the requirements of the competitive guidelines or regulations. It becomes a matter of how they choose to run the meet and the methods they want to have, and does that serve their purposes there. Once again, for example, on the long course meet where we've been told you can't run the long course, well, you can run a long course. What you cannot do is run a long course starting from both ends if it's not all deep at both ends.
Okay, great.
No.
No.
He's giving up wrong answers.
I don't know, Mayor, how do you want to handle this?
I was just trying to contemplate that. Yeah, let's,
Okay.
yes.
All I did was quote what he said at the podium here.
Okay.
Okay, well, we're not going to necessarily solve that this evening because nobody is on their best behavior.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This probably is more for our city manager. We received one of the letters that we received from the Aquatics Foundation. I'm going to quote this because I want to make sure that I get this right. They said that staff will be presenting a proposed two-pool design of one recreational pool with 6 laps attached and one multi-use 50-meter pool that reduces the pool space and functionality of the swim center to less than what we have now, much less than what we had when this facility was built in 1970, and less than what our community wants and needs for the future. Further, the 3 swim teams who pay $350,000 in rent to swim there year-round will be negatively impacted. Could you please explain that and which parts are true in that, if any?
Well, I think that gets to the crux of the issue of things have to change compared to current of having 3 pools at Clark Swim Center compared to moving to 2. And it's going to require that times change, days of weeks change, and I may defer here to our aquatics folks, Kevin and or Karen here in a moment. So what was requested by the foundation was a full schedule of what occurs now, when is it scheduled, days of week, what the different activities are, and how that would work in this new dynamic. And that was provided. And there's obviously some differences of opinion on whether or not that accomplishes that goal of accommodating all of the existing programs. I believe what we heard is the one challenge, I'll ask Kevin to clarify, the one challenge is during the time frame in which there's long course practices. I believe it's for masters, if I recall correctly, that there'd be some challenges scheduling that with Aqua Bears, and there might need to be some change to the time in the schedule. Other than that, I believe that the programming is accommodated or very close to being accommodated, but I'll defer to Kevin to elaborate on that.
Right, so Karen has a visual aid, which is the schedule that we provided to the Aquatic Foundation in December at their request. The operative word here is conceptual. So it's multiple pages that includes new facilities at Heather Farm and Larkey. And so what we've done is try to identify all the opportunities we have to accommodate the existing programs, including teams, including city programs, recognizing that going from 3 pools to 2 necessarily means less. And so this is conceptual. This is not gospel. This is not set in stone. So there are opportunities for us to continue to refine this as we look out 3 years from now into the future. And so Karen has done an admirable job of developing the schedule for the teams, and I appreciate that Mike was also appreciative of receiving this, so we could have a starting point. This is not the end point of discussion about the schedule. That said, yes, when teams are in long course masters or aqua bears, and the synchronized swim team, artistic swim team, also is going to be in there, especially those 4 to 7 times, especially when we're not in summer, right? That's a challenge. That's a challenge. And so I think we all recognize that. If the recommendation from the Aquatic Foundation to have 4 additional lanes in the recreational pool, all shallow, and the 50-meter pool is all deep, I think we'd still have that challenge during long course. And so that's a given. It's just what can we do at Larkey, and what can we potentially do with the rec pool to help to offset some of those really tight uses during those really narrow times.
Thank you. I have one last question, which, Kevin, you're probably best to answer on this one. If we went with all of the proposed changes that we've seen from the Aquatics Foundation, how, give or take square footage, how much less grass area would be available in Heather Farm for picnickers, for people just day uses that come and enjoy Heather Farm?
Well, and this goes back a ways in your evening, what the assumption from city staff is the proposal, their suggestions, requests from the Aquatic Foundation were to extend the 50-meter pool to 52 with an L, to add lanes to the recreational pool, which would take up deck space, but not go into the park. And so it would be less deck space. As a result, you can probably do the math. I can't do it in my head, but to add those 2 meters times 25 yards, and then 4 lanes times 25 yards.
But the request, can I add?
No, go ahead.
But the request was to add deck space too. How can you do both of those items?
Well, then you would have to go into the park. Jocelyn Lawrence Barris is our project architect. She's been waiting all night to talk.
No, I really haven't. But I do have a number.
If you wait 30 minutes.
I do have a number, though, for the specific ask about rotating the recreational pool and using the space in between the playground and the pond. That is about 24K of square feet, 24,000 square feet of less park space.
Okay. Thank you.
Away.
6 hours just for that. Thanks. And last question for Kevin. This is the last one I got. If we change the entire plan, I know we're not talking about this, but I'm just curious, if we change the entire plan to be in the current swim center footprint where Clark Center is, could it fit?
Could the proposed design fit
Could the
in the
proposed
existing?
plan fit where the current footprint is?
If we
It's impossible.
we have I don't know, sort of, right? We'd have to do the analysis because you'd have to change the bathhouse for certain. That's going to be much bigger. There would be still 2 pools, so you'd have less bodies of water. But if you looked at that slide that we had up there, it's similar. In fact, more water than we have today, more deck space than we have today, more landscaped area than we have today. So, yeah. So, and there's other issues because if you're also talking about where's the community center going to go now, right? Is that part of this project or not? So it's complicated, and staff's assumption was that ship had sailed years ago. So we have not been pursuing that.
Okay. I think that's my questions. Thank you.
Oh, good. Okay. Councilmember Silva.
I think some of this may be also the consultant. And I'm going to give you like 4 things that seemed of the design issues and I'm hoping with your expertise and understanding of the requirements that you can address them, and I'll just give them all to you, and then you decide which order.
Okay.
We've heard that the lanes aren't wide enough in some cases. We've heard that how do you separate, how can we be assured that, my words, that we have separated the artistic swimmers and the lifts and the flies from lane swimmers, and accommodating spectators so that they can see and stand and look, and that the step down between the pools, and I'm not sure which direction it's going, this might require the engineer also, are we stepping? So,
Yes, no, and maybe, no. So, I'm sorry, your first question again
was about the lane widths,
Yeah, so
because
So what we did with the
how
pool was-
many lanes are 8 feet, and how many are less than 8 feet, and what is that
In the
width?
50-meter pool, we have 13 lanes that are 8 feet.
And those are in the deep water.
Correct. And then we had the 7 lanes in the shallow water that are warm-up or other types of uses that are 7 feet. I will also point out that the current lanes in the 25-meter pool at Heather Farm are 7 feet.
And these are the current lanes in the
dive pool or
And
the
the
deep
dive
pool at Heather Farm.
Okay, but not in the 50-meter pool.
50-meter,
correct?
they're 8 feet.
Or 8 feet, okay.
Yeah. We also originally had wider lanes. We originally had proposed the 50-meter pool to be 8 lanes wide, and at the request of the teams, we added another lane and shallowed them so that they're roughly 8 feet wide in the 50-meter as well. We were going to show a wider lane to begin with.
So is that 2 alternatives that don't really make much difference from a?
So, I mean, from the width of the lane, when you have multiple people, having it wider
Right.
is easier to fit by.
Right.
And depending on the strokes. I mean, obviously, when somebody's trying to do a butterfly, you're using up a lot of space,
Right.
much more so than a backstroke or a freestyle. But
So I was trying to understand is there a way to get, how many lanes at 8? Okay, they want it all. I get it.
so what loses the lanes in the 50-meter pool is that we have the stairs at the end. And so we have that small stair, and we lose an end because we no longer have an end wall target where the stairs are. And we put them on short course because we only have 9 lanes of long course anyway. We can't afford to lose a lane off the end of the pool. And so when we originally came in making it all 8-foot lanes, but then we had 18. And then we heard from the groups that they really wanted more lanes. So that's when we got creative and said, let's take the shallow water lanes, we'll make them 7 feet, and we can get ourselves back to 20 lanes again. And the 7 foot is the minimum width required by USA Swimming or any of the competitive groups, is a lane should not be any narrower than 7 feet.
So we have 13 at 8, and the rest are
And 7
at
at 7 at 7, yeah.
7 at 7.
Correct. In terms of the height of what's happening is we're coming out of the building. Right now, we come out to the recreation pool, and then because of the topography of the site, rather than trying to do grading and bring everything up or bring everything down, you come out to that pool, and then there's the separation to go up so that the deck for the 50-meter pool is higher than the deck of the rec pool. The benefit to that is that we've now created a physical barrier. So if there's a swim meet or there's small children playing here, they can't just meander over to the deep competition pool. The downside is you get less flexibility. You can't say, let's shove bleachers back 6 feet because of that change right there. You lose a little bit of that in return. Also, if we were doing a high-end competition pool, we would have probably have done it the reverse, which would have been, say, let's put the 50-meter and put it down low so you create almost an amphitheater, if you will, to be able to look down in. Raised spectators are always a preferred approach to what you want to do there. But once again, if we put the 50, we also try to bring, as I mentioned at the beginning, have the pool so that when the little kids come out, they're not coming out to 14 feet of water. They're not coming out to that deep water. also the way we're trying to lay the site out, we're trying to lay it out so that we could have competitive water polo, artistic swim, or swim teams, and still be able to have the senior fitness program or other things happen at the same time. And we wouldn't necessarily try to take the little ones or seniors and say, you've got to go up the hill to the higher pool. So for all those reasons, that's why the 50 got put back, so that it's more, if we want the little ones to use the bathroom for the fecal accidents, we want them as close to the bathroom as we can. So putting it farther away does ourselves a disservice in that regard.
The other question that came up was about the separation of the artistic swimming from the...
Yes, so there's numerous ways to do it. Part of it is supervision. We can obviously have a barrier where we put a buffer, so we say, hey, we're going to open up one lane, we're going to open up 2 lanes. We can have lane lines that float there. We have cables that can run across with nets that come across. We can do both of those. All of those are ways to try to divide that space. The idea of the movable bulkhead is that we can actually create a physical barrier, and if we had a movable bulkhead, it allows us, anywhere the water is 8 feet deep or less, we can park that movable bulkhead. So those 13 lanes that we said are deep, anywhere to the end of that 13th lane would be locations as to where we could park the bulkhead. Basically everywhere except the last 50 feet of the pool, of that 164 feet or 170 feet if we're going to make it 52 meters. So we can do it by times, we can do it by buffer areas and how we control or manage that buffer area. We can do it with, the Larky pool versus what's happening at Clark. We can, there's a number of ways to get to it. And we've had that conversation with Artistic Swim and everybody about, can you be in this pool with somebody else using it, yes or no? Same thing's even true with diving boards off the end of the pool, right? And City of Walnut Creek knows that very well, where how do we control divers coming off the board and make sure a swimmer doesn't get into that space? And again, buffer lanes are one, you've got lane lines to divide, a movable bulkhead is another, scheduling of when those things are being used, all of those are ways to try to manage that.
Okay, thank you.
Try a couple. Dennis.
Yes.
So in the discussion back and forth on the 18 versus 20 lanes, have you guys sat down with the Aquatic Foundation and asked them, would you rather have this many smaller lanes or a larger number?
Well, we started with the 18 and they asked for the additional. So then we went to, without making the pool larger, to stay within the 50-meter pool. Those are our only choices in terms of what we can do.
Have you had the actual conversation with Aquatic Foundation about which?
Let me just, I'll offer that the Aquatic Foundation proposal is 8-foot lanes, and you have 18 lanes in their proposal. So I think that's their offer, that's their proposal.
Okay.
We could talk to them some more, but I think that's where they stand.
Okay.
But that's predicated on adding 4 lanes to the rec pool?
Well, the first priority that they offered was extending the pool 52 meters, to 52 meters with the bulkhead, and second to that was the 50-meter without the bulkhead, and then farther down the proposal was the 4 lanes in the rec pool. So while I think they may be combined, their first priority was the all-deep pool for the 50 meters.
So it's all deep in all requests.
Or the L.
Yeah.
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 So
That's the idea of the L, is to avoid the all-deep special purpose if possible.
And
But
so
basically, the 50-meter itself, that envelope is all deep. Sorry to interrupt.
yeah, that's okay. Getting back to the question about spectator space, and this, I don't know if this is going to be you or I know we have a lot of other excavation and stuff that's going on in the area. Is it possible to extend that out, the elevated area out further to give more room for audience?
There is, in terms of spectators, the very first thing we assumed were movable bleachers, which are the most economical way to deal with this, and realized that if we have long course swimming, you prefer to watch swimmers go across your field of vision, so you can see them start and finish, and not have them going away from you or what have you, or at you. So because of that, that means short course you'd really like to be in one location, long course you'd be in another location. Water polo is more like, so artistic, it's all over. So that's where very often in these aquatic centers, we go to movable bleachers. In using movable bleachers, the Division of State Architect has ruled that if we have 5 tiers or less, it does not require special ADA accessibility to them. We certainly could come in and say, we're going to do built-in bleachers and make it much taller. We can do it raised so that there's better viewing and all those things. It's all a matter of budget and fit to the site. So
Yeah,
we
and-
certainly play with the site to fit more, but ultimately we're trying to get more water, more deck, more turf, and
Yeah, and I was thinking to deal with some of the problems of visibility during a big meet, city meet,
Sure.
classic, the parents all just line up on the step. Is it possible to push that deck back just a little bit? And
I would say our landscape architect that's working on the site can answer that better than I.
Is the presentation still available where we could all see the same thing that you might be talking about?
Just one of the site plans would be fine.
Thank you.
Sure. For the record, my name's Gina Chavez, landscape architect on the project. Thank you. So to answer your question, yes, we could, this is one of the spectator spaces right here. So we could push that to the left, because we're regrading this whole area anyway. Right now, the slope is doing something like this. So we're flattening it out and having 2 tiers. So it's a matter of regrading and adding retaining walls. But then, of course, that's going to impact the deck or the landscape in the recreation pool area.
But can that move further to
yes.
the west as well?
Correct, yes.
Because it's the recreational family pool isn't a spectator pool, generally.
Yes, that's
I
true.
hope, unless we're doing something else later.
No, that is true. Yes, that could also move to the west.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have a berm there on the lawn area to help screen that area. So we would have to shift that as well. So as you can see, we're getting closer to the pond.
Yeah.
Basically.
There's only so far you can go where
Correct.
you fall into the pond. We don't
No,
want to
I
do that.
actually meant stay on the concrete as drawn.
Yeah.
And then, thank you.
Sure.
And this is one last Dennis question. So the conflict between long course and aquanauts, how would you solve it?
Carefully.
Yes.
The issue is long course uses a whole lot of pool for not a lot of people, right? If we came in and said we've got the short course and we're running 18 lanes or 20 lanes, we get a lot of people in the pool. When it's long course, you don't get as much utilization there. And the problem is in long course, unless we agree in long course to say we're going to cut the pool in half and long course is only using part of it, and once again, how do we manage the artistic swimmers and what they're doing for their practices? It's the issue that we're all trying to be in the same place at the same time. So whether that's scheduling and we come in and say, here's the hours, and once again, there's so many hours in a day, and there's desired time right after school, right after work, we need to get home for dinner and homework and all the other. It's one of those issues. I know that part of this was being used with Larkey Swim Center. And when we designed the renovation at Larkey Swim Center, we actually made a paradigm shift in our design approach where 2/3 of Larkey was designed as deep water pool for that very reason, to say, doing what we're doing with Clark, we still can use it for swim teams, we could use it for artistic swimming and stuff. And so that was why, again, 2/3 of that pool are deep water, and only 1/3 was that shallow wreck to try to help accommodate or alleviate some of that.
Is there enough room at Larkey to move the whole program over there during the 4 to 6 weeks or whatever long course?
That I don't know.
This is a Karen question.
No? You're at both?
Or ask it the other way, which is when is long course?
Okay, so how I've envisioned this. So during our winter months, right now, in 2023, we had about a 6-week-long course setup.
Season, yeah.
During that time, that's one of Synchro's busiest times. So it would be difficult to get their whole team into Larky. It probably wouldn't happen. In the summertime, we start long course beginning of June, end of May, beginning of June. Synchro wraps up their competition mid to end June. I've done some playing. Once they're done with their competition, and as the competition's complete, the girls go on break. We don't have as many girls in the pool. Right now, as it stands, I've been trying to keep Larky in the summertime. When our swim lessons end, the pool closes. Trying to keep our costs down. However, in the summertime with this new facility, I would keep that pool open and Synchro could run their peanuts and their camps and their programs the summertime when most of their girls are on break and the pool at Clark is long course in the evening. That's a shift that I think we could manage.
So it sounds like the winter long course.
The winter's going to be, that's the biggest challenge.
That's the challenge.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm learning things I never thought I'd ever. Yeah.
All right, are we, yes, Matt?
So I think this is Kevin and Karen. You know, we got the conceptual schedule. We also had a pretty detailed schedule from the Aquatics Foundation, you know, which shows loss of 17 lanes for the Aqua Bears and loss of 5 lanes for the Masters. Have you had an opportunity to review this and reconcile it with your conceptual schedule and determine whether this
Short answer is no. What I would, depending on what the outcome of this evening, we will sit down with the Aquatic Foundation and say, okay, well, let's compare this conceptual schedule to yours and see where there's opportunities, as Karen just described tonight, to find some common ground here, more common ground.
Okay.
So we got that information so late. What does a loss of 17 lanes mean? I understand the words, but I don't know if that's 17 lanes out of 100 lanes or 17 lanes out of 19 lanes. I mean,
I think it's compared to what they have now, and it's,
But I'm-
it's 17 total lane rentals weekly is how it's described.
so
And they break it down by Monday through the weekday, the season of the year, Saturday, summer.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to
Okay.
dig into that.
Can I ask a question too, that if the 50 meter were all deep, what is the limitation of the rec pool? Why is it that we, the city, couldn't do all of our rec programming in those 6 lanes? Or what are the limiting factors?
Well, if the 50-meter pool were all deep and we lost the 7 lanes that would be shallow there, and you're asking why couldn't we do what we do in the 6 without adding lanes to the rec pool, it would be that loss, right? That shallow water in the 50-meter pool, if it's not added to the rec pool, we couldn't do that in the smaller space. If we added the proposal from the foundation, adding 4 lanes to the rec pool, if it's all shallow, we could do more programming there, certainly. We just lose that flexibility that we talked about earlier, the 50-meter pool.
Both sides seem to be worried about losing that flexibility.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I understand that.
But it's not, I guess I want to, there was talk of like kayaks and turkey tosses, and I appreciate that, but I don't think that's the driving factor. I just want to drill down on that. It's not we need those extra shallow lanes in the 50-meter pool for turkey tosses or kayak races.
No, the shallow lanes that are being proposed in the current city design are to accommodate existing city programs.
Okay.
As we look into the next 2, 3, 4 decades, we don't know what's going to happen, which is why the flexibility from the city perspective is important. Not just because there could be a reason where we shut down one of the pools, I want to move some of the programming from the rec pool to the 50. If I have shallow water, I can do that. But we don't know what's going to happen in the future. Is the city still going to be in the business? Probably. Or the swim team is going to be here? Probably. But if for whatever reason we choose not to do it, and we looked at that several years ago, if the swim team say we're done, having a facility that can be used in multiple ways for the next 20, 30, 40 years, from staff's perspective, makes sense.
Okay, I think my final question is either for Kevin or the city manager, just the impacts of the proposal, or maybe for Steve, how we came up with a $4 to $6 million figure. What's the driving factor of that cost?
Yeah, Jocelyn will be able to answer that.
I might need more clarification than what's the driving factor.
Well, I mean, is it making the pool deeper? Is it adding the 4 lanes? Is it the bulkhead? Like, what's costing the most?
So of the 4 to 6 million, the 52-meter bulkhead option costs about 1.5 of that. 1.5 million. Adding 4 lanes of the 6 deep lanes in the rec pool is nearly 3 million. Adding the additional deck space and landscape space, taking up that space between the pond and the playground is 1.1 million, and the scoreboard's about 500K. That's the breakdown.
And it's a swing of between 4 and 6, and there's...
That's to do with the fact that these are not designed elements,
Yeah.
and you therefore have a very, very, very variable estimation of the actual construction and project soft costs that accompany those.
For all those factors, in your best professional judgment, it would not be less than $4 million.
That's right.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Jocelyn, remind me, or Steve, out of the big cost, is it about 25 million for the aquatics portion as proposed? And does that include the bathhouse?
At 11:56 at night, I do not know that I can tell you exactly that, yes.
We'll hope that Steve has it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to be clear, when we say $25 million, that was construction costs, not, the $77 million is the all-in cost, right?
And that includes
So
design,
essentially, the best
soft
way to look
costs.
at it is it's a 50-50 split between the community center and between the pools and the bathhouse associated with the pools. So if you were to take the pools out, we could build the facility for half of the 77 million. If we didn't build the one, we could probably, so it's a pretty even split between the two.
Now I got lost.
So the bathhouse, let me just be clear, when the bathhouse and the pools, when we talk about the $25 million number, that's all together,
Okay.
right?
And then the community center, there's another
25
million, and the additional 25, so it's a third, is soft costs?
Soft cost, about 30% is soft cost.
And that doesn't account for the debt costs at this point in time?
No, the deck cost, the deck that we're
No,
showing.
not deck, debt, interest.
Oh, no, the debt costs have not been included in that.
Okay, so the 4 to 6 million is another 25% on the total.
Mhm.
And it has impacts in a lot of different directions if I...
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to, yes, go to sleep, for sure. Are we ready to kind of consolidate our thoughts and, because, I mean, a lot of people want to go home. And we need to know what is next steps for the staff.
You know, I'm prepared to give some thoughts. I don't know that I'm prepared to make a final decision tonight, because I think even talking to Kevin, and I know that we just got the information late, that we haven't had the opportunity to review what the Aquatic Foundation is saying in terms of the loss of lanes, and I think that's important information. I wish we would have got it sooner, but we didn't, and I think it needs to be factored into the decision-making. So, thank you all for coming tonight, and those of you who are still here and those who came earlier. Obviously, this is an extremely exciting project. It's this particular project is really one of the main reasons why I ran for re-election in 2022, because it was that important to me to see Measure O be successful and to see this project built. We are a swim community. This is in our fiber. I think most of us, our children have swam both in rec pools and then swam at City Meet. And I'm a big believer in the community aspects of not just City Meet, but what the Masters do, what the Aqua Bears do. I'm a huge fan of the Aquanuts. Whenever we have a community service day or we ask them to do anything, they show up and they're shoveling tan bark and doing whatever they can to help the city. And they're world renowned and full of Olympians. So I love the community aspects of this. I think that, at some point, maybe earlier on, perhaps we could have articulated more clearly kind of what are our must-haves in the facility and what are our nice-to-haves. And I think we reached the point where, the competition pool was going to be 50-meter, and I think that was a significant achievement. But to me, the must-haves are the ability to accommodate our existing user groups and community programming, including the City Meet, the Conference Meet, the Aquanuts Fall Show, and each of the teams that currently use the pool. And I don't think we're quite there yet. There's some conflicts and then potentially other conflicts with these lane losses that I see. So that's a must-have for me, that we are able to achieve that. And then kind of a nice-to-have would be the competitive events and the addition of water polo and things like that. So there are things we don't do now. It'd be nice to have, but I don't think it was what was driving our decision-making when or was driving the decision-making on the pool the entire time. So I definitely think there needs to be a balance here. Not just what the teams need, but what the community needs. And I appreciate Kevin acknowledging that both sides really want flexibility. And it comes at the flexibility of the other side. And there needs to be a balance, as has been said multiple times here, and there needs to be a compromise. So I think what's proposed is pretty close to there. There's still some conflicts that need to be resolved. But it was interesting, I kind of had the aha moment with the long course and the Aquanuts, that it doesn't matter whether it's shallow or deep. That conflict is still going to exist because the Aquanuts aren't going to be in the diving wall. That separate diving wall, that's going from 3 to 2. So I've kind of articulated kind of what my must-haves are and what my nice-to-haves are. And the reason why, and not that I want to delay this, but I also feel like it's been 14 years, and we want to get it right. And I think we have some new information here that it would be helpful, I think, to me, for staff to go back and meet with the stakeholders and meet with the consultant, sharpen their pencils on the schedule, on the conceptual schedule, and on this chart that we got from the Aquatics Foundation, and see if there's a way that we can minimize these conflicts more and get to a point where everyone is feeling more comfortable with the proposal and the proposed design.
Who wants to go next?
I'll go next. I'm the new one on the new kid on the block, and this has been going on forever. And we have struggled with this for years. I mean, from 2012 to 2020, there wasn't a consensus on the council on whether or not to do a revenue measure that was essential to getting there. And I think Councilmember Silva did a great job of keeping the flame alive and keeping the project moving. And I appreciate that, because when I came on in 2020, it gave us a council that was unified in the importance of raising the money to do the things that we wanted to do. And that's where we got Measure O on, and we're successful in getting it. And I think what I've heard here today is all the interest groups here have the same common interests. They all want to see the rec programs be successful. They want to see the competitive programs be successful. And they want a project that's financially and environmentally sustainable. And so we have that common interest. I think it comes, and people have put a lot of work into coming up with the proposal, and I think we're close, but I think there are some things that still need some work. How can we work around the conflicts on the long course versus the aquanauts? Is there a way to make sure that we have enough deck space near the competition pool so that people have room to watch their kids swim at city meet? What is the right configuration of lanes? And do we have, I haven't spent time with the analysis of the usage, but I think it would be worth it to spend a little time looking at that in cooperation between the consultant and the staff and the interest groups to see if they can reach some agreement there. I think one of the things, and I really appreciate staff's commitment to us that they're sticking by the $77 million budget that we gave them at the beginning, because we don't have unlimited money and we have a lot of other things, as several people reminded us, that we need to do with Measure O. But if we're spending a lot of money, a lot of time, this is a once-in-a-generation time, if it takes another, and I never want to say $1 million is a small increment of money, but if there is some increment of money that is not unreasonable to solve the problem, I would want staff to bring that back to us. And I'm not looking at this as being, go study this for 4 months. I want to stick to the schedule that we have where we're trying to wrap this up no later than April. So spend some concentrated time, except for people that are now down to their last day and not going to be there. That would be my concept, is give them some direction and ask them to come back to see if we can work some of these things out.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Again, thank you to everyone who has joined us for March 6th. We don't have these very often, and so, but this is an important project, and I appreciate the passion that everyone has. And hopefully that passion can translate into fundraising, because that is part of the obligation to this. I think I'm going to go back to the 4 factors that were established in 2016 after we looked at all the issues over and over and over again, is that we had to have a balance. We needed facilities that would offer a balance of programming between recreational community, family users, and competitive teams. We need to make sure that we can offer Learn to Swim. We need to make sure that families of all types, sizes, and income levels who can't afford a $3,600 buy-in to be on the Aqua Bears and can't afford that is not inexpensive, have a place to play. And it's not, you can't assume that it's going to be in these non-existent swimming pools in old apartment buildings that are breaking down as well. There is no obligation of an apartment owner to rebuild their pools, and the health code requirements and the building code requirements kind of get in the way. We also established in 2016 that we had to have the funds to be able to do this, and we were at a stalemate because we couldn't get a revenue measure on the ballot, and we knew from community input and data gathering that a revenue measure that we had many issues to address, and if we couldn't combine them into a single measure, we were going to be dead on arrival. And we had learned that in other ways. Other communities were learning that. This was a way for us to be able to address public safety concerns downtown economic development, homeless services, sustainability actions, extended and sustainable library hours. And it's not 1 hour, it's 6 or 7 or 8 hours a week. You have to buy them in bulk. So at this point, we have a budget. And so whatever we do, yes, maybe we can eke out another $1 million, but I don't see us increasing by 25% the cost of building this aquatics facility. We've got to find a way to compromise. Everybody has to give a little. And we also set out with a goal to ensure that we could improve our cost recovery, not make it worse. Because when things in the lean, if you make your cost recovery on a precipice and shaky, on the lean times, you close it because you can't afford to keep it open. And so you want to have sustainable funding. So I'm going to just go through a couple of things. I don't think we have $4 to $6 million to add into this pool. If we're going to resolve the apparent conflicts, we're going to have to do it within, at the edges. Yeah, well, exactly. I think I think the city manager's reality check on the economic opportunity, we're not going to be able to pay for additional with the TOT, transit occupancy tax, on hotel nights, because it would take years and years and years and years and years of that. And it's certainly not going to come from cups of coffee. Maybe from a McLaren. At $500,000, you can, but even that, you need a lot of McLarens to be sold. It's not about revenues for the teams. I appreciate that that's your goal in order to keep your costs lower to your members, et cetera. But that isn't the way I anticipated you were going to raise the funds to pay us the $3 million, because otherwise we would have needed to know that 2.5, 3 years, 4 years ago as we were discussing the MOU. And for me, it's not about all deep, because I think, as my colleague Francois said, all deep just makes this inflexible. It says it's all about one side and not the other. And the proposals that I'm seeing right now go from, which is why I asked the numbers to be repeated. If you have 14 deep lanes and 12 shallower, they're not. That's not the beach entry pool. It's the shallow lanes. If that was 55, 56% versus 44, that's pretty good balance. It's still advantage deep. All of the other options are just going more and more toward advantage competitive. And we didn't set out to build the next version of the Stanford Avery Center or the Irvine Walnut, Walnut Center. We never thought we could do that. We don't have enough land. So, and these are not joint use pools. That's what's really happening, I think, if we really studied it, is that the way people are getting in other communities, whether it's, I might be wrong, but I bet that's what Clovis is doing, if these joint use pools are what is in fact allowing people to get the deeper water, the more competitive one. Joint use, it means it's maybe like the North Natomas pool is, it's on Sacramento land in Sacramento's park. City of Sacramento built the rec center and the recreational and the play water. And Natomas Unified School District, which is across their high school's across the street, built the aquatics, the 50-meter pool for $11.6 million. I just read about it. You can look it up online. So that's a complicated joint use agreement, but it's not dissimilar what we do with Castle Rock and the joint use fields that we have there, or the Foothill Gymnasium. We have those opportunities in the community. We didn't take it here. The high school wasn't close enough. And I think that's where I'm going to land on this.
To me.
Oh, sorry, that's your turn. You get to go last, right?
Oh, were you looking for me to do? Oh, is it?
No.
No,
Assuming
no,
it's-
I
All
go
right,
last.
all right,
I go
all right.
last.
Well, first of all, thank you to the
Sorry, Lord.
community that was certainly here through most of the night. Thank you very much, those who have stayed through all of this. And I know there's a lot of people that are still probably went home and are watching as well. I've been discussing a new pool since I first ran for city council in 2016. And
You're a newbie.
I'm a newbie, yeah. And certainly, this is the biggest project since the Lesher Center, and maybe since the Clark Center itself. This may be the biggest project that we've ever actually had in Walnut Creek, in any of our lifetimes. And it's certainly the most costly project that the city's ever undertaken, and we have Measure O to thank for that, and certainly the community in supporting that. We also know that with Measure O came public safety, as we heard, and all-weather ball fields, homelessness. So there were a lot of aspects of Measure O, certainly not just the swimming. And as we heard from the city manager, the survey actually had swimming down on the list, but that is absolutely getting the lion's share of the overall Measure A funds, or Measure O funds, but Measure O funds. That's how late it is, in March 6th. But as large as it is, it's not an unlimited amount of money, and unlimited checks can't be written. So we have to do as much as we can, but we still have to have an eye on the budget that goes with it. And I've been a proponent for a new swim center since I got on the council, and have always been a vocal proponent for the 50-meter pool. And the Aquatics Foundation can attest to that. I met with several times over the last 8 years, the Aquatics Foundation, in vocalizing my support for a 50-meter pool. But frankly, when it comes to deep water, the first time I've heard about an all-deep water pool has just been the last 6 months. I don't know whose fault that is, but I was there to listen over the last 8 years, and I never did actually hear that. And as we know, recreational swimmers are a large part of the pool. Councilmember Francois mentioned that most of our kids have swam in the pool. My kids got lessons at the Clark Center and became good swimmers that came out of that. I think most of us have used it at some point. And unlike the Aquatics Foundation and the groups, and whether it's the Aquanuts, the Aquabears, you're all tightly organized. I commend you for that. The recreational swimmers are not organized at all. They're out there and they're just going to go with whatever we give them. But they're half the people, well, more than maybe half the people that come. It's half the revenue that the city gets from it. We have to take them into consideration, even though they're not representative here in the meeting. There's still 75,000 people in Walnut Creek, and there's 15,000 more that have Walnut Creek as their address that are in the unincorporated county. They're all paying for Measure O. This is all their tax money, just like all of our tax money. We have to take them into consideration. Without taking them into consideration for the uses of this, we're not doing a service to the community. And when I hear some of the proposals that we can program 8 or 9 days in a row, and we can program every single weekend, that just knocks out all the recreational swimmers that are paying a large portion, that are really paying more of the Measure O tax funds than anybody else, and they're not going to be able to use the swim center. And when I hear about
drive down Ignacio Valley Road.
when I hear about the fence that could potentially end up going around one pool, that just doesn't look even inviting. Then you come in as a swimmer, even if you're not going to use the pool, and it looks like you're not even allowed to go in the pool, and it's just it gives me an uneasy feeling about that as well. I'm in favor of designing a facility that gives everyone as much as we can realistically provide. But it doesn't mean that we may be able to give everyone everything for all parties involved. There do have to be some trade-offs here, and just like each of our households, we may want to build a huge big room or a huge new living room, and then we have a budget that we have to do it with. And that's the same here, because the budget that we're talking about, this is not just, this is the city budget. This is all of our budget. These are all our taxpayers of Walnut Creek. This is our budget. We are tasked as representatives with spending the money of the taxpayers, of our residents. And we're benefiting that Measure O funds are actually coming from half of outside Walnut Creek people that are going toward a Walnut Creek facility. That's a huge benefit. But I take my fiduciary responsibility really seriously when it comes to spending taxpayer dollars and getting the biggest bang for the buck for the entire community. And I don't want to overextend ourselves on this. And I'm concerned about delaying a design for any reason, which does mean increased costs to the community. I'm also concerned, after over a decade of talking about this, that if we're talking about 5 to 10% increased costs, that will be going for the next 50 years, what can we do? What can we do to make it possible to make all groups, all swimmers, everybody as happy as we can? Because what bothers me is, what if we vote on something that the swim groups don't like because it doesn't give them everything they want? And now the message that goes out to the community is that we've got a terrible project, when this project is far surpassing what we currently have, and probably what we could only have dreamt about 8 to 10 years ago. So there is a concern that we're not going to have the support of the community for this. I do, just to help give some direction on this, and it sounds like from what I've just heard that we're certainly not going to be making any final decisions tonight, but I would support a bulkhead. I do. I think that's a good use of money for helping with the flexibility. The 4 extra lanes in the rec pool, if it's possible to do, I would look at that as a potential option. I think the scoreboard's a great idea. I think we can figure out a way to get that. I do. I mean, it's a scoreboard. I actually think that the cost is, and I'll put this in quotes, relatively low enough that maybe the Aquatics Foundation can help with something like that, because that scoreboard is going to be used by them, not the recreational swimmers. The all-deep lanes, the biggest concern I have there is we lose the flexibility with recreation. We lose the flexibility if there's an accident in the recreational pool, and not just an accident of a dirty diaper, but an accident that, whatever, who knows, a pump goes out, whatever it is, that pool has to close, and that's it for rec swimmers for that day. So I do have concerns about the all-deep concept there. But this is going to be a huge benefit to the community for decades. And we should all be happy when we do end up voting. We should all be happy walking out that we've got a great facility. Whatever happens, it may not cover every single thing that everybody wants, but let's not let great be the enemy of perfect for all parties. Because I honestly don't think whatever we end up doing is going to be the perfect solution for all parties. I just don't see how that's going to happen. But I do believe that what we've heard tonight, the democratic process has thoroughly worked in this case, because we've got public representation, we've had staff outreach, we've had community feedback and open discussion, and voting is going to occur at some point. But this is the democratic process in full action. I do want to say that I do believe that we gave approval at the council level for conceptual ideas and design without getting the full feedback from the community that we've certainly heard over the last few months and tonight. I wonder if we had had all of that and then had a vote on how we were going to move forward. It may have been altered a little bit, and there is some angst I have about that. It almost felt like we voted for the cart before the horse a little bit. But anyway, I don't know how helpful that all is, but that's my feedback.
Can I ask a point of clarification? Thank you for your very thoughtful comments on this. You had suggested the potential for adding 4 lanes to the rec pool. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit? What the purpose of those 4 additional lanes would be, given that, as I understand it, the 50-meter pool would still be in the proposed configuration?
So if that, because we're saying that if that went along with the full deep water, well, I guess I'm looking at it as an option of programming opportunities. And if we're losing programming in certain areas, I do want to make sure the Aquanuts have what they need to be able to practice and have their show. I want everybody to be able to have what they currently have. I know water polo has been part of that, and I think that there is going to be the availability for water polo to be involved. I I don't know what that means for the rec pool, and maybe that means that there are some deeper areas. I'm not sure. I think there's a lot of ambiguity still.
Yeah, if I could have a follow-up and maybe after the mayor goes and we can consolidate direction a little bit, because I'm hearing a few inconsistencies. On the one hand, there's an interest in staying within the 77 million or close to it. The rec lanes, just as an example, the 4 additional rec lanes is estimated currently as $3 million. So that's far beyond a marginal difference on the 77. So I think that's something we're going to need to reconcile for direction.
Yeah, and I look at the decision-making, because we do all want to see the Aquanuts and the Aquabears having workable so that they can keep their teams at the level they're at. And if it ends up being people work on it and they can't come up with a way to make it work with the 77 million configuration, I would want to know what does it cost to get us there, and then we have to weigh and measure that. But well, we have to look at the overall budget at that point. But I would want to know. One of the things I'm challenged with here is we have one option here. We had 2 options for the building, and so I'm just looking for a little option. If there's something out there that gets the ability for the teams to stay at their current levels, I want to know what that is.
Y'all done?
I had a few more thoughts, just 2 quick ones. So I thought it was important to point out, and I think Kevin did this, or maybe our consultant did it, but we are going from 6 deep lanes to 13 or 14. There I saw different numbers, at least 13. So it's an increase, it's a pretty significant increase in the number of deep lanes. It's not all deep, but it's an increase. And then I'll just say too, my concern with adding an L, I think it's a technicality to me. It seems it satisfies the code, but then to me, it's no longer a community pool. So I have a concern with making the 50-meter all deep for that reason, because I think it needs to still have a community function.
So maybe we can agree at least on whether it should be all deep or not, and whether we're going to worry about an activity that is such as water polo that isn't there now, as if it's an opportunity lost. And I understand there are always opportunity losses, but maybe we can give them direction on that issue, because everything else is tearing off of it. And tell me if I'm wrong. Everything else is tearing off of that.
Well, I think we could break those apart. I think what I'm hearing, and I don't want to jump in.
No, I don't have that much to say, so feel free.
Is that we have a common interest in maintaining the existing teams. We have other activities like water polo that we are not going to be spending, if there's an incidental way to get them in, but we're not going to go out and spend another $30 million to get water polo here. That chip sealed a long time ago. How's that sounding?
I strongly recommend that we try to find a way to decide whether we're in it all deep or not, because I don't know how you just have a discussion with the users, because this is always going to come back to that. I don't see.
And I guess I'm anticipating that we give everybody a copy of Getting to Yes, and we go to that.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah.
great. And we're 17 years into this.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to, and we're 17 years into this, and getting to yes is pretty hard at this point. And at some point, I'm willing to say, I don't see that we can afford the all deep, and it's not balanced. And it's going to force us to add rec lanes in a park that can't take any more space. Can't give up any more space. They're going to run into the All Abilities Playground. And even just being able to make that decision and then address now how do we make it work in that confine? Is it the bulkhead and the extra space? Is it, is it a stretch a little more? But that's what I'm feeling, is that lack of that decision is just we're going to be circling and circling and circling and circling.
So I'm going to muddy the water even a little bit more, and that is essentially to say that I am not looking at just the pool and what's happening. It's the impact on the entire park. Because if we turn this only into a aquatic-focused decision, we have probably completely changed the use of Heather Farm Park. If people are starting to look at coming in and invading our All Abilities playground just because water is more important than anything else, I'm concerned that we will then look at everything. We will go down a slippery slope that doesn't leave the park what we intended it to be, the forefathers intended it to be, which is a place where the community, and in this case, I look at a larger community than just Walnut Creek, although I've heard and agree strongly with, we have to understand that most of our money comes from the people in the community. But I think we really do need to say that everything that I've heard about the amazingness of the aquatics for the participants and how it makes the kids and adults, gives them lots of freedom and lots of changes, I'm trying to figure out how this all fits into the greater good of the park. And I don't even know how to bring my concerns down to whether it's all deep in one of the two pools or whether it isn't. I basically, as I'm sitting here listening to everything that everybody says and trying in my mind to solve the problem, I'm thinking, move the pool to an entirely different place in the city. And where we've got bare land, and start all over again. And that does go outside of the Measure O, because in order to defer that much, we are going to pay millions more in the deferred ability to buy stuff and in financing. So it's a bad result, no matter how hard I try to figure it out.
Perfect solution.
And and then you go into parking, and if everybody comes to the big meets, what the flip are we going to do with all those cars? It's not just the pools. So I will honestly say that I flipped probably 50-50 between the two choices. I think my leaning at this moment is that we don't do an all-deep pool, and that we recognize that taking the whole of the park and not just protecting everybody's dream team, and say that is the one that is going to be the least damaging to what we have tried to do for our community as a whole. I understand all of the good things that your dreams have, but I believe that we need to make the big pool, the lane pool, multi-use.
I will say that I appreciate the fact that we're having this conversation before we've broken ground. Because obviously we can still make changes. We're at the design phase, and yes, it would cost some money, but there can still be changes that are made that will help solve maybe not every conflict that there is, but perhaps many and maybe even most. So I want to make sure that we as a council recognize that, that we've waited a long time. I think waiting a couple months more to make sure that we get this right, even though I don't think any of us want to be here till 12:30 again at some point, but let's get this as right as we can, even if it's not perfect.
Okay, so do we agree that the decision to be made to give the staff the ability to complete the job is whether it's one all-deep pool and one recreation area, or that we have a pool that can be used for both of the purposes?
I think it goes back to what Councilmember Darling said, was that, are we convinced the plan we have now maintains the existing teams? And I have information from the foundation that says it's not. So put the, I mean, I appreciate that you were trying to get clarity on. I think I did get clarity on the deep thing, because I asked multiple times, is the depth needed for programming? And I was told it's not. It's needed so that they can host large revenue-generating meets. So that's fine. I respect that. I appreciate that. But that's not my must-have. My must-have is maintain the existing teams. And I'm not, because of this information that we had, maybe it could be worked out later, and I don't know what the fix would be if it doesn't maintain the existing teams. I'm pretty sure it's not making it deeper. It may be adding lanes, and that's a whole nother conversation that's quite expensive. So we need to be flexible, and we need to have a balanced approach, but that's the thing I'm hung up on.
Yeah. And I think I agree with you on, my must-haves do not include large revenue-producing meets other than the existing city meet, conference meet, the meets that the teams are currently holding. Yeah, the teams, the meets, there are some things like the Aquanauts show that help that team function, and they're doing it now, and we want to be able to have that continue into the future. A big revenue-generating meet, if it worked and we don't have to pay anything more to get to that, we could have a conversation about it, but I don't want to put the city on the hook for a bunch of money for a meet that is just raising revenue. But my things that I do want to see is keep those existing functions and keep those existing meets and make sure that we have a solution that lets people do those things.
How do we give enough direction? I think there may be a difference in two sides. One saying the lanes are here, and the other saying, oh no, it's not. I think it's the same body of water with two different lenses, and that could be a problem in the conversation.
We are not solving the Gaza Strip right now. I have confidence that that the aquatics folks and the staff have heard what we're struggling with and can have some real discussions about, and they know what's within the realm of possibility and if you add up everything that they had in their original ask, it's probably beyond what we're able to provide.
Well, it's late, but is the possibility of opening Larky more than just during the summer part of this mix, or should it be?
You're getting a nod.
Yeah. It exists. We don't have to build it. We'd have to pay to operate it.
Yeah. So those are the kind of things I want people
Which
to.
is an additional expense.
Yeah, there's additional expense, and we know, but we also heard how important aquatics is. I think all of our kids went through it. It's an important part of community safety.
Important part of community safety.
Because we are well served by our kids having something to do besides this. And I'm willing to put some time and energy into that.
You want me to take a stab at this?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
So what I heard very clearly is to meet with the aquatics folks to review the new information they provided related to the schedule, compare that with our schedule that was produced to see if we can reconcile. And even if we can't reconcile, to understand the different interpretations that exist, to really understand what those differences are. Obviously, if we can work through those within the existing design, we would do that. I frankly think that's highly unlikely based upon what we've heard that that would occur. But we will work that through to understand what the differences are, what the assumption sets are, see if we can get to some type of resolution. The pending question in my mind is if we can't resolve it. And that not all of the programs as they exist now can be accommodated exactly as they are now in the new design. What's a little unclear to me is how much latitude do we have to discuss options without setting an expectation that those options would be supported. What I'm generally hearing, while I'm not hearing there's clear direction on this, and that's okay, but there's not much support for an all-deep pool is what I'm hearing at this point. And so I don't think we would engage in discussions about programming that assume an all-deep pool would occur. I think we would assume at this point for discussions about the schedule that it would be the various depth pool that's been discussed. And if we can't accommodate everything, then that would be a future discussion for your council and decision about whether you'd want to entertain all deep or not.
And let me try to see if I could help you in getting the understanding. I think I have not heard broad support for a tweak that is 10 million. But if it was in the discussions, if there is something that is at a lower number, we would want to know what that option is.
I think we're rejecting 4 to 6.
Yeah, well, that's
Well, that's why I'm going with 10 and
No,
and
I
1.
think you've stretched the envelope quite.
Yes. So
Yeah, remember, we've got those big pension liabilities. to
I know,
cover,
you know,
yeah.
there's, yes. But if there is a stretch that's 1 to 2 million, do we want to hear about it?
I want to hear about the options. If it's 1 to 2, if it's 3 to 5, I think we need to evaluate that. And I'm not prepared to vote on anything right now, even direction of one that's not deep water, because I think that's just going to poison the conversation moving forward. I think that we have to vote on the whole ball of wax when we are prepared to vote on the whole ball of wax.
I like the idea of having options too and knowing how much they cost and understanding where we're apart, how it could be reconciled, and what the various different options are for doing that and how much they cost.
So some of the things that some of the alternatives to funding all of this were things like the economics of TOT and big meets, the importance of revenues to teams on these big meets. I don't want to be sitting here listening to the same arguments of how the solution could be derived unless we kind of put a little guardrails on this, because we're going to be here for 2 years.
If I could construe that, I think what we're saying is that we need some confirmation from the Aquatics Foundation that they would live up to the MOU if we were to consider these other alternatives and look at other options to accommodate the teams. I mean, that's got to be part of the deal. Otherwise, we're spending more money, and the Aquatics Foundation is.
No, wait.
You need.
Well, that's what you said. You got to be.
No, the question was, what would those funds be used for? And it would be a part of that, but that's not the entirety of how those funds are going to be raised. I mean, every dollar that comes into these
You haven't raised it.
a percentage of that is going to go back out. But that's not exclusive of other fundraising scenarios.
Let me address that for a second. It was my understanding and maybe it was my naivete, but it's my understanding that the MOU was because we were supporting a 50-meter pool, and that I really do expect the Aquatics Foundation to be fully supportive and stand up to the obligation of the $3 million. We're sitting here because of that. Frankly, we wouldn't be sitting here if it weren't for that. And I would like to see, I'm going to put a little pressure on you now, I'd like to see the Aquatics Foundation say, I see the council's having some real concerns about a couple of extra $1 million. We're going to come up with that. And then we're going to get that pool that we are really desiring for. I'm not asking you to nod or shake your head right now. I'm just saying that's what I would like to see as a good faith effort. But I fully do expect the $3 million fundraising to be adhered to. That is why we are sitting here having the conversation.
12:45.
No,
So.
they're not-
I think it's getting late, and I think the thing is for the foundation, so I want to clarify, the foundation is, Yeah, go ahead.
And just in terms of the foundation and the MOU, it's based on the 3 anchor teams, right? The teams that are there. And so it's not based on water polo. And so in terms of the foundation, of course, we want to, live up to the MOU. And what we're really looking for is for the city to meet us there in terms of making sure our programming for these 3 teams can continue, and the programming for the other aquatic groups that use it, like the lap swimmers and the water walkers and, the lessons. We support that, and so we want that. So water polo is, that's a separate organization coming in, and so that's a separate concern. And they need the All Deep for their ability in terms of their programming more. In terms of, the swim teams that are there now, the main thing is really to be able to make sure you still have enough training space. And so that's where the issue about having enough swimmable water comes in. So making sure that we have the lanes and the space to get all that training. Yes, it would be nice to have, to be able to host the bigger meets. That would be nice, but it sounds like that's not, that might not be in the cards. But in order to survive, you have to have enough space to train. And I think that's what all of the coaches were saying tonight. You have to be able to, have that space. And so when we looked at the conceptual schedule, just taking the conceptual schedule that we were given, what we saw is, every afternoon, the practice times for the Aqua Bears, they lost 3 actual lanes, and then they were also allocated more narrow lanes. And so that meant fewer swimmers. And same thing for their Saturday morning practice. Both Aqua Bears and Masters were allocated fewer lanes because we have, the Aquanuts in. So I think the main objective would be to ensure that, you have, of course, the 50-meter pool, and that you have a little bit of extra, some other lanes in that recreational pool to take that spillover. So those are the main things. The deep water would help with cost recovery. That was what we were thinking, because we heard that a lot, right? You hear, the talk about lessons and things like that. So I think those are the main. Is that an accurate? Yes. So if there's a way, maybe if you can't dig, to add 4 lanes, maybe there's something that could change in the recreational element just a little bit, like maybe the current channel. Maybe that, I don't know how many lanes that would be.
Everything's about the other guy.
Yeah, it's one of these
Well-
things. I think we all share the common interest of everybody supports the recreation. Everybody supports the training schedule for the 3 existing tenants. And I think at 10 minutes to 1, that's about all we're going to be able to do tonight. And
I'm hitting the button. If staff is comfortable enough with That is the standard, which is,
Dan, can I just?
yes, of course.
My last meeting, can I just sort of help maybe move this along? Because this has gone on for 15 years, and you can tell from the discussion, it's not going to change. The only thing that'll change is adding a bigger facility. It's the only way we're going to meet what we're going to have here. That is the only way. We can talk about looking at the schedule and everything else, and whether or not we take that away from the recreation, which is what has been suggested continuously by this group, is eliminate recreation and give us more water. We want to, and that's where this is going to go back and forth, back and forth. So in order to, and Dan said this from the very beginning, we decided to make 2 pools. We're not going to be able to accommodate everything. It's not going to happen. We're not going to be able to meet everyone's schedule with what we're showing here now. And that's just, I'm just being clearly blunt with everybody. So if we think we're going to go back here and we can go through these papers and come up with something without spending another $4 or $5 million, it's not going to happen. We can go do that and come back to you with a plan that shows what it takes to meet what they want. It's going to be another $4 to $5 million. There's no other way to do it. We only have so much room to work with. So I just want to kind of set that up. I can understand if I was you, I'd want to see what that looked like, and we can go do that. But that's kind of where we're at. So I know it's late. I just thought I need to have that my 2 cents worth.
Setting
on that, okay?
expectations is always good.
Steve, just to clarify that, I mean, because we do have an MOU with them that says we're going to meet their existing programming. So
We're going to meet the programs and not the exact schedule as what they had before. That's very clear. That's maybe a little bit of thing, but that's exactly, we can meet every program. Everyone's going to still be able to swim. Everybody can still swim.
So what can't we meet then?
The hours that they want.
The hours. And to do that, you would have to add 4 lanes essentially.
Or more. I don't know what that looks like yet.
Or the trade-off comes at less recreation. So, I mean, Steve's talking about all the programming. He's talking not only about the requests from the 3 teams, but also the recreation non-competitive needs as well. So unless the pool is made bigger, as what Steve stated, there's somewhat of a net-sum game there. So direction I'm hearing right now is we can have this discussion, we'll work through, we will understand what the different schedules are. We can come back with some options, but I do want to clarify as well with Steve, I don't think there's a miracle here that we're going to find in the schedule that solves everything. But we will seek to understand what the different assumptions are about why there's this disconnect between the city thinking there was a schedule that pretty much gets us there versus the team thinking the schedule isn't close to getting us there. And hopefully we can bridge that better, at least as a starting point.
Apologies. I heard Councilmember Silva ask a question about guardrails. If staff is provided with guardrails, and I'm hearing some recognition on the part of the Aquatic Foundation that maybe if all-deep pool isn't in the cards. I hear that there's perhaps less interest on some council members to vote on this, but I'm hearing 3 possible no all-deep pool. If that guardrail were provided to staff in the community, that would help set a parameter for all of us, that we would know, okay, here's the environment that we can work with relating to the schedule, and here's where we're not an all-deep pool. And so if it's not an all-deep pool, this becomes easier.
If the all-deep pool, and this gets to something that Councilmember Francois said earlier, why are we building an all-deep pool? Is it to allow for meets that are not currently happening that would enhance revenue for the teams? If that's the rationale for it, then I think we can say, no, we're not going to go there. But if there, and I don't know, and I have stretched as far as I can on understanding 7 versus 8 and long course and short course. If there is another rationale that gets us there, I want to know what that is.
So maybe the real issue is address the training issue, the conflicts of schedules. There will not be a conflict of schedule in the pool if it's a big meet.
Yeah.
That's a given. You kind of have to establish it. See if you can address the conflict of competing time and space because it's just different.
Yeah. Does that help, Kevin? At 1 a.m.
So let me set the expectation. You haven't proven to any of us that an all-deep pool addresses the space issue. the space and the conflict of time. So that's why we're here where we are.
I'm prepared to second that, because I asked the question, I didn't hear that it.
You asked it repeatedly.
It didn't address the space issue. It was a revenue-generating mechanism. So maybe there's other explanations that, and it also doesn't address the aquanuts and the long course conflict. It could be deep, it could be shallow, it could be 6 inches, but, so I'm prepared to support what you said.
That's 2. Do we have, I am prepared to as well, so.
But I'm also not shutting the door. If there's some other explanation that hasn't been provided.
Please don't make one up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's got to be based in fact and reality and, yeah.
Yeah, and time is of the essence. And
Yep.
I cannot,
Delay is $200,000, that's a lane.
yeah.
At this point.
Yeah, so time is of the essence. We really do need to make a decision and live with everybody that's mad at us and be grateful that maybe half the community still likes us. But I don't think we're going to resolve it tonight. Are you, can you nod your head?
I'm going to take one more crack at summarizing because I want to be clear because I do not want to have this same discussion coming back.
Okay.
So we're going to review the schedule that the Aquatics Foundation came up with the schedule that staff came up with to understand where the different perspectives are coming from and why there's such a gap in terms of what can be accommodated. Beyond that, we are going to focus on the training needs of the teams and not focus on what would be needed to support new revenue-generating events.
Yes.
Okay.
Well done. All right, it seems that we have as close to a conclusion of this as we can possibly reach this late time in the day, so early time in the day. So this meeting is adjourned, and we will see you again next time we have one.